Greetings, guys. How are you? Sorry, I've just opened this room. We'll be with you guys. Um, we are in Clubhouse at the moment, and we're broadcasting from Clubhouse and from Facebook. So please hold on. We'll be with you shortly. Okay? Thank you.
Oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, yeah, banana na 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 na. Oh na 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 na, oh na 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 na, yeah, banana na na na. I need a one, I need a sour, oh yeah, I need a Equatorian, na sawa, I need a Equatorian, Bele Dwahid, I need a Equatorian. Anena, nina Equatorian. Oh yeah, kanita miniambio, kanita mintori, weleta minjuba, yeah. Anena Equatorian, Teresia sama kesi manena. We strong, we stand together. Kanina gulu wahi Equatoria bihaba Yapirwa pijama Asan belet na bihaba So give us pen, don't give us guns. Oh yeah. Give us ipanagule. Oh yeah. Anina Equatorian Nasawa Anina Equatorian Belet wahid Anina Equatorian Anina Equatorian. Oh yeah. Kanita zande Kanita mai Au kukuye Anina Equatorian. Kelene na hivo na fusina Kebili ya kede maferiganina Salam wa sahaba Behaja derino Hasan bele na piraba Arif mapisaido. So give us pen, don't give us guns. Give us ipanagule. Anina Equatorian Nasawa Anina Equatorian Belet wahid Anina Equatorian Anina Equatorian.
Nina kulu sawa itama Zoma pelpa nangala. I love my people and I'm the voice.
Ajoli ya buga ya baka Grete kutika balanda mari Kapuwa kini kukuku Lambo lugoya Ajoli kukusa mundu Nyambara morobe mari Mundare Nyambara Kutumu kari makutudo Lugara bunga ya lobe Lulu kukusa
Mundo
Nare
Anina kulu nasi sawa Magi hata bigesi manena Siasa mabigesi manena Anina wahi.
Equatorians in Facebook. Sorry, I muted myself there. Greetings to my fellow Equatorian brothers and sisters in Facebook and in Clubhouse, of course. We have our brothers, Mr. Muhammad, Mr. Julius. Great to hear you guys. Good evening, Brother Ukiki.
Ukuki saying that there's no voice over there because I thought it was weird. I didn't hear anything here. I can't hear it. Yeah.
Oh, the music was playing was not heard?
Yeah, I thought it was only me. But
wow.
It turns out I could read it here. Ukuki, Uchala is saying that no voice. Yeah.
Alrighty. So we might have to play it there again. Thank you. Thank you for telling me that. I did not know because I just read it right now. I appreciate it, Brother Cookie. Yeah. So as we have pinned people in Clubhouse, of course, Clubhouse is busy with all these political propagandas around. And I'll be honest with you, this is a lot of propaganda going on. For us, we want to talk about our issues. And this topic is very important, in particular, the Trojan. Of course, a lot of people know about the Trojan horse in the ancient Greek mythology, history, whatever you want to call it. And I want to also put in perspective the Equatorian, perplexity. Sorry, tongue twist sometimes. Perplexity. That means, the condition that we are in is like right now you wonder, you put you in this puzzlement. We wonder what's going on, and our people have been so much bombarded with a lot of ideas, a lot of thoughts that is not theirs, and you could see we are very easy to susceptible to anything that does not give us any empowerment as a community, as a people. So I want Equatorian to kind of investigate that in themselves. Like last time we talked about these issues, uh, comparing last time the issues of South Sudan, because we have a topic before that's similar to that, but this was going to be many episodes on it, and we want to kind of examine our condition as Equatorians in this, unfortunate situation that's happening right now in the country, and how our people have been used, misused, and abused in all sides of spectrum, if I could say. Because what happened is our people now have been either politically manipulated, militarily, there's no any initiative coming from our leaders, nor even our people able to defend themselves. There's a lot of issues that have been raised by the people of Equatoria in the issue of South Sudan. Is it worth it for us to be South Sudanese, to be part of this nation? This nation have become a burden to Equatorians, and Equatorians, some of them still want to hold on and claim that we are South Sudanese. Well, if this is the price to pay, I prefer not to be South Sudanese, because we were once part of North Sudan, Shamal Khartoum, and what happened in the north, we have seen so many injustices committed to our people. Of course, it was a political war for the purpose of trying to eliminate our identity. It was case of North, South, and the idea of Arab and Africans. And while today, as Equatorians, we have noticed, many things back into our history, as a new generation who came up after the ancient, our ancestors who left us their legacy. Now we examine them and we see where they failed and where they succeeded. So it's up to us now as Equatorians is to rise up and to do the right thing and to make sure that we don't fall for the same trap again, because it's not right and it's not fit for any Equatorian to fall for such condition that we could have been prevented. It could have been prevented by us, by our so-called intellectuals, academics, those who are able, the able bodies, the able minds who can rescue the people of Equatoria from this conundrum that we see today. Our people have been living in misery for many years, and we cannot allow that to continue. So before I go forward, Didi, you want to say anything on that matter? And let me read the title, maybe, if so you can get a lot of people who don't know what's the title. It's called Equatoria, Great Equatoria Perplexity, and the Mini Trojan Horses. I know everybody will understand that, because I don't think this thing is difficult, and especially if anyone familiar with the Trojan horse and the city of Troy, and how Troy was destroyed by the Spartans and by those of the Greek nation. Of course, Troy is now in Turkey. It was an ancient city in that past before Christ, and this city was once known to be a very strong city. Even the Greeks, they have desired to destroy it. For 10 years, they fought to claim that city, and they failed until an incident happened where Helen, a female from the Greek, the Spartans, who kind of like engulfed the war again, inflamed that hatred of between the Greeks and the Trojans, to come to an end of we have to destroy the Trojans. And then you could look back and also remember heroes like what is his name? I forgot the name. One of them is Phalanx. The other one is Achilles, Agamemnon, if I'm not mistaken. And then there is another one, Odysseus, and many warriors and kings came and fought so they can claim the land of Trojan. And they did defeat Trojan at the end. They did defeat the city of Troy by the way how unexpected. Like some people did not even know how to defeat the city, because everybody's sending their best army to destroy the city. The walls was cannot be penetrated. So what they did is they had to think, and it comes to Odysseus. Odysseus is the one who actually came to the idea. Let's figure out the best way, and he came up with this idea of the horse, and that's where he made those people believe that the Greeks have gave up, and they gave those sacrifice and the sacrifice was the horse, a wooden horse, so they can go and make it as a sacrifice, as a burning offering to the god Apollo, to their god, the Greek gods. So at the end, what happened during that time is that the Trojan did not know that actually that was a trap, and at the end, the Greeks came in, opened the gates, massacred all the people in the city, and Troy was left ruined, uninhabited. The people of Troy were, most of them were raped, murdered, and enslaved by the Greeks. So the Trojans have lost the war. And it became an example from that moment. The Trojan horse. What is the Trojan horse? The Trojan horse is something that naively the strongest person can believe that they can fall for it, and then suddenly they will find themselves in trouble. So this is what we're going to discuss in this minute about the Trojan horses who are invading Equatoria in many ways, in many shapes, many ideas, many forms. So we Equatorians need to be very careful on that matter. Our people now are challenged. It's now a fight for destiny, a battle of destiny. And if we cannot stand up right now for our land, our people, I don't think Equatoria will ever exist in the coming future. Equatoria will be destroyed, Equatoria will be eliminated, will be assimilated to another culture that is not ours, and then we'll find ourselves become victims of our own mistakes, victims of our naivete, based on what happened to Troy. Troy became an example of failure of the people because they neglect to see the truth as it is. So, with not further, I will not go further. I will just let Didi to interject for a minute while I prepare, or you want me to read this topic so we can actually discuss it. I didn't even give greetings to everyone, but if you don't mind, guys, over there in Facebook, also please share it in your Facebook, pages, and if you're on YouTube, great. Look forward. You can write something down, whatever. I want you to make sure that our message goes to many people because we have many enemies of our voices. They don't want to hear our truth. They prefer to see us silenced because they feel like we are vandalizing or, stopping their missions or their objectives. In particular, the regime. The tribal regime is in South Sudan is actually focused to even threaten the people who are following us, who are listening to us. But freedom of speech, and they forgot that's the voice of the people who brought that country to existence, the country called South Sudan. And today, Equatorians are now going to decide in the coming time that we only waiting for that moment where Equatoria will also decide their destiny, but this time not as political parties to come and hijack or any militia to hijack like what happened in South Sudan, but it will be the people who will decide, the people who will build and implement what kind of system, what kind of country they want to be in. And it's going to be, of course, a long road, but not that long, because the more we do it, the more we are focused on what we're doing, the more we will succeed, instead of us, getting distracted by things that has nothing to do with us. Today, Equatorial need to wake up and take decision and take action and stand on their ground, and not to feel fear or shyness that they're standing for their own land, their own people. Because today in this world, you stand for what is yours. Nobody wants to defend a neighbor's wife, like I always say. You will defend your wife, because if you defend the neighbor's wife, even the husband will begin to question, why are you defending my wife? So you'll be questioning you and your motive, and maybe you are having an affair with that lady. But of course, I know we don't have an affair, and we're even going to have a topic about the political affairs of some Equatorian politicians with South Sudan politics, because this is really a disgrace, and it's sad that our people will denigrate themselves to that level where they cannot make a decision that is going to save us. Because it's time for us now to rise up, time for us to stand up, time for us to speak about our issues and to promote our issues to the world, because the world respect people who respect themselves and honor themselves. They're not afraid. If you look at the Palestinians, you look at all the other countries, Israel, you look at the Irish, you look at the Spaniards, and those people who fought for their liberty, they never sat silent. Instead, they spoke out. They spoke out about everything. Even if it's a little thing, they had to speak out about it. so they could tell the world that we are also human and we are suffering and we need our freedom. So let me read this, the main description of the topic. It says, Great Equatorian Perplexity and the many Trojan horses. Seemingly, Great Equatoria is attacked from many different sides. Politically, Equatorian got no say. Militarily, there are no initiatives made. Security-wise, our civilians are under constant threat. And worst of all, we have some lost Equatorians who still relate themselves with South Sudan. And when we say that, we are not offending anyone, but we're looking at the bigger picture. Why are those brothers and sisters from Greater Equatoria still want to, you know, mingle themselves with South Sudan, where South Sudan is not giving you any, value in case of your issues, in case of the things that happened since the 17 years. And so we're going to go deep into it, and we're waiting for other groups who are going to be the main speakers to come in. And like I said, it's going to be different episodes, but we will focus on that. So Didi, please go ahead, take over while I just take a little bit break. I want to do something quickly and then come back to you. Thank you.
Hello, guys, and greetings to you all. Thank you for being here. It's me, Didi, as usually.
I'm sorry. I'm just getting my earphone and trying to plug my earphone on. The topic today, we're talking about the many Trojan horses that we have in Equatoria right now. At the moment, Equatoria is really struggling, at the verge of, Equatoria has to really put the last fight, either a fight that you will leave, or a fight that, you will be destroyed once and for all. And this is how I feel, and this is how I see it. This is going to be an interesting topic, and looking forward for some of the group to show up. And if anybody has any input, it doesn't have to be, you don't have to talk from the perspective of Equatoria only. You can actually talk from any kind of perspective from your side and stuff like that. You can join us in. And we just wanted to kind of dissect into our issues, our weaknesses, the fact that, we felt that, there are some barriers, and there are some, some some stuff that has been put, deliberately been created deliberately, really to be as a stumbling block for Equatoria to fail deliberately. Like Odysseus has put it earlier, that we usually don't have a voice, and that has been happening, going on, even every time you see South Sudan has broken into a war or into a problem, Equatoria is always becoming a victim. And if you see people go sit down in a peace talk or any kind of sort of agreement, Equatoria has actually been left out, And you see in all these wars that is happening, we will become a victim. Maybe someone else, or anybody else, if you're going through this, you will understand really when you become a victim, and then people don't hear your issues being dismissed of, yet like the kind of thing that people say, that when like two elephants or something fight, and then the grass is suffering, or I don't know if that's the best way to put it, like you're suffering, but like you did not even cause, the main cause of the issue, but then you become the victim, you become the main target and the victim in this case, but then nobody hears you. And at this point, this is really, I see really this Trojan horse is really, it defines it really very well, with the situation that you see. There are many Trojan horses within Equatoria right now that are working so hard, to enable Equatoria not to really like raise up, or to be leaders of themselves. Every time you see an Equatoria try to be a leader, either no one wants to follow you, or you'll be dismissed, or you'll get killed really in a very horrible way. And this is what has been happening continuously. So as we wait, before I hand it up back to Etika, before he reads the things that he's going to read right now. I just wanted to welcome you, welcome anybody that have come in. And Alhaj Paul, I'm really glad that you're here. I was about even to send you a message. I would really want you to come up, and I heard you really talking about some stuff that really very good and very interesting. I think we really love to have you to come and chat with us and teach us some stuff that we don't know, like talk about you know tell us some things that we don't know. Really, I think you got some important things and valuable things. I think it will be a blessing for you to come up and give us your the knowledge that you have, especially about the SPLM that I heard you talking about. So I would really love to welcome you. Thank you. I'll appreciate if you would love to join us at any time when you're free to come up and tell us more. I think Odysseus, you dropped out. I'm gonna meet myself here on Equatoria Free Forum. Hope you can. I think you dropped out. I don't know if you can hear me over there. Okay, I think. Okay, I think.
Sorry, guys, I have an issue with my internet. Goodness. Hold on a second, guys. It's so bad that I have internet issues. If you can, please hold on. Just a second. This is what I hate about.
You're back. Thanks.
Hold on. Yeah, I have issues with my internet, so please hold on with me. I was waiting for that. Again, I was waiting. Also, I was texting our guest. But as you see, this topic is very important, and it has something in the meaning. Let's start with the perplexity of or the sorry, tongue twist again. The perplexity in the way. Let me put it this way, so I can put it even better. A definition. Just give me a second. Which is perplex. By mean is like bewilderment, because Equatorian now are bewildered with many things. One of them is that we are in a condition today. We are fighting not a clear fight. That means you're fighting a shadow, unseen shadows, unseen, unknown, and these things. I hope you hear me, Miss Didi. Hello, do you hear me? Okay, cool. I just want to mention that there is so many battles we're fighting, and these battles are not clear to the eyes or to those simple minds and ears and vision, because you could see it. It's always coming in a hidden agenda, and I can go back to the history of the SPLM. Like yesterday, even there was a topic about SPLM with Mr. Mujazif. He discussed an issue of SPLM. And then what happened is that the SPLM and John Garang vision, because he was trying to question that what was behind this, and is it really that SPLM had a great vision, but then it lost in the middle of the way. So many people have their own opinion, but of course now people begin to see the reality and agree that SPLM was just a failed organization from the start. It had a weak vision, because that vision that they said the new Sudan was sold to mostly to the northerners than to the south. The south did not see that. The south only fighting for survival. They're fighting to get rid of the Arab attack, which is the Arab remnants of Khartoum, who were calling themselves Arabs and attacking South Sudanese with Antonov and many bombardment coming in, and the atrocities was in South Sudan was huge. That's why it cost millions of lives. Up to this moment, none of these people even got prosecuted for the crime against humanity that they commit against the South Sudanese in general. And then add to that, you have also the case and the issue of the tribal conflict that was instigated by the SPLM during the time that was in the bush, as they call them. They were in the bush or in the jungle. They were fighting, and they were instigating a fight with other neighboring tribes, and creating a very difficult condition for the people to even live in peace. That's why majority of those people, even they did not flee because of the northern regime, but they fled from their lands because of the SPLM. SPLM was the cause of these crises. SPLM created this crisis from the start, and then SPLM made sure they empower their own tribal groups, because the leader of SPLM, of course, known as John Garang, and he's from Dinka, and Dinka groups were resettled outside. Many of them, they were taken from Kakuma and others as lost boys and all these, and they were empowered. They were well taken care of in the West, so they can be the next leaders. And this is where the confusion started. While some people here believe blindly that SPLM really fought for everyone, but SPLM used most of us, in particular Equatorians, used them for the purpose of getting Dinka into the position where they can lead. And today they are holding this power, but they're holding it in not the way how Jongareng was expecting it, but they did, because they had this power now in their hand. And you could see them now, they are running around claiming they are the owners of South Sudan and they are the majority in this country, while the rest are not majority, and the rest are just known to be visitors, or no, actually like migrants, while Dinka are not migrants. Imagine the irony of it. When you see most of the Dinka everywhere in other people's lands and claiming lands based on just coming there as migrant from because of conditions of weather or whatever, or maybe hostility with other neighbor. So they always play the victim role until they maintain a position of strength, then they will strike, and they always do that. And they have done it before to Upper Nile people, and they've done it in Bahr Ghazal, and now they're doing it in Equatoria. They came in with many numbers as civilians, as cattle herders, coming innocently, looking miserable, just to make you feel as a person who, have a human passion, to allow them to be there to settle themselves until they get situated, then they go back. It's almost like, so they knew the tactic, and they played it well. And so SPLM was helping on that. Even if you remember, I don't know if all of you remember the time when they used to say people were sold slaves. And then the Westerners, if you remember, if you lived in the West, the Westerners came, like Christian charities, were so, captivated by what happened. They went immediately and they start, campaigning for supporting the South Sudanese who have been sold slave to be freed. I mean, the Europeans, of course, the Americans, for them as whites, they felt like this is the time for redemption, because they've always been accused as the people who are behind the slave trade of blacks. So if they can save the South Sudanese from that, they will redeem themselves, and they will show that their generation, yes, they might be the ancestors committed crime against black men, but if they can do something to change that, by helping the South Sudanese, it will bring redemption. So they did it out of goodwill and good gesture to help these guys. But unfortunately, then they found out later there was a trick in this game. Most of these guys were coming in. They call themselves, they were sold slaves, and then they get to find out that those guys are the same people who they rescued, go back to the United Nations, get back with again to the same slave trader that they call him the slave trade person. And when how they found out through, because they put this wrist, if you're a United Nations member, you got in, you're welcome. They will give you a wrist, a tag. They will tag you, so they make sure that you are known that you've been rescued. So when they begin to find out that there is a scam in this, and also they found out that there's something behind it, even SPLM they found out is actually behind this also, then they had to back up, and this thing was hush quickly, because what happened, it was an embarrassment. First, the Westerners, as Christian churches and all that, they came out with a goodwill. They really felt like they're doing something to rescue Africans from slavery, because they know Arab are notorious from that. I mean, we don't deny that the North used to do slave trade in human trafficking in Khartoum because of the war. And there's a lot of people even from the Nuba Mountain were taken slave. And there was even a story of a lady who later was rescued in England. She was also a victim of slavery, and that why those Europeans felt they have to do something. So when they went there and they found out the truth, they backed up, and they really were disappointed that this is the way how it is. But regardless of that, they still did their best to help the others who are suffering in real genuine suffering, and got them out of the conditions they are in. So this was one of those bewilderment, if I could say, because why? um, the SPLM had very much good technique. They always learn, and that was during getting time when he was living. So he played tricks on many international communities, also in the local areas, like in the internal places like South Sudan, South Sudanese. The intellectual academics, they were you know distant from their own people. They're not in touch with reality or in touch with the people. So most of these people were aligning themselves with SPLM based on the recognition of SPLM to them as officers, as leaders, as politicians, as thinkers. So they have ignored to see the suffering of the people based on being with the locals. So they just look at it in the surface. They don't look at it in the bottom core to understand why these people are going there. Today, people begin to talk about it. They find out the truth about SPLM is a corrupt entity from its core. So SPLM has a skeleton in the closet that need to be exposed to the people, and for those still try to blindly believe the propaganda that have been thrown to them for years. Now they want to tell you that Kir is the only failure. No, it's not Kir. It's the whole institution, and also the people who empowered this institution of SPLM. And in addition to that, the tribe of Dinka in particular have benefited it. Up to this moment, they're still benefiting from the SPLM. Don't tell me they're not benefiting. Even if they're suffering, their suffering is not compared to the suffering of others who have no anywhere to go. Like, they are living in the unknown. Compared to Dinka, they can go anywhere and they can settle and they can be welcomed and they can be even supported by the regime. But our people cannot even be rescued, cannot even be welcomed. The regime is inciting their tribe to go and invade and kill and rape and maim our people while they are empowering themselves in that position. So this is where the confusion here, the perplexity here. Because once you know all these facts, as an Equatorian, what are you supposed to do? You still want to hold the old stick that's going to send you to the ground? Or you're going to throw that stick and find something strong that can make you stand? Because if you're an old man, just giving you an example, an old person, if you hold a stick that is very weak in foundation, you will break down and you will fall down to the ground, and you might even hurt yourself again. So if you want to find something strong, you have to find something strong in foundation. So the foundation that they build on our minds of, we are this regime, I mean, this SPLM have liberated the people of South Sudan, have made this great heroic achievement. It's just because they saw our people have mingled themselves with it blindly. Some of them went there because of situation, conditions that brought them there. Some of them were kidnapped, because remember, SPLM, even in the report, United Nations, before even the independence of South Sudan, they had a report that was compiled by many intelligence from the international communities. Because remember, South Sudan is not far away from the eyes of the intelligence agencies around the world. They have witnessed the crime, the atrocity, the horror of the SPLM. What did they do? And they brought all these evidence in a collective report, and then they put it out there, and they saw SPLM is guilty as much as the regime of Khartoum under the Omar al-Bashir and others who were inciting or helping the war to continue in South Sudan. It was a genocidal war. It was a crime against humanity. But they dismissed it with the comprehensive peace agreement, and they made sure they gave them what they called, I forgot the term, the word, like they gave them an amnesty. They will not prosecute any one of them as long as they will work and in the process of making a comprehensive peace agreement so they can let the people of South Sudan to get their independence. And that's where this independence happened, because they forced them to stop fighting and let the people decide. And this is where the people decide. But then the problem here came, that the people were also manipulated, because the SPLM sent the weakest link of us to promote that, we are going to be a new nation and we will have a better life. We will not be a second class citizen. If we are under the North, with the North, we will actually be betrayed. And they begin to remind what happened in during the time with Joseph Lago. But Joseph Lago incident was a betrayal by one person who's still part of this organization, and now he's even part of the Jin Council, called Abel Aliar. Abel Aliar was the architect, and Abel Aliar was actually working with the regime. He was brought there, and the naivete of our leaders at that time. This is where the mistake of Nyanya is, that they saw him as an African, as a Janubi, or as a Southerner, and they felt like we are comfortable and we can trust him. So unfortunately, that man is untrustworthy in a way. So he came and played his role for the North. Even he's the one behind the map redrawing of South Sudan later. So the man caused this tragedy where even the independence of South Sudan that could have happened years ago, years back, did not happen because of him, because he had an agenda. And this agenda later been played when an SPLA came again to make sure that they dominate. Especially Kokora was the one that ended it, the plan. But then later, again, the conflict, 1983, what actually another program that they played. So these guys were thinking. While Equatorian here, we were much comfortable with our, achievement, with our, we have numbers of educated people bragging about, oh yeah, we are very, we are developing ourselves. We know, we are cultured people. We're not, like Dinka. And that caused kind of like, also remember, a grudge between Dinka and us, because Dinka felt like we always put them as primitive. And truth to be said, yes, there is primitivity back there. Up to this moment, there's primitivity going on. But our ancestors, of course, they did their part. But now what's our part? This challenge have been there. So just going back, Abelier played his role. Now we have Anyanya, SPLM. SPLM played, now they played the role that they are rescuing us by, let's go for a new nation. We have oil. So people were, seduced foolishly by this notion that we have oil, we'll be a rich country, everything will be okay. And people forgot that these guys are the same people who were butchering us, killing us, chasing our people. Today we're paying the price because of our lack of, questioning things that need to be questioned, so we don't go to the same road that have been there before. So unfortunately, now we are in the worst of it, especially when the 2013 happened. 2013 brought a new exposure to us that this is now an agenda of occupation, an agenda of extermination, in particular after 2013 incident, and then going to our time. Those guys are now looking forward to eradicate as much as they can from our people, send them to Uganda, send them to Kenya, and then tomorrow they will say these people even belong there. And I've seen some brothers one time mention something ridiculous, said that people in Uganda are comfortable. I don't think it's comfortable. These people are chased against their will, and for them to be chased against their will, that by itself shows you something here. That tomorrow, if these people are not given back or they not return back to their home, those guys in the coming years, they will work with Uganda and they will say, yeah, this town belongs to the Dinka. The Equatorian, actually, they are just nomadic tribes. They have moved from place. You could see them in Uganda, Kenya, Congo. So they will try to create something. And we have to be very careful. This is an agenda that is very well studied, but not well implemented, because the Dinka are trying their best to eradicate our people. And the international community are watching. But it's our job. Beside international people watching, we need to take action. So the perplexity is here. And then the many Trojan horses that I'm talking about, politically, we have seen so many people come up and seduce Equatorians with language of unity, brotherhood. We are for democracy, freedom. We have vision of this. All these visions are copied, let me tell you. Those people who say they have vision and all of them belong to the SPLM, it's all copied. Look back to what they're saying and go and assess. You see other people are talking about it. This is not a new vision. And this vision is not even from Africa. It's even from other countries in the Western countries. It's been said. It's been done. These guys are talking about some things. Even the Pan-African nationalists or the Pan-Africanists have spoken about it. spoke about Africa need to do what? The change of Africa. If you go back to Mr. What's his name? I forgot the guy. Lumumba, the Professor Lumumba. You could talk when he gives speech. You could hear his quotation and his remarks on Africa, the vision of Africa, and so he has all these things clearly. He speaks about what Africa could have been if there is a good leaders, if there is no corrupt leaders, there's no dictators, there's no warlords. Africa could be in the best track. But those guys who are part of the problem cannot be part of the solution. This is why I always say to those who are part of the SPLM, they have caused this tragedy. They have caused this misery. They have caused this disenfranchisement of our people in a way where our people now are no longer able to even feel secure in their homeland. So the Trojan horses that are playing, on us is because most of us, we welcome them. We welcome them inside our homes. We welcome them inside our cultures, our thoughts, and then we begin to entertain it where they begin to control us. Like today, you could see even now they're trying to create some, that we are all related to each other, giving us those notion that, they're trying to kind of like confuse Equatorian, that East Equatoria and West Equatoria, Central Equatoria are not the same, because there's people from Lua belong, with East Equatoria and the Upper Nile, which is, this notion is very dangerous and it's very ridiculous, because if they wanted to say that Lua is the only thing that unite, then why everybody have their own languages different? Plus you can see in places in Kenya, they have Lua, but are they not right to have their own land? So they wanted to create this division among us, we Equatorians, who are very solid in our word and our belief as Equatorians, that this is our land, our people, and nobody can challenge this identity that we have built for years. The revolution that brought all the Equatorians to fight against the North, that by itself is the solidification of who we are as Equatorian, because Equatorians were not a group who were just easily to be emotionally enticed by many languages of we are one. Even though they know the North, they are Africans, yet they're mixed with those so-called Arabs. They did not allow that to change their identity as African, because the Northerners, they wanted to define themselves as Arab. They want to even eradicate our language, our culture, by us to be Arabic speakers, by us to be in another culture that is not ours. So there was a challenge. And so our people, with their wisdom, they stood up. They were more in the English, speakers at that time, and some of them Arabic speakers, but they mostly English speakers. They did manage fight back, even arose the people to wake up and fight for revolution that really meant something, meant we're fighting for our survival, our identity. But the SPLM never had that identity issue. It had only a vision that is all based on false notion. And then they were using the excuse of a Sharia. Everybody knew about the Sharia. The Sharia was enforced in Khartoum, in Sudan North, not in the South. And yet, the Sharia became an issue because majority of South Sudanese who, because of the war, left South, went to the North, and education over there was easier. And also, a chance to progress is better there than the South, because the South, the conflict. Hello? Hello? Hello, Didi. I see. Okay. So yeah, so this is the things that happen to our people in that matter. So I won't go far, but there's a lot of things we need to talk, and I will let everyone to get to put their thoughts in this. So I see the Trojan horses, many in the political. Again, I'll read that description. Equatoria Perplexity, and the many Trojan horses seemingly. Great Equatoria is attacked from many different sides. Politically, Equatorian have no say. And you could see today, we got no say. Every time, even Didi mentioned, every time when Equatorian are trying to speak, you will see they silence our people. You see they will try to kind of like confuse our people. So we always praise other leaders instead of looking to build our own leaders and to build the correct leaders that can get us to the promised land instead of get us to the nightmare land that we are seeing it today, because South Sudan now is a nightmare to us. And then you could see also another Trojan factor here, I can put it, is the military. Militarily, there are no initiatives made by our leaders, by our military leaders. Most of the time, we see our people are being, fighting in confusion, and this is not good for any military strategist, any military commander. They know that the best way to you strengthen your military is to build a strong unit that will unify the whole forces, and then you go forward and fight the enemy. You cannot just go left and right, and that's what we see. And there's no initiative on that. And then we have security wise, our civilian are under constant threat. If you look at it, there's a lot of constant threat for our people. And the worst of it, of course, is that our people have no weapons to defend themselves. We have no any even the regime is the one who is inciting this violence against our people, so our people can be chased away. It's like similar maybe to what is happening to Russia today, attacking Ukraine, sending the Ukrainian out of their land. 2 million already for these couple just this couple of months, like 2 million already out of the country, and some of them who are still there. Imagine 48 million people, 2 million already got out, and there is more people are in a situation where they're going to run away. But this is shows you that they're trying to eradicate and take our people out so they can replace us by coming there and settle and become the people of the land. And this thing happened before in Ukraine, even if I put a similarity to it in during the time of the communists, where Stalin and others who just chased away one community, so they brought Russians in it. And this is what they're doing to us in Equatoria. They're chasing our communities of Equatoria so they can bring Dinka and assimilate within the region and then claim this land belong to them, and they have lived there for years. So that's what you see. Even they trying to desecrate our ancestors' grave by taking their remain out of the ground, so they can be saying like there is no evidence to any Equatorian here. And this shows you the sinister program that these guys have against us. And we are the one who brought this Trojan horse to our home, because if we didn't join SPLM, Equatoria would have never been invaded by this nomadic tribe today. And this is not hate speech, this is the facts, because there's a lot of challenge to us coming from you guys who are committing crime against our people, who are inciting hate. Even recently, instead of you repent, you still go there and bring more of your young men with weapons to attack our people in their region. So I will leave it here, and I want to welcome Mr. CJ, Mr. Robert. Thank you for joining us, and also for those in Facebook, welcome to you guys. Go ahead, Didi, take over, and if Mr. CJ and Mr. Robert, thank you.
Yes, thank you. I will welcome CJ and Robert.
But can I just pass it to CJ, and if CJ is there, if it's not there, Robert. I just wanted to apologize earlier. I'm really sorry, that was an accident. I don't even know. I didn't know how my I got my mouse there pointing at opening my the volume. I mean, like, yeah. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, yes, I hear you. Go ahead, no problem, no worry on that. Yeah. So Mr. CJ, go ahead. While and the sad thing, I just want to say, imagine Equatorians, my God. Sometimes I get disappointed. We wanted, like, I hate the hypocrisy of some of our Equatorians. If they really care about our people down there in the ground, they really need to see where Equatorians are and come together. Instead of them standing as political parties, is standing in a ground where they want to kind of like listen to lies that does not help them. I wonder, do they benefit from these people who are speaking, not in our behalf, but they're speaking on their own language to empower them? And that's why I said our people are the one who are inviting those Trojan horses that will destroy us. And it's shameful and shameful. And let them hear it. And I'm not going to, apologize on that, because there is some Equatorians who have no character. Tomorrow you'll see them in the social media, they will act like crocodile tears, cry crocodile tears that, oh, our people are dying. Then if you really care, you need to really take action. You need to stand up for your people instead of being hypocrites, only just you want to entertain yourself with lies that has nothing to do with Equatoria, only to do with something that is against us. Because I have seen the many language, the politics that they're using is only, just to confuse Equatorians, so Equatorian cannot focus on their issues. Instead, they focus on their the propaganda that's been played. And I feel shame for those people, and I feel sad. But history will be with us, because regardless to that, things will change. And I promise things will change. But go ahead, Mr. CJ. I just wanted to say that, because this is really sad and ridiculous to see such characters. But go ahead. Oh. Are you are you there, Mr. CJ? Are you able to speak? Because unmute yourself. I wonder what happened. If not, we can pass it to Mr. Robert. While okay. Okay, go ahead, Didi, if you have anything to add or say, because I don't know what happened with Mr. CJ.
Yep. I'll ask the things what
CJ is getting ready. Maybe his internet is frozen or something. So yeah, I just CJ and welcome Robert as well. Robert is listening, but he's on a train going home from work. I just wanted to say that this is really a very interesting topic. Very highlighting. It's really highlighting the issues that we are going through, and also the struggles against our enemies, the Trojan-Horses that have been aligned against Equatorians. Like you see, for me, I see it this way, like like it's almost like, you know, this Trojan horses, like in Trey, you got only just one horse with many soldiers inside ready to fight, but in Equatoria, you got many, you know, many of them which has been aligned inside, like almost like you got this one horse being opened up, you get people fighting, and then there is another one that he still has to battle, another one you have to battle again, and we've been doing this for decades, really, if you guys have noticed this. And right now, we're dealing right now in that country. We're dealing with the, for example, the old school, the you know, the older generation from decade back. But then we have the younger one, which now aligning them, mixture of them themselves again, ready for that fight. You know, like almost you find yourself an Equatorian, you're gonna be fighting, you know, very exhausting fight, you know, non-ending fight. So in this case, this is where you question yourself, that you ask yourself, when are you going to receive a rest? When is this going to end? Like it's almost an ending thing, you know. So if you look into this right now, especially a campaign that is going on these days, people want people to get out, to go protest, to go do, you know,
That's
complain
good you
out
brought
there,
that.
crying before Kawajat, you know, and pleaded with them to come and help and stuff like that. And at the same time, it's even the same people speculating that Kawaja will not come and help you. I find this is a contradiction. If you're telling these people that, giving them that, almost killing their hope that there is no one is going to come and help you, there's no Kawaja is going to help you, but then at the same time, you're telling them, come line up, let's go and cry before Kawaja. That's just a mixed messages here. The other thing is, we got a country which is divided already. If you guys have seen, there's a lot of fights going on. The country is completely divided, and this country has never been. This country has never been divided today. This has already been divided since the day SPLA has gotten in. You know, this country has already divided, and the fruit of it started even when SPLA already was made. That's when the division started over there, but manifested very swiftly right now. So in this division that you have on, there are a lot of people who are not going to go for this protest. And guess who they're trying to use for this protest? Equatorians. They're trying their own best to use Equatorians to go for this protest, just like what they have done last time in Juba. They call all these people to come out. Not a lot of people turn on. Equatorians, which are the one who turn on. And as soon as these Equatorians turn on, they ended up in Blue House. And those people who call on this protest, they're not even found, you know, to fight for the justice of releasing these people, these Equatorians, which are in Blue House. They just moved on, rolling on their next program. They're going on. I remember some of us were complaining that, saying that, you know, what about the people who are in Blue House? You guys send these people out there, now there are people in Blue House. What are you going to do in the case of these people? They've never talked about it. They just move on like nothing happened. So I have seen we have a track of SPLA. This track of SPLA all want to be leaders in South Sudan. And these people have no idea what they are doing with the country. They have no plans. They are full of words here. They have words to say. They want to persuade people, or they want to tell people how the SPLA have mistreated them badly. but they have nothing, no new ideas to take people ahead. You know, I've seen that. For me, I say it this way: for in order for that country to move ahead, I think people need to break a little bit. People need break. Everybody need break. People need to break away from each other. You know, and people need to regroup themselves. People need to restructure things before people come again. To work together again. And when you talk about that separation, that people need time alone, like separation, people panic. Like people think like, okay, it's something like, you're gonna be cut off, you can't come here, you can't visit here, we can have a dialogue together, we can we can have any business together, you can even go for tour or for tourism or something like that, or you can visit here or there. If you have friends, you're gonna be cut off from your friends and stuff like that. These are the kind of things that they're thinking. That's why people get panicked. But also, you have to question yourself this: what are you gaining from this country right now? If you're talking about dying, people are dying anyway. You're losing anyway. You're losing every. It's almost like a bad investment. You invested in a very bad business and you're losing, and then you're saying that if I pull my shares out, I'm gonna lose more, but you're losing even more. You're gonna lose everything that you have. Should you now? The question is, should you just leave the remainder of your investment in this bad, the rest of your money in this bad investment, or should you rather say that let me save the little that I have and keep it to myself? Because you got an investor here that is really bad, has no clue what they're doing. So this is the country which is we're living in, the state that we're living in. You're investing your relative in, you're investing your family, your loved one, but they're getting killed every day. They're getting killed. Why? Because you've given the SPLM power, and the SPLM has tribalized the power that they have to the extent that nothing can be done about it. It cannot be reformed at all. It can never be reformed. And you got a group of SPLA that again lining themselves, if that they want, they're thinking like fighting for power. If this SPLA gone, they're the one coming. Like almost like they're electing themselves by themselves. They're just like magnets that are following each other. Magnet. If you eat like a magnet, jumbo haje, and it's like a metal or anything, it just sticks. So they just kind of like following each other like that. So they don't want to leave any breath for any civilian, which is not SPLM. This is the situation that we're going through. So I'll just leave it here and pass it ahead because I want to welcome James too for coming in. If CJ is ready, or if Robert reach home, I think he will let us know. Or James is here too. Welcome, James.
Yes, hello, Didi. I wanted to say something about what you just mentioned. Very important. Thank you for reminding me this. One of them is this rally, this so-called rally. I want Equatorian to really take this serious. Don't fall for the trap again. I just repeat, don't fall for the trap again. This is a trap. Why I say it's a trap, and I'll explain it. And thank you for bringing it up so I can give chance later to the people. Because we go straight forward to the point. Those guys are now doing this. This is another tactic. This is another Trojan game. Like I said, Trojan horse. This is another Trojan game to let bring Equatoria in, to say we're all suffering, we're all going to do that. We are done with this regime. We are for unity. We are for bringing an end to the regime. So let's come together. We in the West, we have the power. Well, all good, sounds good. But what is it for us? What do we gain from that? When we already know, like Didi mentioned earlier, this country has already been divided. Divided how? 17 years is enough time to create this division. If not, add to it the time that the SPLA was in the bush. People have lived the pain of what SPLA was doing to them, but they got the hope that they will be different now, is that everybody will go back to their territory, no more violence when we become a nation. This is what the hope of the people was based on, even though they know there was something fishy or unreal about the SPLA claim that we were going to be the richest country, we're going to make everybody will be okay, safety, we're not going to be second-class citizen. But you have seen, even before that, Equatorians have noticed how these people were grabbing lands within Juba, counterfeiting those deeds, the how land deeds, so they can get there and claim this is their land, they belong to them. So a lot of Dinka claim that they belong to Juba, while the Equatorian, they don't even have any place. And some of the original Equatorian who never came back never even claimed back the lands. So you could see in these people, you could see them how they build their un organized buildings that they built in Juba. Look at that place, look like a zoo. I'm sorry to say, that's not a city. What kind of city look like that? But anyway, this is the way how these people play. So they're using us all the time. So those guys were part of the regime. They knew the mistake. They knew all these things. What they were doing about negotiate. They were dealing with negotiation. They want to talk about negotiation. They want to talk about, they want to join in the regime by negotiating in the root causes and all that stuff. But have you ever seen them really speak the facts for the people? Hold on a second. Hello? Yes, I'm calling. I'm talking in just a second. Yes, so I don't know if you hear me there. Do you hear me in Clubhouse? Yeah, and I'm in the Facebook. So anyway, let me go back again. Can you give somebody else, because I'm having difficulty in this thing. All right, that's good. I'll be there. Yeah, I'm there. I'm coming back. I said this is not right. Okay, I'll be there. Thank you. Okay, next time I will talk in there. Let me put the voice. Hold on.
الناس بتركز على الأخطاء عشان تحلها بالطرق اللي بتخدم كل الناس، لأنه القضايا دي بتاعت الناس أي محل، يعني ما ضروري يكون ساوث السودان ولا إيكاتوريا ولا أي محل، ما ده ما كتاب مرسل، ده ما إنجيل، ده ما قرآن، ولا ده التوراة ولا زبور، عشان الناس تقول يا أخي الشيء المكتوب فيه ده خلاص تاني ما فيه مفاصل. إذا النوايا صدقت الناس بتقبل، يعني أنت بتقبل التصليح عشان تمشي لخطوة تاني. إذا ده بقى ما في، ده هو بيجيب الهيكوبريت، بيجيب النفاق، وبيجيب بعض مرات الفرستريشن ذاته. في ناس ممكن يعني حتى لو هو إيكاتوري بيزعل، يقوم خلاص يا أخي إذا المزرعة ده بقت كده أحسن نقوم نخليها فرد مرة. الناس ما واحد في درجة التحمل بتاع، لأنه القضايا نحن هسه حاليا فيها دي قضايا صعبة بتحتاج حاجات كثيرة بالنسبة لنا كإيكاتوريا، لكن في نفس الوقت أنت ما تقدر تضغط الناس تقول لهم يا لا خلاص أنت لازم تعمل كده. أي زول التاريخ بيسجله على حسب الكلام اللي هو قاله، وإذا هو أخطئ ما مشكلة في forgiveness، وإذا كمان هو مصر ومكابر على اللي هو داير يعمله ده، في النهاية تبقى دي مشكلته الأساسية، يعني ويبقى أنه إيكاتوريا كأرض رقعة جغرافية بتكون موجودة، والناس طبعا هو بيكون في جنريشن بعد جنريشن، والناس تستفيد من الأخطاء بتاع الناس اللي قبلك أو الناس اللي معاك ذات حاليا في نفس الوقت. ده هو scientific way of solving problem or addressing public issues. Other than that أنا ما عارف أنا حسميه شنو، أنا ما عندي عصا موسى عشان أقعد أسمي الحاجات، لكن تبقى هي الحقيقة حتى لو جات من الأطفال. أحيانا أنت الناس اللي يعني under age sometimes كلامهم حقيقي، ده ما مع شوف نحن وصلنا مرحلة من أنه الإنسان لازم يكون هو مواكب، يعني حتى عيالك الصغار في البيت، عيال الحلة الصغار sometimes كلامهم بيكون هو الصح، أنت الكبير ده ذاته حقك ممكن يكون خطأ. دي الدنيا كده والحياة كده. لكن إذا نحن مثلا شفنا حاجة تانية غير ده، والله أنا غايته أنا بصفتي الشخصية أنا ما كان نو سينسي. ممكن نحن المزرعة دي يعني نقوم في جهة الملوك نلوك، بس نشوف الناس ماشيين وين نمشي وراهم، لكن بعدين مشي وراهم ده نشوف الراجل اللي يتحمل، مشي وراه ده، امشي ورا، لكن ما تجي راجع صاد تجي تكورك زي ما الغرابه هسه حقولنا حق شمال السودان قاعد يعمل. انا حاختم هنا. دائما في كلام انا من قاعد اتكلم قاعد اقارن بحالنا بتاع السودان القديم، لانه نحن كنا يوم من الايام منه. اقرب مثلا انت تشوف الغرابه دي الحس ده قاعد يعملوا شنو؟ كان قاعدين يكركوا جلابه 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 جلابه. الحكومه بقت في يدهم، اخذوا كي بوزيشن ولسه قاعدين يشاكلوا في بعض. ده زغاوي وما عارف ده ما عارف زرقاء ما عارف ده شنو ده شنو. والناس اللي احنا بنسميهم لندجين دي امورهم باسطه ماشيه. ليه؟ لانه حبهم في بعض. انت لو ما حبيت اخوك ده اصلا ما منك نبعه. ده ما معناته انك انت تكره الناس الثانيين، نو، ادعوهم برضه للمحبه. اذا قبله، لكن لو ما قبل هذا حتى تسوي له شنو؟ تمشي تقول له يا اخي الله انا داير طلاق اولسا السودان بالقوه، ما قدرت تحدد محددات معينه على حسب الشيء فيه. جيسس ذاته لما جاء ما كان جاء بالانجيل حقه ده، جاء للناس قال لهم لا لازم تؤمنوا، ولا الرسول صلى الله عليه وسلم جاب الهدايه، اهتدى من اهتدى وكفر من كفر. في النهايه ربنا هو بيحدد محددات الناس. انا غايته ما عارف اقول هاي. انا الحقيقه دي حاظل اقولها في سبيل إيكواتوريا. المره اللي فاتت وده ضربت لكم مثل بموضوع القطر ده. في جا قطر كده ماشي، انا بتابع بعين السواق ده، لقيت إيكواتوريا بوب بتلف بركب هناك. القطر ده فات بس منقله شماله شويه كده، انا بتلف من القطر ده بكون قاعد في محلي. ده ما معناته I don't like the other people. The other people انتوا شايفينهم قاعدين يعملوا في شنو؟ I'm not gonna say it. اي زول شايف وقاعد يسمع وقاعد يشوف، والناس عارفه الحاصل what is going on. دي حقيقه، ما لازم sometimes كمان نقول الحقائق. لكن ده ما معناته ان احنا حنكون ناس ديكتاتورشيب نجبر الناس نقول له اسمع تعال هنا فلان يا اخي، تعال يوسف علي عبد الرحمن يا اخي والله الشارع ده ما تمشي به، الشارع ده فيه هناك. اذا مشى ها تمشي تجيبه تكتفه وتدقه يعني. ده ليه مش يمشي؟ انا موقفي زي ده واضح يا زول. واما اذا في حكايه بتاعت مرارات، انا على المستوى الشخصي ما عندي اي مرارات او اسقاطات شخصيه نهائي. عشان الزول يجي يقول مثلا الشيء ده جاي از ريزلت اوف كده ولا كده، الناس اللي بتفلسف ويجيبوا الحاجات دي. انا شخصيا ما عندي اي مرارات، ولو انه الحاجات الشخصيه دي ما بيحسبوا بها في العام، لكن ما عندي. الزول اللي عنده مرارات ده اللي يمشي يفتش مرارات يا زول. هي الكلام ده انا بقوله في عين التخيل. يهودا هنا قاعدين يكتلون في الخرطوم هنا ده، وفي نيروبي هنا ده قاعدين يكتلون، في مصر اللي احنا جينا منها دي. نحن ما جينا دياسبرا ده طوالي من السودان ترانزيت. شفنا حاجات نو جود في حياتنا ونحن اولاد صغار بدايه العشرينات هنا، شفنا الحاجات ده. ما بالك ناس شافوا الحاجات دي كبار ولسه يجي يقولوا لي حاجات ثانيه. انا غايته ما عارف. الحقيقه دي حقيقه، كان في إيكواتوريا، كان في سقط لقط، كان في النيجر. الحق ده حق. انا حقي فينا يا اختي ديدي. I really appreciate you. وانت والاخ اتيكا قاعدين تجيبوا عناوين واضحه. الزول الدارج يقول دلو، يقول دلو في الاطار ده. انا جيمس ده بنقول له ده بقول بس دلوي، الا ما حلمش يطردوني ده يقول لي اسمع، بنقول له يا اخي ودين نيديو هي. انا طوالي بقوم بشيل شنطتي مجتي دي وبقوم ببقى مارك، ولا بزعل ولا شيء، بس بشيل المجه بتاعتي بمشي بقعد وبعاين بس وبسمع باذنين. انتوا قاعدين تعملوا الحقيقه. انا دي للامانه التاريخيه. وانا قبل كده جبت لكم رساله قلت لكم يا اخي الطلبه في السودان وفي مصر كلهم قاعد يشيدوا بالبرنامج بتاع إيكاتوري فورم ده. الكلام انتوا قاعدين تقولوا ده لسان الشارع. انا ما عندي ثاني حاجه اكثر من كده اقوله. حاكرر الكلام ده قدام اي زول. الزول شايف الكلام حقي ده غلط يقول لي يا جيمس يا اخي انت لا انت غلطان. انا ما قاعد ازعل من الناس. حقي فينا يا اختي يا ديدي. ادي فرصه لزول ثاني. شكرا.
شكرا، كلامك مظبوط، كلام قوي وكلام سمح. بس عجبني كلام انت قلت لو شفت القطر ماشي بس ده إيكواتوريا انت بتطلب فوقه طوالي.
والله دي طوالي اصلا ما بزعل انه القطر ده ماشي وين يا اخي. الاجنده بتاعته شنو؟ بس تاوقت كده بالشباك لقيت إيكواتوري ببدا بركب حتى منطقه بسيط كده. انا بنزل ولا بزعل انا اقول انه ماشي وين، بس بنزل بقعد قبلي. لانه نحن يا ديدي انت شايفه بنات الوضع نحن فيه ده ما داير له درس عصر ثاني. يجي يفهموك يوروك. انا تباري بس اهلك مش وين بوك تمشي معاهم، قالوا شيء ما يعجبك اسكت ساكت عن بعينك تاكل لحد ما اهلك يؤمنوا ونلقى حقنا. لكن other than that والله ما بمشي مع الجماعه الطيبين ديل. انا عارف خبايا الناس ديل كلهم حيجي يوم انا يوم بقوله حق الناس ديل. انت فاهماني يا ديدي انا قاصد ناس منه.
شكرا. شكرا شديد. إيريك أنت قلت داير تقول حاجة؟
Yes, thank you. I hope you hear me. Okay, good. Earlier I was talking. I think you didn't hear me, guys. And I want to say thank you very much, Brother James, and welcome to Mr. J. I see you here, Jay Freeman, and also Mr. Robert, Mr. CJ again, and Mr. Christian. Appreciate to be here. Well, there is something you mentioned earlier, Didi. Very important. One of them is about this rally, the coming rally that they are planning. Like I said, this thing we have to kind of study it carefully as Equatorians. We don't want to be again suckers and be used as a punching bag for these greedy, cruel, opportunist politicians who are playing roles, um, who are trying to so much entice us to this false notion that we are all one people and we all stand for one thing. If really those oppositions, and I'll say this because I know, I say opposition because this is the ones who came up with the program. I mean, I know the regime, but when you talk about something like that, you have to question this. Equatorians have always been dragged into many times into something that we have noticed that we are always been used. Like I said, started from SPLM, it started to IO, and it started up to this moment opposition. Let's look at the back again in the time when those guys tried to use, like you mentioned earlier, tried to use Equatorians and let's make intifada, as they call it, intifada Shabia for South Sudan. Imagine they want to talk about intifada Shabia, which is ridiculous, in a place where there is warlords, tribal militia who don't respect human rights, don't even respect you as a citizen. They want to force their own tribe above all the others and say they are the one who are born to rule. So this is a dangerous time for Equatorians. Dangerous time for Equatorians not to fall for anything. We have to be very careful. That's why I said it's better to be wise than to be fool. It's better to stand for your ground than to stand for nothing. Okay? Like I said, always Malcolm has said that, a man who has no stand for nothing will always fall for anything. You know, and the saddest thing that I see our people are always easy to be gullible when it comes to the fact that some people wanted to incite us and entice us to fall for it. I'll give you an example. Recently now they talk about the rally. Let me be honest with you. I have nothing against those people, but I have to ask our Equatorian to really dig deep into their heart. Do you really think this is a good idea? Let us look at ourselves. How many times we've been used? Right now we have a case, my fellow brothers and sisters of Great Equatoria. Our case is different from South Sudanese. Let's put it clear. I want every Equatorian to know our case is different from all the South Sudanese right now. We are calling for separation. Every Equatorian joins such rallies. They are jeopardizing Equatoria's future to be a nation. Because if you want to be a nation, it's time for Equatorians. I hope you guys in Facebook are listening. It's time for Equatorians to really start their mission. Coming together for the purpose of Equatoria, not coming together as political parties, raising flag of political parties. Even when you raise a flag of political parties, even you show me dictatorship. You show me that you guys are not going to be there. But I don't want to go there right now. I want Equatorian to really be wise enough and wonder why these people are doing this. They have tried many ways. They tried to use our people before in the rally in South Sudan to fight against the regime. They were waiting for the sacrifice of our people. How many people of ours is now in the Blue House? How many of them have been murdered and unknown names, unknown faces, unknown, destination where they are, if they are alive or dead, unknown. And yet they still want us to use us. Do you know our lands are not going to come back if we are still in the one South Sudan? Do you know that economically we're not going to gain anything, but we're going to lose? And they guess where they're going to take the money? They're going to take it from Equatorians. Even our land will be collateral for those mistakes that happened by them who are non-Equatorians. And I'll say this is not hate, this is the facts, because we have to be honest with ourselves. What are we gaining from this unity? I know people don't like this word, but what are we gaining? We were once a north and south one country. We were known as Sudanese. Today we become South Sudanese. We separated because we believe that separation is to protect us from not being the class citizen, not being used. Why now some Equatorians are trying to sell themselves cheap by afraid to say, yeah, let's stand for ourselves. But they like to waste their time on nonsense. They like to play hypocrisy. They like to play that they're cowards. If this is where we are born, then it's better for us not to be born, not to even exist as Equatorians. Because if Equatorians cannot stand, and we are the one outside, we are the hope for these people. Back home, they are expecting us to do something, to raise their voices. They're looking back for us. You know how did we come here to those countries? They brought majority of them is from Dinka. Let me be honest. They just majority of them because Dinka were the ones said that this land belonged to them. Lost Boys, mostly are Dinka, and then others from Upper Nile. But majority of them are those Dinkas. Why they did that? They have a purpose. They have a program. They have an agenda. Is to let them lead the country. Do you think if those things that is being called unity, do you think we will ever get anything? Up to this moment, we didn't even have anything inside the regime. Instead, they're just using us as puppets. You got Waniga, you got Lomoro, you got others. Even our generals, so-called generals in South Sudan from Equatoria, are used as puppets. What else they did? Now in opposition, also they're using us. Let me be clear with you guys. It hurts, but let's be honest with ourselves, because I don't see genuine honesty. The worst thing about it is dishonesty. If the dishonesty is being played on us, we need to take action. We need to take our decision. We need to take side of ours, not being undecided. You know, how could we allow ourselves to be under this failure? And we have all the opportunity to change it. But yet we want to be envious, haters. You know, we want to create groups of ours just to make ourselves like, you know, because we don't like this person, so we have to make a group, even though they know what we're saying is true, but they will go and create a group. Do you think you're smarter? You actually are fools. You don't even have power in your hand right now. You are powerless as Equatorians. Let me be honest with you. Equatorians now are powerless. If you want to maybe to break it down, we are powerless. We have nothing. That's why you see our powerlessness when we come out in the social media. We cry when our people get killed. Oh, we need to come and get a weapon. We need to do this. Why don't we do it when we have the chance to do it instead of talking, crying about it? When we come up here, we're trying to wake your conscience, my fellow Equatorian, instead of you sitting silent and then you want to. But if anything funny, entertaining, shamarat, shatime, you guys are very good at it. You want to go and sit down and listen to that nonsense. Talking on nonsense. I wonder how many people have teenagers in their lives in Western countries. What are they going to be tomorrow? Because in the worst, the difficult time for a child is when they come to become teenagers. Because teenage life is the most difficult time where child decides this is where a person begin to, you know, leave childhood mindset, going to, you know, face reality of adulthood. And there is a lot of confusion because the hormone itself, genetically, if you talk about the biological challenges, they will face that. So it breaks my heart when I see our Equatorians are wasting their time on things that has nothing to do with them. And now they're trying to manipulate us to go all to rally for something that we don't even see any benefit. Let me tell you the danger of this rally. Your case will be dismissed if you join such rallies. I'm just telling you the truth. Don't let it. We work hard to make sure that this case of Equatoria be raised up. And we don't want to see our people get diffused. And I know some cowards will go. I know that because I know for a fact that some Equatorians who don't see value, they don't value themselves as men and women, they will go there. Let them be upset. Let them say I attacked them. I don't care because they always want to do that. But it's better to tell them the facts. Let them cry now before they see it later. The same thing Wani Tombe used to warn Equatorians warn Equatorians about the issues that's going to happen to South Sudan, in particular, Equatoria going to suffer for it. Equatorians ignored Wanitombe. Majority of them act like they're very, nationalistic. They're very wise. They don't get persuaded by such fear monger. They call him a fear monger guy, like he's trying to put fear on them. But he was putting up facts, putting the truth. Let's wake up. Let's decide in the right way. And then what happened? He failed. So what happened? What I mean, not failed, not him failed, but the people of Victoria failed to understand him, to listen to him, and to accept his advice. You know. And so now today we're paying the price of what happened to us, that we joined something that is not ours. Today we have the chance to protect our land, our people. So if you want revenge for your people, you want justice for your people, Equatorians, it's time for you to stand for yourselves and don't stand for South Sudan. I'm telling you the truth. There is no way you can save South Sudan. Those who try to be a goody goody two shoes, you are just wasting your time. Be yourselves, guys. Be Equatorians. This is the identity that we have. They're trying to divide us now. You could see even they bring some crazy people like, um, you know, and I have to put this clearly. I mean, it's sad. I have to mention this guy. When I look at John Cheng, the way how they bring him there, it's a propaganda. They're manipulating this man, and this man is playing the same card for them, and they're trying to create this confusion among Equatorians. Just when you listen to such words coming out of that guy's mouth, you understand the danger that he's causing to some of us in the West. And I pray to our Equatorians down there, do not fall for any. If you see any Equatorian coming with a spirit of division for Equatoria, that we are Central, Eastern, Western, or I'm from this tribe, please dismiss these kind of people, because we are Equatorians. We are not East, West, or Central, or any tribe. We know our tribes. Our tribe is like who, who you belong, like who's your father. But it does not mean that you are not part of the neighborhood. We are a big family. We are cousins, nephews, families. Greater Equatoria has a history. Anyanya was the biggest identity that could even tell us like a history of Equatoria, why Equatorian came together to that understand that we need to fight against the Arab North, because they're trying to destroy our culture, our history. And they fought hard and they won. But what happened? They betrayed by one from Upper Nile, a person from Upper Nile coming and betrayed them. We repeat the same mistakes again. Are we going to repeat this failure again? Let's learn from it. Let's not fall for such things that anytime these guys come up with a program, they come up with a program to benefit themselves. The same people who are betraying each other in their own organizations. Look at them. They divided themselves into two. Do you really think those people have a loyalty to the people who are suffering? Do you really think those people will care about us, the people who are dying, and care about you, Equatorian in particular? Before they used to call themselves cousins, nephews. They are related. Dinka and all these people in Upper Nile, they're related. So, okay, if they're related, we're not related to them. Now they want to call us we are Lua. Some of us are Lua. What does this mean? They're trying to manipulate our mind. And then we see some clowns are falling for it. Let us not fall for such lie. This is the dangerous game they're playing. Like I said, there is a Trojan horse from all sides coming into our castle, coming into our, place of safety, our fortress. We need to be very careful. These people are trying to penetrate our fortress, our castle by any means necessary. That's why they're playing any game they can. And when they use this politics of going, let's rally, guess what they're going to talk about? It's only the regime, because even you could look at the language. Even recently, they're not agreeing on each other on Gering. Yesterday, you could see that when we talked about Gering legacy and the SPLM, you see some people were mad. They went out there and they used the same people who used to mock Equatorian, like, why you want to separate? You cannot separate. And you guys just need a hug for Equatorian. Equatorian forget everything because they're angry. Like, they're mocking even our self-determination that we are calling for. We were not part of this hell hole called South Sudan today. We were called Equatorians. We were known as Latu Enclave, and we will make sure that we return back that power back to our people. Today, even Russia, right now under Putin, he's trying to reclaim back his Soviet Union. Okay, if you look at the fight he's fighting with Ukraine, it's not about because he's actually intimidated by US. He's trying to reclaim the cities that fallen. Equatoria never even took anybody's land, but we had a legacy. We stood against time, against many people, against enemies that came outside, from outside to inside. We stopped them. We had weak elements within us. We have stopped them also. So let us not allow the weak elements today to challenge us in our true identity as Equatorian, our true freedom that we are looking for. To be free as an Equatorian, you need to speak for Equatoria, speak as an Equatorian. Don't be shy, don't be afraid. If any political party would try to silence your voice so you cannot speak as an Equatorian, then that political party is an enemy. If that political parties are not respecting your right, and we have seen them, they divided. And now they want to say, let's come and rally together for this DC, whatever. What are they doing? They're playing game. You don't know what is hidden behind it. John Garang, the same thing, say, come together, let's all fight as South Sudanese against this regime of the North. And then when he goes to the North, we are all fighting for the new Sudan. Do you know what the game is? Today we are paying the price of that because we were naive to follow. Let us not follow something because it sounds good. Let's question it. The only thing that is unquestionable and is real and genuine is Equatoria. Once your land is safe, protected, and secure, then you could say, yes, I know for sure Equatoria it worth everything. It's a price that cannot be paid or sold. This is something you cannot buy or sell it. But when they're trying to diffuse your name, trying to silence you, trying to make like we are South Sudanese, first of all, I'm not South Sudanese. South Sudan belongs to those people who ran from the south, from the north, because they are Sudanese, but we're not. They ran because of slavery. If you look at the history of Upper Nile, majority of them, they were not from the south. They ran from there. Even you could see them today, they are fighting each other because they have a trauma that happened to them culturally. Equatorians have never been in that kind of situation to run. Instead, they were divided by territorial empires. You know, they have to cut our countries, carve it into like many countries. They took some of our lands to Uganda, Congo, Central Africa, and Kenya for a purpose of dividing us or weaken us. But still, Equatoria still hold their ground, especially Equatoria in the south, in the part of Sudan. We are the strongest among all our other brethren in Kenya, Congo, because we still have loyalty and patriotism. We are more patriotic about our identity, about our existence, than those who are back there home, because there they have been mingled with those cultures. They forgot their self. They forgot that they did that to them so they can destroy them, and they did. That's why you see to them, they're over there. They are living in a confusion culture, a culture that does not progress. The only progression is that living the life of like, there is no tomorrow, but everything there is a tomorrow. That's why you see the West progressing, because they always think about tomorrow. They build for tomorrow. They don't build for today. Yes, they build it here, but actually it's for tomorrow. Doesn't mean that they have to neglect today. They focus on tomorrow as the progress for them to be in the top, because they don't want to see their enemies destroy them. So I don't want to go far, but let us think about this, and let's be careful of these people who are trying to call us out, to gum with them, because they are the same people who mock to say, you know what, if you guys, like, if there is few people, I'm not going to come out there because it's waste time. Imagine, even the few people of Equatorian who were out there made a lot of difference. We made a lot of difference for our people, because today the voices of Equatoria are known. Today you could see all of these clowns are talking about separation, even though they don't like it. They talk about it in a negative way. They talk about it in a negative way because they see us, we are dangerous to them. You know why? They hate the idea. They hate the idea. But we will stand our ground. As Equatorians, let us not fall for such thing called rally for them, because they are rallying for South Sudan. And we don't want to fail our case as Equatorians, because Equatoria case is bigger and important. Trust me, Equatoria have more power to be a nation among all the people in South Sudan than other regions, because Equatoria have that power. We already been part. We have a history that can support us. We also have the community and the culture and all the evidence that can be collected, even the incidents that happened to our people, the murder, the targeting killing, that those of the Dinka tribe are coming to us to eliminate our people is already documented. So you're going out there, you're just putting yourself in failure. Last time we went for Ayo went in, and Equatorian is still suffering. Equatorian is still crying. Equatorian looking for a leader. Equatorian is still confused. And now we see another's coming to play us. as we are all one. And they call themselves opposition, and yet they divide themselves into two type of opposition, one and two, which is ridiculous. We cannot be one and two, and yet they will act like, oh, we are all united. They're not. If you guys divided and then you accuse other person that he's tribalist, even you're the one who instigating that this Equatorian gentleman is actually anti-Dinka, that means you are not united. You are not for the good of Equatorians. Just to accuse someone he's anti-Dinka. And he never spoke about anti-Dinka. He never spoke even for separation, but yet you're the one who creating this false notion that he is separatist like us. And what we are calling for separation, it's not anti-Dinka, it's anti-injustice, it's anti-crime, anti-occupation, anti-tribalism, anti-SPLM. Those are the things that we are worried and we want. Anti even the economic failure that is going on in South Sudan. So we know what we're fighting for, and we have a case. If we want to make our rally, we make it our own, Equatorians only, because we want to show this is who we are. Let the world know Equatoria. Let them not know South Sudan. South Sudan is dead. It's already died in arrival. So there's no reason for us to continue calling ourselves South Sudanese. I wish Equatorians who still putting their feet in and feet out to wake up and decide before Asanserik Takorenak, before this elevator cut your leg, or whatever the train move and you cut your leg in the middle because you still don't know what you say. I will step in the train once the train start moving. That's ridiculous. You cannot step in the train because the train is moving. You will die, definitely. You'll be cut in pieces. Have you ever seen somebody waits until the train moves, then he jumps in? Only he has to be a mental person, or he had to be, I don't know what else I could describe, but that's not going to make any sense. So I will leave it here now. I'll give a chance to I think Mr. CJ or Mr. Robert, if you're there, please go ahead. But I just wanted to make sure that this rally, we have to be very careful on this rally that they are trying to promote. We will not accept that rally. Equatorians, if you're a nationalist, abstain from it. Do not even join it. Do not even be part of it, because this talk about South Sudan, we are Equatorian. And let them know the country is already divided, so let us be our own. So go ahead. Mr. CJ, are you there? Yes, please. Go ahead, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. Oh, sorry for delaying anyhow. Thanks a lot, Hello, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, fellow countrymen. This is CJ. My greetings to you guys, Dishes and Brother Robert, Brother James, and Jay, as well as Lily and Cristiano. Appreciate and all who are watching us, and as well as Equatoria. Well, yeah, indeed, what you have brought up is really the truth, the reality that we're living, we've been living ever since as Equatorians. I would like to pray for those of us, our loved ones who have lost their lives in our home country of Equatoria, where people are suffering day and night in slaughtered, killed, rape, and all that. That God may be with them and help protect them. And the situation that we have been going through these situations is really sad and tragic. Yeah, let me get to your topics. Indeed, when it comes to your topics, for Great Equatoria Perplexity and the many Trojan-Horses, well, that is exactly the truth that we're living. Yeah, of course, we know the story very well, the story of Trojans. Of course, there were people who were actually the native foreign inhabitants of Troy, the country named Troy, of course. The Trojans were people that live in the city of the state of Troy on the coast of Turkey. But then the sea, Aegean Sea, that means, around the 12th century and 13th BC, yeah, the history, if for those who might have come across it, the story is well known. How come about those people later on, after, the city, of course, were having higher walls and very, very well arms, with these people inside and all that, the ancient time, people used to have a long war like, today's war between Israel's and the Arabs. Yeah, it was meaningful, but later on, of course, the enemies, manage, but means let's say the invaders manage to get in and destroy the city after all. Well, that is exactly our story, guys, ladies and gentlemen, particularly Equatorians people, wherever you are, in South Sudan and worldwide. So when I look to this history of our country, of Equatoria itself, it is indeed same story that we are now going through. If I could recall in the early days around 70s, how those so-called Dinkas have managed to sneak themselves, time after time, how they managed to sneak themselves and penetrate the city, get in there later on. But by then, Equatoria was not that easy for somebody to get in. There was law and order. Everything was in order in this place. Whoever violates, whoever went on violence using any kind of violence, he will of course be automatically comforted by the law and orders, including the civil courts. Also they were there. I could remember people like Andrea, who used really most of the time, when the Dinkas used to come in and to Equatoria and do all these kind of rubbish, they're always being brought up. So to an extent that, in their area where they managed to get into it, to be his board, when they feel, for those who wanted to go to Equatoria, to Juba, which is by then the capital city of Equatoria, you have to think twice, you don't have to mess up with anyone's around. So Andrea was there, so serious. Whoever messed with Equatoria by the time will have to force all those things. So again, time went over, and yet, we could see those people start killing innocent civilians along the way, of course. And then comes the time of Nimeri, of course. When Nimeri came to the government, President Nimeri, of course, is a revolutionary guy. He was actually a Communist Party, came and joined Communist Party, one of the Communist Party members. They joined and make the coup. The coup results into them taking over the country. Yet Nimeri himself, went through some hardship and attempts, assassination attempts, yet it was the South Sudanese by then who managed to rescue the guy so successfully, So by the time, if you could see the country of Sudan, majority of us imagine that, you wouldn't have imagined majority of the army forces were black. But what was that? They were always, lower levels, of course. Mainly, the highest could be a surgeon. That was a surgeon or drill surgeon or all that, that was the positions. But we were there completely. Yet there was one attempt who are said to be by Nubar against overthrowing the governments. They were, of course, called racist and all that. And it was really not easy. They were forced by a serious attack from the regimes, and most of the men, when you did any attempts of coup, it will always result into what? Killing all these gangsters, the ringleaders and all that. That was the situations. Yet, as black majority, hopelessly, we were unable to do anything. for years, for all these years, not until when, of course, we got the self-autonomy. Now, in the self-autonomy, as I've said, everywhere managed to step in. That was when it was in a similar way of how the Trojans, the story of Trojans, this guy came in and started working all these things, pretending that they're Southerners and they're Equatorians, they're fighting side by side with us, they are our brothers and all that. Then look out, the result was a setback. They began to twist things and all that, dominating and all that, which results later into what is Kokora. Now, with all this been going, again, suddenly, without any prior, for instance, attention, so means calling people to come and so that they could, without any earlier plan that could gather all the Southerners together, then you could see people like Garang coming up, leading the SPLA. For a while, the first attempts, of course, they were trying to take over the entire. That means, of course, they were fighting to control the entire country and get rid of the Equatorians, punish the Equatorians for what they did, these decentralizations, which didn't work. Suddenly, along the way, Equatorian went on joining. We don't know whether Equatorian has prepared itself or not. At the end of the day, the result was, of course, throughout to 2005, 2011. Today, if you can see them, those people, and the way we are forcing, it's really terrible. They're facing today, that country is terrible. It's exactly the Trojans. They're now in there. As you can see, they're everywhere. First of all, their first target, of course, is Equatoria. It was the Equatorians' fault that we showed them during the Civil War time. Our people went on in a good will, thinking that those are our brothers and sisters. It's unfortunate there wasn't, despite all these rubbish things. So today is the things that that is what we are facing today. To make it short, yeah, the picture today in Equatoria regions, particularly when they manage, when those people have managed to when they reach the point of declaring or considering Equatoria as the capital city of the South Sudan, that was the most serious things that we are now facing. That's how they get in and start controlling everything, of course. So to this day, despite all these revitalizations, peace deals, and all that, people, if each and everyone would have supposed to go back to their respective area, they wouldn't do it. Now they've begun to get in, try to find a way that they cover that, the country is all for us. No, it is not, guys. What we as Equatorian civil association groups and nationalists at the same time were calling for self-determinations. The reality, the truth is that, in the absence of equality and justice, I don't think there'll be any probability that, we have to hold on and stand with those people. Leave alone that, to this day, you could see their internal displaced people are still in Equatoria when they're pretending that there is peace and stability. If you were to ask any one of them, they will say, okay, there's peace. The peace is just only for a limited amount of people. It's just only the Dinkas and Nuer who are now enjoying all that privileges, not the Equatorians. The main purpose, of course, extermination of Equatoria, kick them out, and you could see them day after the other trying to give away the nationality, what's South Sudan nationality to anyone, to any foreigner. When it comes to Equatoria, no, it's restricted. It's almost a red line. So that's the situations where we are in. Is it acceptable? No, it's not acceptable. Yeah, it's a sad thing. For us Equatorians who kept on looking at that situations, we are in this situation now, the Trojan horses, where there are more money down there. They're all over. There are those who pretend that, oh no, they are innocent. No, they're all of them. They're the same. So for me, I like the lady that says, I want to say that, when he was asked, of course, when he was about asked to rent his house to one of those elements, she went on rejecting, saying that, no, where are you from? He says, no, I'm not a Dinka. And he says, no, you all look alike. Come on. Now we don't know about that, but we know you're all the same. I'm proud. That's reality. So Equatorians need to wake up and stand and do everything in their power to let the people out of their plans and areas. Because after all, the intentions clear. The intentions are clear. So unless we stand firm, there won't be any probability of Equatoria standing. So it is for us and for generations, our youngsters as well as the generation to come. This is going to be a war that will have no ends. Don't you buy what's so-called all together? No, we're not together, guys. We're not all together. The way how things are going in that country today, where you could see two tribes elements, they are pretending that they're big tribes. The third in line will be Shuluk, without even looking to Equatoria. That means most of the time we're ignored. So the good news is, the God of Israel and the God of the universe, is most of the time whenever we feel, it's always standing with us, whatever we do, despite our weakness as Equatorians. Our weakness before all those guys, as you can see, we're always in conflicts. Yet looking to those people, they are very serious. They are determined. So it is for us Equatorians to stand and say, enough is enough. It is now time. The only thing, one thing that, I feel concerned about is that, the major points, our land, of course. Secondly, our languages, tradition, heritage has to stand. Whoever comes and start targeting our unifications as Equatoria, unity as Equatoria, we're one family, as says Didi and the others before. There's no doubt, we're one family, guys. So as a family, we need to stand. There are conditions whereby we'll find yourself divided, but division shouldn't cause you any problems. You should always come and look to the big picture, not the other way around. Because after all, despite your divisions, remember that, as family, when there's divisions, in time of death, in time of need, you're always together. You're always side by side. So this is the way how we look to Equatoria. If you're an Equatorian out there, you need to come up and stand for your people. Because what is going on in our country today is like this horse. And with the kings, those people were so wise. When they were unable to penetrate the history of the Trojans, when they were unable to penetrate this city, what they do is that, they brought their horse after a long dispute and fight, which results into a failure. And then this says, they went on giving a gift to the other side, trying to give a gift, because in the 12th century, that is the way how things were working. You can give a present to someone. Then when those people of Trojans, they went on giving, the Greeks, went on giving the gift to the others. And then they went in, give it to those people. Those people got it, though they were intending to burn it, yet there were conflicts among them. The city, those who are in the Troy city, they say, okay, let it brought it in. When they get it in to the palace, of course, to that city, and then look out, what happens, later on, they went on spreading all when all those people are drunk, they wait for that, they were celebrating those celebrations, then after they get it and start killing those people. So this is the situations we're facing. As Equatoria, we need to be very, very serious, very, we need to be wise enough to understand the tactics of those people. Now, in the Facebook, as you can see, day after the other, people seems to be bringing people to unifications. This is not unifications. Don't you get deceived. You're the targets, those people are inside Equatoria. We need to get them out. Tell them we have 3 regions. Everyone has to go to his respective region. If you are to come to my regions, then you need to respect my laws and orders. And we need to see that, that army, also called cessation facility and the collective army, is yet under the ongoing situations. If we kept on silent, the way how we are, when things are going there, all going, as you can see, the main point is to unify the 2 forces, which is the Dinka militia and the Nuer militia. At the end of the day, Equatoria will have nothing. If at all, people like NAS were to come in and be joined. Remember, look at your rates, how much, look at your percentage. How many percentage will you be given as Equatorians? Nothing. You will have none. So collectively, if we were to say, there's a collection of this national army, if at all we were to put it in a way that, everybody is to be satisfied, look, what will be the ratio of Equatoria? So let's not deceive ourselves out there and say we're for unity and we are for that. No. What we know is that, the way out, there are 2 ways for our separations. Of course, through referendum or the other way around. So at this particular time, every Equatorians need to understand that we are in danger. Leave alone that, there were some article that was being brought up today, if I'm not mistaken, about the situation of South Sudan. South Sudan is under war, in a war. South Sudan has been in a war for a long time, for all these periods since 2013. Equatoria has been targeted in 2016, killed, displaced in millions and all that. So the war is there. It's Equatoria. We are now in self-defense. Every Equatoria. The way how it works in America with the terrorists, Remember, America was under threat some years ago. Yet they decide to come up with an articles in their constitutions, which is probably, they came up and says, everyone has a right to arm. That is in articles within the American constitutions. When people went all over arms, we didn't see any longer any terrorists that could go around and assassinate people. So Equatoria, you need to have this example. You need to stand for that, whatever you are. Because we can't keep looking to those people kicking us from time to time, displacing us, murdering us, hanging us up. Imagine all these tactics. And then they can come tomorrow and say, oh, we are brothers. No, nonsense. Or unity. So to this end, guys, let me yell back. Thank you, Rika, for the chance. Again, I'll be more than happy to answer any questions if at all any of you have that. Thank you.
Just give the chance to the next speaker, please. Didi?
Hello?
Take over, Didi. Okay.
Am I here?
Yes, I can hear you. I
all right, I'm sorry. All right, thank you.
Thank you. I think thank you so much, Steve, for all the input, the brilliant input you put in. I think I'll give the chance to Robert right now. Robert, welcome.
Hello.
Yes, hello, Robert. How are you? Welcome.
I hope my voice is clear.
Yes, you're clear. We can hear you.
All right. The first thing I wanted to say is I just need 2 hours to talk.
Go ahead.
Is that granted?
Yes.
2 hours? Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, our young sister or daughter Didi, CJ, Odosi, and Jay, and of course Mr. James Dongolawe. Well, this is a very crucial point that you have brought up, as always. Let me go straight away to the problem in South Sudan, of course, which is actually SPLM. It's truly that, SPLM is a Trojan horse that conceal themselves into the issues Southern Sudanese by then complain against Khartoum. And those complaints were based on things like federalism. However, this federalism now has not been materialized in South Sudan. Complain about displacement of Southern Sudanese from their ancestral lands. This is actually going on in South Sudan worse than that Khartoum actually did. Although some of us were displaced in Southern Sudan by then in Khartoum, but it was better. We actually located a place called Jaborona, Rashetan, Anas Mandela, Hajadel. That was much better. Now, the displacement in South Sudan cannot even allocate for you Rashetan. And that is a tragedy. People are instead displaced and kicked away from their ancestral lands to go to other countries that they believe those people belong to those countries. Lands are also now legally allocated to people that the lands don't actually belong to. Domination of top military positions. That was another complaint. Now look at the South Sudan. Who are those dominating military top positions? And of course, I don't want to let you ask me or ask me to say who are those dominating, and religious persecution of Christians. People might say, actually, maybe South Sudanese now are free to practice their religion, but incidents have actually happened, especially when those people in, I think, in the area of Western Equatoria or Lanya, when people were forced to drink alcohol and people were raped, the church members, they were beaten. That is a religious persecution. And of course, we have seen also the worst to the extent that a bishop-elect, an Italian, was shot. And that is actually apart from other priests who are actually killed in South Sudan. So that is called also religious persecution, worse than what Jalaba did.
Yes.
The compelled Islamization. Well, maybe there's no compelled Islamization. But we were complaining about Muslims. However, look at what this SPLM is doing now. Having more relationship with the people whom they are actually complaining about, and even bringing them in order to kill other people. Arabization. Well, Arabization that we are complaining about, SPLM has actually now, we do understand there was a request by SPLM that South Sudan should be actually in Arab League. Now, that is a contradiction. I'm not saying they should not have a relationship with them, but why not put in your passport there? I don't have that passport even. Why not put in your passport like what Sudan put before in their passport that all countries accept Israel? You can also target some countries which were actually helping Khartoum to destroy Southern Sudan by then. However, things have turned around under that thing called SPLM. Discriminatory laws. We're complaining about Khartoum, that they have discriminatory laws. Now look at South Sudan. What kind of law is very just there in South Sudan? That is even worse than the Khartoum we're actually complaining about. Economic marginalization of Southern Sudan by then, of course, especially after oil was actually discovered in Southern Sudan. Now, where is the oil now? Is everybody now enjoying that oil in South Sudan? Of course, it is the same SPLM now that actually dominated everything that has to do with oil. Worse than Khartoum. Political marginalization of Southern politicians. Well, look in South Sudan now. Do politicians actually, those who are actually non-SPLM, do they have a freedom to express themselves? They are every time in and out, in and out. They come out, they crawl in, you know. There's no freedom of political, there's no political freedom. Assassination of Southern Sudan leaders. Yes, Khartoum did it. How many people were assassinated in Uganda by then? Those of Saturino, Hore, a lot of people, you know. Now, has SPLM actually stopped that? That is even very worse than what Khartoum was doing. To the extent that they go to other countries, kidnapped people from there, and slaughter them in Juba. Worse than Khartoum. Torture of our young Southern Sudanese in the White House. Some of you might actually remember that White House, when a lot of South Sudanese students they did the demonstration in 90s. People were tortured and all this. Some people fled to Uganda. They are arrested. Some people tried to flee South Sudan. They were arrested, taken to the White House, and killed there. Now, do we have a White House there? Of course, the name is not there, but it has turned actually into a blue house. Maybe that is why Museveni is saying we are blue people. So because of that blue house. So agreements shredded, in which one of the most notorious politicians, called Abel Aliar, wrote a book that, too many agreements dishonored. Now, let me say agreements shredded. These were the complaints that we are talking about. Now, how many agreements are shredded in South Sudan? Now, of course, several. Theft of Southern Sudan natural resources. Now, is it not going on in South Sudan? Have we stopped that? Of course, SPLM truly came under wolf skin, and they're the one now enjoying those natural resources of South Sudan. Divide and rule of Southern Sudanese. Now, are we united? It has even become very worse because people are divided based on tribal lines. Some tribes thinking they are the first class. And Dr. Luca Byung talked about that. I don't want to go there, but that is the reality. Domination of the state TVs that we are complaining about Khartoum. Southern Sudanese were not allowed, to practice their culture or, to practice their identity into national TVs. Now look into South Sudan. They are national TV. Have you seen everybody participating there? And of course, you are seeing people speaking in their own language, expecting other people or the whole nation to understand it or speak it. That was the complaint we were complaining about against Khartoum. Of course, Jonglei Canal. That was one of the complaints that people claim that, we rebelled because of Jonglei Canal. Well, there are rumors that, that thing may resume. And to me, let it resume so that the people who are fleeing actually the flood, okay, can also be secured in their own place. Northern militias killing Southern Sudanese. Now, how many militias do we have in South Sudan? Tribal militias. What are they doing? We have seen what happened in 2013. Let me ask you a question. Which of the above is now addressed by the SPLA? And of course, I don't want you to answer. You can answer it within yourself, digest, then tomorrow you can also come and speak your mind. Realistically speaking, SPLA or SPLA came really in a wolf skin and has exposed herself to now South Sudan to the maximum. And it is this SPLM now taking South Sudanese back, continuing the wars of all tribal wars. As for those who call themselves opposition groups, to me, they have failed to unite themselves under one capable leader against their common enemy. And their future is very blurry, is very dark because of that. People are just pretending like they are doing something, but in reality, it may take them centuries and centuries if they cannot understand the importance of unity in order to push that SPLM leadership out. But of course, we have also some oppositions who are using the same name. Of course, the last name of SPLM is mostly in some of the oppositions. So that actually gives us a hint that these people know what they are doing and what actually took them to the bushes of South Sudan. When it comes to fellow Equatorians, following people waging mostly war in Equatoria, and after appeased, ignoring Equatoria concerns as a region, those people are mostly dangerous individuals against Equatoria. And they're even the worst people. Equatoria might actually have a bleak future too, if those who call themselves opposition or separatists are not able to come together and stand tall. Please stop tribalism and divisive speeches against fellow Equatorians. Whether you are separatist or you are unionist, we all have a common ground as Equatorians because blood is thicker than water. However, it is actually a non-plus to me. It is not a surprise at all because people have inherited that mentality that they are better than other Equatorians, which is why I'm much concerned about a good number of Equatorians who once, called themselves separatists, but have been mobilized by some people who think they are better than, the current Equatoria separatists. They only call themselves separatists if they are cornered by some of those who call themselves political heroes or heroines. Don't get me wrong here, or don't misinterpret that Ogede doesn't want us to go to other forums. My own view might be different from you. You can go to any room or any stream-yard show and hear what people are talking about, but know who you are. If you don't know yourself, then nobody will tell you that you are this, because this is not the world of South Sudanese now, in which somebody can tell you that no, you're a good person, you are this, you can do this. No, it is all about competition. Go there to any forum, including those insulting you, but know yourself. About the rally that Etika has actually stated, I have not actually heard about that rally, but yes, most of us in the Western world have staged rallies before and signed petitions against the former rulers in Khartoum. But what have we gained from those rallies? Only death, division, occupation, and so on. May the Heavenly Father of Equatoria forgive those with ill intention against Equatoria and our dreams. Thank you very much. I hope I did not actually spend 3 hours. Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on. Let me shoot. Hold on, guys. Just give me a second. Yes, it's Samani. Okay. اتفضل. I want to say thank you, Brother Robert, for your great words, and I really appreciate what you said is true. And I agree with you on all points. So let's give a chance to Mr. J, and then from there, we will actually come to a point of putting some point of discussion on that matter. Mr. J, are you there? Sorry.
Don't hesitate to ask me any follow-up question if there's a question at all. Thank you.
Oh, yes. Sorry.
Thank you, Odysseus. Thank you. I'm here. Thank you, Robert. Thank you, CJ. Thank you, Didi. Thank you. Thank you very much. And thanks, James, as well. Thank you. Thanks for representing Equatoria's innermost moral imperative for self-preservation. Thank you. Equatoria's struggles against occupation, aggression, and hegemony has just started with the new generation. For us, we're old. We've been fighting and fighting and fighting, particularly after 83. That was when we finished our junior high. So we are older, you're the younger generation, so we're passing on the torch. The aims to liberate Equatoria and the aim to fight for the self-determination of Equatoria is in agreement with all the principles of international law. So you shouldn't be afraid. Asserting yourselves, asserting your needs, asserting your moral standpoints is legal under any principle of international law. Thank you for your enlightened collective effort and persistence. I've been following and listening to you kids talking, and I'm glad that we have you around to take up the leadership. I don't know if there's any intricacy or even confusion about who Equatorians are. I don't think there's any. You know who we are. We are ancient. We have very ancient cultures, values, norms, and traditions in the Nile Valley. The cradle of human civilization started there with us. Even humanity itself, the genome started with us. So we know who we are, period. There's no discussions about that. Our cultures, our territories, geographical territories, in the green belt agroecological zones of Africa. It's one of the best agricultural territories. When you go upwards, there's the Sahara. Come downwards, I don't know if many of you have been to South Africa. It's not that good really for agricultural productivity. We know who we are. We know what we stand for. We align ourselves with nature. When it's time for the rainy season, everybody takes up his horse and they go and they cultivate. And then the time to put the grains down, we do that. And then there's time for harvest, we do that. We align ourselves with nature. That's tremendous discipline that Equatorians have. We know ourselves, we know who we are. 95% of Equatorians are perfect for agriculture. None of our people starve. Always eaten well. Temperatures are perfect for human evolution study. That's why we moved on. We moved away from the hunters and the gatherers, errors, and we move away from the nomadic. Many tribes in South Sudan, they still have. I mean, in Equatoria, they still have names relating to cattle, but we don't see any prowls around. We've moved away from that. Moved away from following animals in the jungles. We have moved into sedentary, cultured, civilized societies. That's weird. If we have problems, we sit down under mango tree and we sort it out. We talk. We talk and talk and find solutions. Problems get solved. Life moves on. That's who we are. That's who Equatorians are. We are the peace that the world is seeking for. We already found it. It was inbuilt into our cultural fabric already. Criminality, believe me, didn't even have thieves stealing food, goats, cattle, chicken, because everybody has his own. See, that's that. So the topic relating the intricacy and the confusion, I will bypass that by now. Concerning the subversive groups, supporters of the enemy, part of us engaged in espionage and sabotage, the enemy within us, the enemy in our midst, the traitors, the fifth columnist. Believe me, even during the Anyanya liberation period, the time I was born, 72, 73, I think. These people were already there. They've always been people who side for some reason, for one reason or the other. They side with the enemy. They engage in all these sabotage and espionage and traitor activities. But the best thing you can do is to rise above that. They're always going to be there. You're not going to avoid them, but you rise above that. You stick to your objectives and move on. I was born in a very difficult period of time where trivial human variations are used as yardstick for social differentiation. They were also used to construct social inequalities and stratification, whereby different social groups were ranked higher or lower, worthy or not, in the process of distributing not only justice, rights, and social goods, but also your survival. Some say it was done out of ignorance. Others believed it was intentional. Others, some believe it was laid down a long time ago, but we didn't see it coming. But the main reason was to subjugate us, to subjugate the Equatorians. The idea was first to subjugate or to regain long lost territories. Because when the Arabs moved into Africa in 6th century, between 6th and 7th century, they pushed a lot of those tribes southwards. And there was an attempt by John Garang to regain those territories back, to regain that glory, to regain it back, to take it back from the Arabs, to unite the people in the Nile Valley in that common fight to regain those long lost territories. It didn't work out. It costed the prophet his life. The independence of South Sudan was not part of that fight when it started. It wasn't. We didn't know if Garang didn't die. I don't even know if South Sudan was independent now. So it leaves a lot of hazy thoughts in my mind. But I'm not going to go into that as well. It's speculative in a way because we don't have the answers, clear mathematical answers. We don't have that. We can speculate and speculate and speculate, but we don't have that. We're scientists. The question now is that why should people obey a system that oppresses and destroys them? Why should you do that? Why should you? Do we have any moral obligation to do what a state that oppresses you, a state that destroys your existence, a state that doesn't want you to even sleep at night, a state that doesn't want you to learn how to build up your society after so many years of destruction by the Arabs? You gain independence, and the same state just doesn't want you to settle on your God's given land so you can bring up your kids, bring up your family, feed them, teach them, educate them, sensitize them. You don't get that opportunity. It's just your way. That justifies Equatoria's call for self-determination, for independence directly, to join other regions, to join other kingdoms, just to escape that fate where you're always being oppressed, where you're always being abused, where you've always been humiliated. So the demand for change, social economic transformation is legitimate. To create a better society for yourselves and for your children, to take the responsibility of decision making into your own hands, it's justified. It's justified. And according to all the literature that I've been reading, I know people demanding for their rights to be themselves have ever lost a fight. So I am very, very glad that the modern generation, the younger generation, has taken up this fight. We did it during the fight for the independence of South Sudan. We didn't sleep. It was the same like we had a channel, it was called Sudan Net, out there fighting with the Arabs, arguing our case. And you people now have something called Clubhouse, Facebook and all that. So you're gonna use all means necessary to obtain your objectives. Equatorians are fair. It's inbuilt in our culture. For us, a political community is a cooperative scheme. It's aimed at the production of benefits for everybody. Security, transport, clean water in the ponds, and education, health, and so forth. To enjoy the benefits of this scheme without submitting to the restriction is a free ride. We knew that when we were growing up. You have to go and do your part in cleaning the pond so that you have the clean water. You have to go out hunting. You have to go out fishing. You have to go out to the field and help mom and dad grow the food that tomorrow we're gonna eat. We're gonna take care of the cattle and the animals in the family. Not very many of them. There were so few. The citizens owe a debt of gratitude to their community for the benefits the community and nature itself provides. This debt is owed regardless, and it is repaid through obedience to the community's norms and rules. It was inbuilt in our cultures. We didn't need a European and Arab to come and tell us that. We already have it. It doesn't matter what you've done or haven't done. That's your right. It's a right. The citizen freely consents to that authority and binds himself or herself to that authority by obedience. We already had that. We didn't need any conventions. We already have it inbuilt into our cultures and into our sense of right and wrong. In my culture, I'm duty born. I'm bound to obey the laws of my people simply by virtue of my membership in that political community. My duties to neighbors, to friends, to family, they're all points. That is the point. A daughter owes her parents honor and respect simply because she's their daughter. It doesn't matter what she has done or haven't done. It doesn't matter. My religion preaches about loving my people, loving my neighbors, about doing unto others as you wish them to do unto you. And the European came, and the Good Samaritan defines natural rights, duties, and obligations of fair play. That's an addition. We didn't reject it. We didn't say, hey, take your religion, because we could identify with it. Not with the guns, not with the exploitation of our natural resources or our manpower. That we disagreed with. But some of the things we agreed with, education, we agreed with that. We took it upon ourselves. We love schools. But to be able to go to school, you have to be able to sleep at night. You need that peace. To be able to go and teach. You need to be able to sleep at night. You need to be able to have that rest, the restitude, to read, to study, to pray, to talk to your people. If that was taken away with us overnight, we have belief in personal benefits. That's your personal benefits. It's your right. We acknowledge that. We also acknowledge social benefit that benefits everything. We acknowledge that. It was inbuilt in our cultures. Principles of benevolence. Help those in need, but don't hurt them. It was inbuilt in our cultures. Principles of paternalism, assisting others who cannot assist themselves. It was inbuilt in our cultures. Doing no harm to others was inbuilt in our cultures. Principles of honesty, don't deceive others, was inbuilt in our cultures in Equatoria. Lawfulness, following the law, was inbuilt in our cultures. Principles of autonomy. I'm not gonna go dancing today. I'm just gonna sleep. That's my autonomy. It was inbuilt in our cultures. Principles of justice. That's her rights, his rights. The process, the due process. Under that mango tree where we sit and we talk. It was built in our social fabric. Fair compensation sometimes. And fair distribution of benefits was inbuilt in our cultures. The principle of human rights itself was inbuilt in our cultures. With an addition from the Western cultures, the universal legal guarantees with inbuilt civil, political, social, economic, cultural components aimed at promoting and protecting general desired human values of freedom, justice, and equality, development, dignity, peace for all in the village, in the area, in the region. We took that upon us to supplement what we already had without shame and without fear. We accepted some of these principles. We took it upon ourselves to build our welfare further. Freedom, justice, equality, dignity, civility, peace, of values that was sacred for the farmer. And now, they're still fighting for these things that we already have. They're destabilizing the same things that they're fighting for, that they're looking for. These are the values that we need, that they need, that societies grow upon. These are the values. You destroy the same thing you're looking for instead of embodying it and say, how do you do that? Hey, we do it through socialization. We socialize ourselves. And now we're moving further. We're even socializing our kids to become doctors and lawyers through education. We're socializing our kids. We already socialize them into the cultural fabric. We socialize them into the ethical fabric. Now we're socializing ourselves to something even more. We want the kids to become pilots, to become agricultural engineers. You name it. We had the capacity to do that. We could sit for hours and hours under the mango tree reading a novel. Our kids could do that easily. We catch languages easier. We learn faster because we have the predisposition to do that. We have the intellect. Our bodies are sufficiently nourished. Our temperatures are good. Our nature is beautiful to look at. It keeps your mind neat, rested. It can capture anything. It can read anything. But today, see what we have. We got sucked into all these chaos brought up on us. It started with I don't want to say it started with slavery, basically, followed by colonialism, and then the neo-colonialism from there. And now this occupation from people, we thought, I think we could find some arrangement out so that we could coexist. Until now, we couldn't. And now see what we have. Violent armed conflicts, immense human insecurity, suffering and displacement and prostitution, severe food insecurity, failure to disarm, people who have carried sophisticated weapons. We don't even know where they got them from. We see refugee crisis, failures in administration and justice, and even in the customary law that we used to have. It has all become inconsistent. Even in the regulation of justice, which we used to do under that mango tree, is no longer possible. Legislation and oversight. We could not ensure civic, political, even social, economic, and cultural rights anymore. We could not diversify even the media. The rule of law disappeared. Protection of children disappeared. The decentralization of decision making, so that we can learn how to do things, disappeared. Everything is done in Juba. Even representatives you elect, they're taken out with a decree. Oh, we elected him. Oh, the president took him out. But why? Employment rights, human resource and skills development become tribalized. Meritology, even in employment, meritology. Right man in the right place. It's tribalized. Forestry, abused, exploited. Industry, nothing coming out. The environment is completely kaput. Education is even worse affected. Kids are on the run all the time. They're on the run. Now, most of them are settled in the neighboring countries, being educated by curriculum of foreign countries. Some are in Kenya, some in Uganda, some in Zaire, some in Egypt, Ethiopia. Different curriculum. Curriculum is supposed to equalize, it's supposed to create a level field of understanding of the world around us. Now, are these kids going to relate to each other? I don't know. Health. I don't know. We can't even live to be over 60 years old. High maternal mortality ratios, high under 5 mortality rates, higher rates, morbidities and mortalities due to even simple diseases like malaria and tuberculosis that could be easily controlled. Power is, electricity is not even there. Infrastructure, you spend 4 hours to travel 100 kilometers. Elections, forget about it. And I'm not even going to the political rights. I'll leave that for another time. the civil liberties that we're supposed to enjoy. I'll go into that. The process of democratization itself is not there. And this is supposed to be what creates the mutual trust and respect between the government and the citizens. It's finished, it's not there. The government will treat the citizens, or the states, or the counties equally, but segregated all the time. The allocation of resources is done differently. Salaries for civil servants are not paid. Promotions for civil servants, military, police, you name it, are done according to established, are not done according to established norms. We have a long way to go. So you kids need to start revising the key human rights terminologies. You need to start revising that. You need to start attaining a deep understanding of social indicators so that you can use it in your arguments. And I can go on and on and on and on and on, because I am angry and I hate being treated like a second-class citizen. I've done my part, and it's your turn. I'm passing on the torch. I've got a lot of things that I could share with you people, kids, to come gradually. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Wow. Wow, I really, I don't even have words to say. This is really so deep. Like you spoke of the mango tree. I feel like right now, like we're sitting all under this. Sorry, you spoke about people sitting under a tree. I felt like we're here seated under a very big mango tree, and we listen to you talking. It took me way back even to Equatoria that I could not even have an idea what it looks like right now. But this is a turning point really, and it made me feel so connected to even to the land and to the ancestors, and with deep emotions and tears even from within, and tears running down my face listening to your voice talking. I just wanted to say thank you.
Didi, can I add? Sorry.
Yeah. Yes, please.
I just wanted to say this to Mr. J. Did you have expressed it enough? My dear brother from Equatoria, I sincerely, love your wise presentation. This is a presentation that young Equatorians must listen to. May God continue to bless you and give you a long life to educate not only Equatorians, but other rational South Sudanese who are in empathy with the suffering people of Equatoria. This is a speech some of us wanted to listen to. A speech that touches somebody's heart. A speech without insulting anybody or calling any tribe. But a strong speech that people can really take into heart and say, yes, somebody's speaking. Brother, thank you so much. I just interjected because what you have spoken about had actually, made some of us to shed tears because you are touching our hearts. This is a kind of talk that we're expecting from other Equatorians. I don't know how old you are, But based on what you stated, that you were born in a very difficult time, I can read between the lines that you experienced that suffering, whether it was in the camp or somewhere else. That's why you are speaking from the bottom of your heart to people to listen to you. I hope rational people can understand what you are talking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Thank you, Didi. Hate is just an emotional response. It's the extreme dislike, when you dislike something. Hate is the extreme of it. Hate is also a deeply rooted psychosocial response when you feel trapped, when you feel hampered, when you feel abused, when you feel humiliated, when you feel hurt. If you don't hate sin or the sinner or the person doing these things to you, then you're basically sick. Hate is generally associated with anger caused by negative experience, such as injustice, political oppression, and hostility. So if somebody is going to prevent you from expressing your feelings strongly, they have a problem. And they have a problem. It's not you who is being oppressed, who is speaking strongly, who should be accused of hate. The three main responses normally associated with hate. You put a distance, where normally friendship and alliances and closeness, when those friendship and alliances and closeness become threatening to your existence, you put a distance. And that's what's happening around. You look around you, even among ourselves, you become afraid. You don't know who to trust. Equatorians become afraid of each other because you have some Equatorians who are working with the government, brothers, your own brothers, working with the government. The government takes them in. It's a calculus of differentiation. I favor one, I reject another. Then you've divided them. As simple as that. You favor one and you reject the other. Then you have separated these two brothers. Recognizing your dislike, however, when you really hate something because it's hurting you, it gives you passion, it gives you strength, it gives you courage, motivates you. It makes you overcome your fear just to remove that pain away. It might also result in the devaluation of previously valued subjects, objects, you name them, devaluating. We also see that in social media, you see that. You see how they're insulting each other. This devaluation is all resulting from that pain, from that hurt. This is psychology. Furthermore, hate is also a psychological state. It holds the promise for you to be able to stand up and fight, so that you remove the source of that pain, that discontent, that suffering. You have to remove it out because you can continue on like that. It has to end so you can have a normal human existence. And this links hate to the concept of self-preservation. If something is bad, it is bad. If something is evil, it is evil. To self-preserve, you need to fight it. You can't fight if you're laughing. You cannot fight your enemy if you're laughing and you're happy. You can't. Hate crime is different. It's motivated by bias. That's hate crime. Hate crime is motivated by bias. It's not logical. cause for your hate. The struggle for the essence of Equatoria is not motivated by bias. Your suffering is real. People are dying. It's real. People are being pushed away from their localities. It's real. It's not a bias. Kids are not going to school. It's real. People are dying prematurely. It's real. It's not a bias. So nobody should accuse you of hate because you speak strongly about what you like and what you don't like. Hate crimes are different. They normally target people because of their membership in some social groups and political affiliations and social class, some ethnicity, like what's happening in Juba what happened in Juba in 2013. That's hate. Because it's targeting people of another ethnicity simply because of their ethnicity. They haven't done anything wrong. They haven't stolen anything. They haven't done anything to subject them to that. That is hate crime. Strong political assertion of your needs with this clean water. That you put it up strongly that you need clean water doesn't make it a hate speech. Because you demand for peace in a strong language, it doesn't make it a hate speech. And you're not belittling anybody, you're not insulting anybody, you're not disparaging anybody or a group or an ethnicity simply because you're asking for your rights. Or you're asking to take responsibility of your life into your own hands so you can learn to provide for yourself. But I also repeat, the line between hate speech and strong assertive political speeches can be very blurry. So it's up to you as an activist to find that line. And when you choose the side of objectivity, you normally don't go wrong when you're objective. To be objective means you have to do your homework, you have to do your research. Don't go out and just start bluffing. Make sure you do some research. Make sure that your thoughts is aligned with some existing theories or whatever you call them. Children are not born with hate. We're not born like this. It is constructed by circumstances that we found ourselves in. But we can also deconstruct it by doing the right thing. What else can motivate you to take up a gun and fire it towards a person who's raping your mother, raping your sister, raping your wife in front of you? If you don't have the power to say, listen, I don't like this in a strong terms, somebody might understand it as hate. But that's what you have to do. You have to protect yourself. And it's one of the things that it's one of the weakness, ancient weakness of this person who grows stuff, this person who grows trees and food stuff, this person who grows things. He's not a murderer. He doesn't take things by force. He's ethical. We share that with the Jewish. They've been on the run for 2,000 years. From the time they left Egypt, they've been on the run until they put themselves together and win the state of Israel. And now who can fuck with them? Nothing. They have it all and protect themselves. Very tiny nation. surrounded by I don't know who, such and elephants, and I don't know what else surrounds Israel, but they can protect themselves. And they know how to make friends, good friends, committed friends, friends that can come to your rescue when you need them. Now, Equatorians will have to learn that for the first time so that the kids cannot be exploited as slaves. That's 600 years ago. 700 years, I can't remember properly. Farmers need to start to learn to protect themselves. Compulsory military training after high school, I don't care. Has to be done. You don't need to be afraid of God. You need to be able to handle it. Protect yourself. You're a peaceful human being by nature. You are a peaceful human being by nature. And that's why it's been exploited for many, many, many generations. And your cultures are very strong. You belong. You're resting yourself. You're content with what you have. Your children that have been taken into slavery up to now, 600 years later, in America, in Caribbean, you name it, they're still restless because they lost that connectivity. Some of them even are trying to come back from Ghana after 600 years. They're still yearning to come back and reconnect. And that's why we're here, because we long to reconnect with what it genuinely is. Yours, what's you, what makes you who you are. The plains and in the savannah and the green belt agroecological zone, green and cold, the fruits and the vegetables, you name it. I talk a lot normally. Excuse me. That's it. Let me say thank you. Thank you once again. I hope I won't interject for some. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. If I were to ask a question, I know you said you talked a lot, but believe me, that's not even enough. Listening to you, yeah, it's almost like make one to be ready, really, like, the emotion that rushes in makes you just like saying to yourself that no matter what, I will never cease fighting, because I know the kind of people you mentioned that Equatorians have been taken advantage of because of their kindness, and because also, the other thing you say, that we are so content. In the side of we're so content, I could see like Equatorians will never step, even one step or step a foot outside Equatoria. They're so content to be in their four corners, or the three corners, let me say, You go up to the west, you go up to the east, come down to the central. We are very content. We are not lucky, Even our neighboring countries, we don't go there. Only just Zuruf, the war, took us to the neighboring countries. But otherwise, we are so content. The neighboring countries used to run to us into Equatoria during their wars, and they will live there in Equatoria until when they have peace, they'll return back home safely also. But kindness brought us so much grief, and we've been exploited here. Some people took advantage of us, and some within us took advantage of the fact that knowing that Equatorians, they are very kind, their people are very safe people, and their people are very patient. Imagine, very patient people and very disciplined people, And some people are thriving in this. They're making use of this against Equatorians, and I could see this kind of people, and it really it breaks you down sometimes when you see it and when you listen. Equatorians nowadays, in a very little disagreement, Equatorians will break into pieces. You know, everybody is like almost they're just like a fire, you know. But what is really bothering me is that we cannot get that fire to backfire it back to our enemies, but we use that fire to attack each other. There's a saying that people say that an iron sharpens an iron. Today, when Robert says something to me, I need to listen. Even though that thing hurts me, I need to listen. And I need to reason out, or I need to challenge Robert. But I don't need to run away from Robert and rebel against Robert, or against James, or against you, Jay Freeman, or against CJ, or against Etika, or against any Equatorian else, and then go and sell ourselves out or fight against Equatorians. We're supposed to be a people that, before even mingling ourselves into different nations or different people, we should first look into ourselves. Are we safe? Can we control this intermingling? Can we protect ourselves? Because we have become so comfortable that we are ready. Even we are so ready to be really diminished. We are ready now to the extent that the way that I see the speed that we're going into, like this, if you give 10 years later to 50 years, there will never be something called Equatorians. And this is just a lost cause of generation. And you ask yourself, what is this? Is this a curse that has befallen us? Are we cursed? Or are we doing this, accepting this upon ourselves? Because if it's hands, we have hands. If it's legs, we have legs. If it's heart, that these people have become heartless, we can also become heartless, just for the sake of survival, just to survive, to save ourselves, save our generation. Now Equatoria has become the dwelling home for the entire country. Nowhere is getting developed. No one is settling back home, but Equatoria is the place to be. It's the safe haven to be for anybody other than Equatorian. Anybody's safe to be in Equatoria today, but you, the Equatorian, you're not safe. And you're the outcast. You cannot call yourself as an Equatorian. Now Equatorian is open to anybody. And you cannot even talk as an Equatorian. Even if you had to say anything that is going wrong at home, you will be attacked. Sometimes we had to even be defending the Equatorians, which are not even running for Equatoria. Just because they are Equatorians and they spoke out, they will be attacked. They will be belittled in the face of the media. This is what we have become, like what you have just spoken. We have become a no people at all. Our dignity is gone. But we act like as if this is normal. We forgot so quickly that before SPLA, we were people. And that's what I keep saying. Even though in the days of decentralization, I will never regret Kokora. I will never, not in my life. I was not there, but I will never regret, because I knew there's a generation that have endured peace in the days of Kokora. And it breaks my heart to even that one of the brothers have confirmed to what we've been saying every day, that this Kokora, this SPLM has been created as anti-Equatoria. If you're an Equatoria, South Sudan is against you. This word South Sudan is against you, yet you sing every day. One people, one nation, minus you, is a remedy to destroy you and to finish you. The new generations of Equatorians are not the children of Equatorians. They are not purely blooded Equatorians. Can you imagine? This is a different Equatoria that is coming. And this is a weapon that has been formed especially for Equatoria. And the master craftsman for that Trojan-Horse is that very John Garang, which is resting 6 feet under now. He has crafted this very well. People are crying that, the legacy of John Garang has died. That the manifesto or the plan that John Garang has for South Sudan has died with him. No, it has not died with him. It's the very legacy that the young people are now executing in Juba, in Equatorial land, because that very SPLM was created as anti-Equatorians, and if you're an Equatorian, you're existing today. This is the bitterness, the vendetta that was carried against your ancestors, against your fathers, against your relatives, against your very people, your mothers, that have fought hard for you to exist, for you to continue to have that home. But today we spit on their faces and we say they are wrong. We chose a different path, and this path we're paying for it. It's like almost تقول واحد كتلك سم في محل, and your parents have told you, don't go over there, you will die, you'll get poisoned. But after they're not there, we went over there and we ate the poison. That's what is happening to us today. And we're acting so confused out of fear. I just wish my people will wake up. Thank you. Thank you, Kami.
That's going to change now. Conflicts are inevitable with any human interaction. Even within ourselves, we have conflict. Each and every conflict has its own moral force, reason, attributes, incentives. Our conflict is a bad conflict because it leads to negative social changes. But good conflicts are actually the underlying machinery that drives positive change. If you don't have problems, why change? If a guru madekan maginaga gigaero malo, magigaero and mafi mushkila fogo. When the Arabs attacked us in the 6th century, in 7th century, they conquered North Africa, they forced the indigenous people southwards and they intermarried. Intermarriage, there was also rape and all this kind of stuff that are happening now in Equatoria. It happened to the indigenous African tribes in Northern Africa by then. That was, I think, 7 years after the death of Muhammad, I don't know. The underlying object of the Arab conflict with the South was an attempt to continue that invasion, which happened in the 7th century, to exploit the African continent, to Islamize the African, to Arabize the African tribes. And the Anyanya and its leadership started the War of Liberation in 1955 to get rid of that, so that they can get back themselves, so that they can preserve themselves. This is not a conflict about looting oil money. It's a conflict of self-preservation. And there was no South Sudan then. There was Equatoria and there was North Sudan. Most of these areas, I think, I'm not going to go into deep about that, but most of the areas that they call South Sudan today, it was actually part of North Sudan. And the North Sudanese had problems with them. I think they call it the Southern problem. It was not Equatoria. Equatoria was not part of the Southern problem, like Itika said right from the beginning. He got it right. For the SPLM party and its leadership, the conflict with the North Sudanese Arab was to unite the non-Arab tribes to fight and reclaim their long-lost territories, long-lost power and glory. Political control of the Nile Valley, the cradle of human civilization. That was the grand idea of John Garang. Costed him his life. We know these things. And when you know something that 1 + 1 is 2, you don't think about it anymore. That's it. You move forward to solutions. When you solve an equation, alas, you know it. Oh, that's the answer. When you've accepted your faith, oh, that's it, I'm a Christian. Kalash. You don't even go thinking about it. Oh, I'm mortal, I'm going to die one day. Yeah, kalash. You don't go thinking about your death every now and then. So you can focus on what really matters. The SPLM party and its leadership, unfortunately, after independence, the Dinka chose to continue that policy of expansion, which was supposed to expand and reclaim, to unite the African tribes, and then fight to reclaim the long lost glory. It was turned southwards. Also, thinking about this global warming thing, the erratic climatic conditions, and then you have these lush savannas in the green belt, agroecological zone, perfect territories, building materials, you name it, stones, brass, you name it. 95% of the land is good for cattle for what you have. They want to expand into that. That was actually probably one of the things that nobody talks about, or probably talk about it, but not clearly. But I think that's really it. They chose to continue the policy of expansion, the Dinka hegemony of oppression, of exclusion of non-Dinka ethnicity in decision making, to get their self-interest. They scramble material, resource, self-enrichment, power, and influence. The Nyanya, it was about self-preservation, our land, our country, our people, our children, survival, our territories. But for the SPLM, I don't know, it started out differently. I don't know. Was it there? But then it turned out to what it is. And here is at its pinnacle, is at the podium in the process of putting this dream out, making it a reality. And it's resulting in cold-blooded murder of innocent civilians. The total breakdown of rule of law. The destruction of what we've constructed with thousands and thousands of years is broken down. The social fabric is completely broken down. And these people are in the camp. Like many conflicts in other parts of the world, the root cause of our problems has an ethnic dimension. They try to deny that. There is an ethnic dimension. There is a difference. Categories for the human brain is a natural thing. Languages, I'm not even going into cultures. Categories. We categorize things. It's normal. And then the tribes come in. And then the religions come in. And the political ideologies come in. We categorize things. It's easier like that. Easier like that. Makes it easier for us. For the farmers of Equatoria, a tribe is a social division, it's a category of a group of people related by blood or marriage. Children are born and socialized into the tribe. They never chose it. You're just born into it, boom, alas. And you socialize into that, including the language and the ethical 10 points and all that. And then you develop a clear and unique view of who you are. Now, giving people the space just to be themselves is not a crime. It should be a legitimate demand. Just to be themselves. Let them cultivate whatever they cultivate. Let them grow whatever it is they grow. Let them eat whatever it is they eat. You don't have to come all the way from there to come and destabilize me and chase me away to the neighboring countries because what? For what reason? Why? Why do you do that? Why do you come all the way from Baragazal or from Boer to come and chase me away? Why? What is it that you don't have in your country that you have? in your locality, that you have to come and get it here? Why is it that you're not content in your own locality? Why? What's chasing you away? What's the problem? What's disturbing you? That you have to come all the way from there, from Wadi Halfa, for example, when we talk about the Arabs, you come all the way from Wadi Halfa to Equatoria down here. What do you want? Is it my resources? What is it? What more? I don't even have resources. I'm just a farmer. What's your problem? Can't you exist by yourself, with your families, with your relatives, with your cousins, and just be content with that? Do you have to come and disturb me here in my own backyard? Hundreds of kilometers? The individual is a mortal being, Didi. But his or her tribes are symbolic of eternity. I die, you die tomorrow. But our tribes, they live on in the piece of land that we have to also live forever. For us, the farmers, tribes are the first association that we have with eternity. And it's in both directions, past and future. The family is the unit of the tribe, the primary institution of socialization, which is the process by which children acquire the behaviors, the perception, the values, the norms, the attitudes of that group. And they come to see themselves as members of that group, distinct from the other neighbor. And sometimes they make marks on their faces, sometimes on their body, just to identify who they are. We don't build walls like, I don't know where. We don't plant gardens like in England to limit our territories, or draw maps like the Germans. We carry it on our bodies. That too has to be respected. The tribe provides us coherent cultures, identity, a sense of self. This is me, this is you, that's them. And most of all, a territory, a piece of land. And that piece of land is very sacred for the Equatorian. Sacred. The farm is sacred. The land is sacred. It's where God molded you from that soil. That's what my people used to say. So, major events for the cowboys, whether it's birth, whether it's marriage, whether it's reparations, whether it's crime payment, whether it's punishment, whether it's death, whether it's ceremonies, revolve and involve the exchange of cows. We don't have that. We sit down and we talk. A union between a man and a woman, even one to which children have been born, will not be socially recognized unless cows have been exchanged. Oh, for us, we just give some bows and arrows and spears and, arrow water. That's basically it. Compensation for crimes for the Dinka, including murder, just them paid in cows. The life of these people revolve about cows. Even the most highly educated, they stoop down to that level. So civilization happens in steps, and those steps are very, very, very painful. To move from a gatherer's hunter society to a herder's society, and then to a farming community, and then to a pre-industrial, that's farming, to industrial, and then now I don't know where we are, postmodernistic, or is it modernistic? It's very, very painful steps, and it can take many, 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 many years. For me, as a pastoralist, a cow is beef, it's milk, it's hide, which we use for sleeping at that time. It's in modern terms, it's shoes, it's belts, buttons on my shirt. And Didi, the Sudan of Sahel region is an ecological zone that spans from the Sahara in the north, the tropical humid climate zone in Senegal. And you know what? Between 80 and 87% of pastoralists in the Sudan of Sahel region live below the poverty line. Regardless of all these cows that they have, they still live below the poverty line. 90 to 95% of conflicts with non-pastoralists are cattle related. 88 to 90% of all crimes involve the pastoralist. 60 to 71% of all death in this region involves conflicts with pastoralists. Structural poverty generally is statistically significant among the pastoralists in the Sudan Sahel region. Pastoralists are food insecure. You have 1,000 cattle, but you're still hungry. Most conflicts are related to cows, proliferation of weapons. Cattle are spoil of wars, ethnic divisions and rivalries over grazing grounds, abnormal seasonal migration, which doesn't even support development. I read somewhere about clinics following migration of cattle herders, schools. You pack your blackboard and books and teachers on a Land Cruiser and you drive and you go and find where these kids have moved. How do you deal with that? And the effect of climate change are coming, and the demographic growth, and the changing production systems, becoming more technological and all that. And the pastoralists are not adjusting. The adjustment is there, but it's going so slow. They neglect modernity, which we already have. The farmers already have. It's just a matter of taking the next step, using agriculture to move to the next step, the industrial period. And then boom, we move forward and post-modernistic and I don't know what. I talk a lot. So you have to stop me because I can go on and on and on. So thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. J. I actually would love to invite you in this coming days, or maybe we will arrange a time and date that we can actually bring you in, so we can have a one-to-one discussion, and you might even give us a brief narration on the history and what happened during your time and the time before you, based on your knowledge, also based on the history of our people, Great Equatoria. So I really appreciate your wise words that you've spoken, and it's inspiration. You are an inspiration to us, because the more we hear from our elders and those who have lived in the time of time of hardship, you give us this encouragement to continue the fight. It's almost remind me those who fight for their revolution and for their land and their people, because we see a lot of people in this world, when they face injustice, they will revolt, and this is natural. It doesn't matter who you are, what kind of skin color you have, But when there is injustice, injustice must be, terminated by what? By revolt, by people revolting against such injustice. So I do appreciate what you have done and what you've spoken, and we will take your word seriously. And I would love to bring you in, arrange time and date we can actually have one-on-one, and also you can give message to our Equatorian young and old alike, what Equatorian need to, because we have responsibility here, and we need Equatorian to really take it serious. I want to also welcome Uncle Ladu. I would love to hear from him. And before I give him a chance, I just want to remind, maybe to refresh the room for those who are here just recently. We said this topic was created for a purpose of trying to delve into this perplexity that Equatorians are in. If you look at it today, there is a lot of bombardment coming every corner, every side against us. And that's why we defined it into the, I know most of you guys know about the Trojan War or the Trojan Horse and the city of Troy, and the story of the Iliads, if everybody know about that. It's a ancient Greek, I could say literature or story, but it has some truth on it because it was, there is a city called Troy, ancient Troy. It was in Turkey, and I think Mr. CJ earlier narrated it. What we are talking about, this Trojan horse became an example to the failure of people when they realize, like their own mistake. So it's just so complex that you cannot even imagine the consequence after what you do. Once you know the Trojan horse, you invited the Trojan horse to come into your house, and that's what exactly happened. And the interesting thing, or the ironic of it, is Odysseus was the one who thought about this Trojan horse. He came up with the idea to destroy the Trojan, because remember, Odysseus is a Spartan, from the tribes. I mean, not exactly Spartan, but he's from those tribes where they were fighting against the Turks, or the Trojans, which is in Turkey, and they did defeat them. But it was Odysseus who came up with the plan. Even they punished him for that later, for what he did, because he tried to deceive those religious people. But anyway, this is not our point. But my point is, the Trojan horses are facing us right now as Equatorians. You could see our house is being challenged. You see us politically, and like earlier I mentioned, politically we are undermined. Militarily we are challenged. Security-wise, our people are in constant threat. So this thing is no longer something to be, tolerated or accepted. We must rise up against such crime against our people, and we must stand firm and take a decision, take side, not wait and be neutral, because we always mention this to our Equatorian brothers, because this thing is dangerous. The more you're neutral in a time of war, then you are giving yourself a bigger gap where you can actually lose the war. We have always been, silent, reluctant to take action for our side, and even reluctant to speak for our rights. We always want to relate ourselves with others who don't even relate to us. In the matter of our issues, when we talk about Equatorial land, Equatorial region, Equatorial people, economy, cultural wise, even land wise, these things is so much different from the other side that we are now facing, because the other side want to occupy, and you can see the occupation is happening as we speak. And then, of course, the enemy has a strong power right now because we gave them that power. We allowed the Trojan host to enter to our house. Today, Juba is like the city of Troy invaded, and now you could see those enemies of Troy are coming in, breaking everything inside us, trying to divide us, and they're still working in division of us. The only thing that is still stronger that they cannot divide, like I said earlier, is our Equatorian identity. This identity is so sacred that if they go up and down, they go to hell or heaven, they will never break our people on that identity, because this is who we are. And thanks God to our ancestors who have left us this legacy, and we will continue. I know, like you said, Mr. J, and I appreciate you said the enemies, the traitors, the cowards, they will be around us. But we don't have to lose focus, because our main focus is to save our people. And our message to our people down there, we're not giving up. We will have a way for getting you guys out. And I want to remind our people earlier, I mentioned one thing. This rally coming that they're trying to plan, Equatorian nationalists, I tell you straightforward, and I'm responsible for this, do not participate in it. Because if you want to, that means you're actually failing the case of Equatoria. This rally, let the South Sudanese do it. But us Equatorians, we already know what we're doing. We cannot join ourselves with people who do not even acknowledge, appreciate, or understand the consequence that we have paid after what we became a nation of South Sudan. We are part of that failure. We're not, I mean, they say we are part of that failure, but we're not, because we never even participated in the government. Those who are in the government are only puppets. Those are the ones who are used so they can go and manipulate and exploit our land. Today, our lands have been exploited, the minerals. And I see someone here, a gentleman by name JJ, said that Nemuli is sold. And I will tell him this, Nemuli cannot be sold, my friend. You know, this land is ancestral land. I mean, they can try to make contracts, all that. They don't belong to them. Who have the authority? We, the people, the native of that lands, not them. They invaded us, even economically wise. We're going to talk about, we will have a discussion on that. Equatorians, the only way for us, the only solution is our separation. To self-determination is nothing that can destroy us, but instead going to build us. Because right now, these people are trying to create this, this what do you call fear monger. They're trying to scare us that, oh, you guys cannot succeed, you cannot separate because you guys are part of South Sudan, and we are one people, and the world will not listen to you. We don't care about the world. You know how what matters to us is our self-determination. We determine this, not them. We're the one who going to speak how we want to live, not them. Nobody can come into your house and tell you how to live, where to sleep, where to eat, how to eat, and whatever. No, you own that house. It's yours. You pay the tax to the whatever those government, but in the end, it's your house. Nobody can come into your house and dictate where to sleep and where to eat. So I won't go far. Let me give a chance to Mr. Uncle Ladu, and then later I will come up. Yeah.
Well, just give me 1 minute.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Like I said from the beginning, conflict is inevitable, but combat is optional. That's number one. Land and self-preservation are everything for the farmer. The only thing of essence. These are the only two things of essence. Equatoria will mobilize, will organize, will arm should not need be, and will fight furiously for the survival of its people. The next generation of Equatorian leaders, I hope, will bring a new mindset and a different set of answers to challenges facing us. Thank you. Thanks.
I just wanted to thank you too. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
السلام عليكم يا جماعة يسأل تسمعني بس
أهلا وسهلا تفضل سيلفيا.
Yes.
Yeah. أولا خلينا نسلمكم في المنبر ده ونسلم الناس.
Uncle Sylvia, just a second. I just wanted to say to our brothers from different countries who don't speak Arabic, Uncle Sylvia will speak Arabic, but we will try to translate later if you don't mind. But he will speak in Arabic, so yeah, bear with us. Thank you. Tfadal, Uncle Sylvia.
Yeah. So السي البرادة بتاعنا جاي يتكلم فيه حقيقة يعني هو لمس حاجات كتير ووجع بتجريد إيكواتوريا والأفرض نحن نعمل شنو عشان نحفظ الأرض ده أرض بتاعنا الغالي ده عشان نحفظه. رسالة كان كتير يعني الناس بيذكروا إنسان ده ما كل معلومات قدر يتكلم في منبر ده. لكن أنا داير نقول كلام بسيط، أنا ما داير، لأنه كثير فعلا نحن في كأنه في الصراع الإعلامية مع الناس اللي عاوزوا يدمروا جريد إيكواتوريا، أبناء جريد إيكواتوريا في وجود بتاعهم في أرض بتاعهم. نحن في الصراع، لأنه كل اللي بيحصل في جريد إيكواتوريا ده هم قاعدين ينقروا فيه، قاعدين ينقروا، يعني كأنه ما في حاجة حصل. ونحن بنعرف على أساس إنه القاعد يحصل في جريد إيكواتوريا ده إزالة بتاع أبنائنا، وده شيلوا الأرض بتاع جريد إيكواتوريا. الجيل الهسي بتاع أبناء بتاع جريد إيكواتوريا عنده مهمة صعبة جدا جدا. ده بالنسبة لي مهمة صعبة. ليه؟ لأنه المسؤولية ده نقطة على اثنين، إنه لابد إنه جريد إيكواتوريا دار يحرسوه بعد النضال بتاعنا. إذا نحن بنقدر نعمل النضال ونرجع جريد إيكواتوريا زي ما كان أجداد بتاعنا خلوا لنا، يبقى الجيل هذا مهمة بتاعهم إنه لابد إنه الخطأ أن نحن وقعنا فيه في 2005 لغاية يوم الليلة، الخطأ ده لازم ما بتكرر مرة تاني أو مرة ثالث، بيكون مرة ثالث، لأنه المرة الأولى كان يتكرر في 83 في كوكولا. المرة الثانية دي في 2005 لأن الجيل الحسي لازم يعرف تمام على أساس هذا الخطأ لا تكرر نفسه في فيوشا. دي مهمة بتاع إنه نحن دايرين نحرسوا جريد إيكواتوريا، نحن دايرين نمسكوا جريد إيكواتوريا. كلمات دي لو نحن فهمناه ده بودينا إنه نأسس أنفسنا بجديد، لأنه الجد بتاعنا قالوا لنا كل شيء، بس الإحمال مننا خليناه لله، يعني خليناه لله بدون ما نشوفه. يبقى هنا أخوانا تعرف في جريد إيكواتوريا دي مهمة صعبة. لو أنت بتشوف هل بيحصل في جنوب السودان ده خطر بالنسبة لأبناء جريد إيكواتوريا. اللي حصل في جنوب السودان ده تدمير وتمسيس اجتماعي لأبناء جريد إيكواتوريا. وأكون جاي ذكروا حاجات كتير علمية اقتصادية وقال كلام كتير. الجبر زول اللي أسمع كلام بتاعه. يبقى نحن دايرين نعرف إن حاجة واحدة، إنه يا جماعة الأرض ما في السوق. الأرض العالم قاعد يموت فيه. إيفن يوكرين اللي هذا بالشاكل في يوروب، جزء من اليوروب بالشاكل بيموتوا عشان كده الأرض بتاعهم ربنا كلاقوا فيه ضد مشاهدة لأرض ده. كم من أبناء يوكرين بيفضل هم هاي يعيشوا في الأرض ده لو أبوهات بتاعهم الحاسة قاعدين الشكل ده خرروا عليهم من عدو. يبقى الأرض شيء غالية بالنسبة للإنسان، لأنه مجرد تتجرد من الأرض أنت بتسجل نفسك أبد أوتوماتيكالي. لما تسجل نفسك أبد دين المتطلبات بتاع الحياة بالنسبة لك بتكون ما فيش أبدا. أنت ما بتقدر تعمل. وإما كان عملته ما زي كان الأفرو أنت بتعمل في زي أنت حر مراية في ده. يبقى نحن إيكوتوريين، يعني لو نحن بنتفق في نقطة واحد، نحن بنتفق في نقطة في الأرض، ندافع الأرض لأجيال بتجريد إيكوتوريا. لابد إنه نسجل تاريخ، نحن أبناء تجريد إيكوتوريا الحالي نسجل تاريخ بتجريد إيكوتوريا، ونرجع تاريخ تجريد إيكوتوريا لأبوهات لأجداد بتاعنا. سلموا لنا أرض ورثناه منه، لكن لحد 2005 الأرض ده بقى يدخل فيه الأفخار الما تمام من قبل جنوبيين. يبقى نحن عندنا التزام، نحن كأنه موكلين وكالة تامة إنه الأرض بتجريد إيكوتوريا ده لا نتنزل فيه ولا نسلمه لحد، لأنه أرضي ده أرض أجيال، مش نحن ما أرضنا، ده أجيال تجريد إيكوتوريا اللي يجي يعيش في الأرض ده. يبقى نحن بنختلف في كل حاجة، لكن الأرض نحن أبناء تجريد إيكوتوريا نحن ما بنختلف فيه، عشان نجي سوا عشان نحرر الأرض ده للجيل في تجريد إيكوتوريا. أنا ما بروح كتير لأنه أكتر كلام قالوا أخونا جاي، وممكن بعد من إخوة اللي كان بيتكلم قبل ما أنا أجي. أنا بشكركم، خليني أودي فرصة لبعض
All right. Thank you, Mr. Uncle Ladu Silvio. I have, like, I don't know, maybe Didi, if you want to interject, but before that, I wanted to say there's something here that someone wrote down. I might have to just enter this. It's just really, I don't know what to say about this person, but he said, and the ironic thing is, Equatorian, he said, question to all Equatorian, how these people invaded our land and home. Well, I don't know, but I can give you this answer, my friend. We've spoken earlier. If you can go back and review the audio later, you understand what I said about the Trojan horses. The Trojan horses started with SPLM when we allowed the SPLM to come into our lives, and we supported it blindly. You know, even though we knew the danger and the consequence of it, some of us, just went there out of some specific maybe intentions, but not really for the purpose of they believe that this organization is going to help the South Sudanese or Equatorian in general, because SPLM was the reason why South Sudan they engulfed into a tribal conflicts, and you have seen 2013 was an evidence to it after we became a nation, and then also before that, Equatorians already felt the burden of SPLM during the time of 1983 when John Garang was there. He started, waging wars on Equatorians in particular because of Kokora. That incident, till now, Dinka still are not happy with what happened. And this is the facts that this is a history that happened that was not in the intention of like how they try to describe it. Oh, Equatorian were anti-Dinka, all that stuff. No, we just want our land, and we want justice and equality. But unfortunately, they did not understand it, and they made it into they put a propaganda saying that we Equatorians are anti-Dinka, and up to date they're calling us the Equatorian nationalists are anti-Dinka. But what if you look at the game that these SPLM have done is that they empowered their tribe. The Dinka were particular empowered where they were sent to the West. Majority of them, they used them as lost boys, call them lost boys, so they can get education, while the rest of the South Sudanese, in particular Equatorians, were used in the military, in the ground, where most of them died wasted in this, this war that was called the Civil War of Sudan, North and South, and we gained nothing from that, only death. And then again, during the time of the independence, Equatorians also been used to go and vote for this nation. And this nation, when we vote for, and even though there's some people warned us about that this thing is going to be dangerous to Equatorians, some of us blindly just followed. It's like, oh, at least we'll be out of the north, so we were not going to be considered as Arab, or we're not going to be part of this, inequality that is happening in the country. But unfortunately, the greatest inequality today is in South Sudan because of this tribal regime that is now controlling the country based on hegemonic power. They want to make sure Dinka is the dominant economically, militarily, politically. They have the decision, because right now, who's making the decision in the country? It's only them, not us. And then plus that, you see even the other groups are also trying to play the same role. When it comes to political games, Equatorians are used. IO came out, IO used Equatorians, calling federalism the same as SPLM before. And what happened when they got back right now in power? They also ignored Equatorians. Equatorians were used as puppets. And then you see Ladu Gore now is locked in. And that's one of the people who was, like second to Riek Machar, but he was ignored. And then again, we see today some of the oppositions who are divided now, using this Equatorians not to stand up for themselves. And you could see today, if we talk about separation, you look at those others who are really in their hearts, and you could see their demeanor is against Equatorian to call for self-determination. Our self-determination is not based on hate or based on one tribe, as some people will say. Yes, Dinka are the one who are now committing the crimes against our people. A majority of them, they're young men and women, in particular they're men. They will come armed and then invade our territories. And yet I wonder, Mr. JJ, how could you say, how these people invaded our land when today our people are chased away from the land? They bring their own families, the Dinka bring their own families and settle there, and then they claim this is their land. Namale, one of them. Namale is a great example. Like when you talk about Dinka War, which is came in from what year? I don't know how many years now. They have been there for 20 how many years. They settled in that area, and what they did, they began to claim that Namale belonged to them. And that's the same thing. That's called occupation. Remember the Americans when they came to United States, they took the white people took the land from the native and they claimed this is their land, and they killed those guys. So those colonies that we call it like Australia, Canada, US, those are nations that was taken from the natives. So this is the same game now. Dinka are trying to use to us, and we're not going to accept that. We're going to fight it. The only thing that it hurts me to see that our people of Equatoria who trying to associate themselves still with SPLM and John Garang. John Garang is an enemy to Equatoria from the start. And imagine today he's buried in Equatoria. That's a message, direct message to the Dinka that this land belongs to you. When they bury their own leader who was born in some places far away from Equatoria, they go and bury him in the capital city of Equatoria. That shows you a message that they are telling to their young and old that this is your land. As long as you got your prophet, your king, who are buried there, go ahead and take it. So that's the same thing like the issue of Jerusalem between Israel and Arabs, where those Arabs will claim Jerusalem belonged to them, and Israelis say we have our ancestors who used to be there for centuries. So you could see this kind of incident maybe have similarity, because right now Juba become a hot zone where these guys are trying to manipulate our people. And if the Trojan horse, if I can describe the Trojan horse right now, is John Garang. He's been buried in that area to make sure that every Dinka have their eyes on Equatoria, because Equatorial is the prize right now. Though they don't look for the Upper Nile. They already invaded Upper Nile areas. They took land from other tribes, the smaller tribes, and they began to continue their, what do you call this, hegemonic power in those territories. But now when they see Equatoria is free from them, they are now playing, using our Equatorian leaders who are unfortunately weak to the core that they cannot even speak for Equatoria. And then you see them always yes man. They can put them vice president tomorrow. They can throw them to like Speaker of the House or even a minister or ambassador. Like you see how many times Waniga have been moved like a pawn from any position in the power, but he has no voice. He's just a yes man. The same thing with the guy Lomoro. He's been used, and you got others, even military officers. Hold on, you hear me, guys? Okay. Yeah. So what happened is that those guys have been used. Those officers have been used and been manipulated. So our people are the one who paying the price for it. And today you can see the invasion. A couple of days ago, people were crying about the people in East Equatoria. How many people got killed and chased away, and we have seen the pictures. And but what bothers me is the hypocrisy in us too. As Equatorians, we know the facts that these people are not beneficial to us, and yet we still associate ourselves with them. I don't know for how long. Why can't we just, just stay on our side and focus on ourselves? Because right now they're trying even to manipulate us by saying, let's come and rally together so we can fight this regime. And they want to blame Salva Kiir. Salva Kiir is not the problem. Is the whole idea of the SPLM and this community of Dinka who are promoting tribalism, who are proud to continue their tribalistic mindset and behavior on the people of Equatoria and others. But in particular, Equatoria has become the target because they feel like Equatoria is a place where they can live better, they can have a better life, and they can chase away Equatoria. Equatoria can go back to Uganda, to Congo, and that's what they're calling us. They're even giving us the name that we are not Equatorians, we are Ugandese. And they want to call themselves they're the original people of Juba and other areas. But I don't know if you have any question from Didi or CJ or Robert or James Dungulawi or even Ladu, you go ahead because this issue of the Trojan horse is bigger than that. We earlier spoke about it, but I just don't want to go far again to repeat it. But maybe later people can listen to it and figure out, open their minds a little bit to understand that we are in a war. Right now, there is a war on us, Equatorians. These people, they don't want us to feel free, to be free as people of Equatoria. Instead, they want to make us South Sudanese. They force us to be South Sudanese when we are not. And plus, Sudan is no longer, our concern because we are not Sudanese. We are Equatorians. We have our own culture, history, and even we are able to create. If there is a new language we want to create, we can create it among ourselves. We don't even have to follow this so-called Arab language or even the English language in the future. But what I'm seeing right now, we are threatened by Dinka because they want us to make our people assimilate to their own culture. So I don't want to go far. So go ahead, Ms. Didi, please take over. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I was wondering if anybody have a question. James, CJ, Robert, Ladu, Uncle Ladu. If anybody has a question or you have any interjection or any input to add on, you're most welcome. Right. I will say this. To me, right now in in the crossroad that we're in, we really don't have time really for that people has to waste time and chasing after this South Sudan like a bride that or like a woman that you keep you just keep hoping that she might love you one day, but she just kept using you, or like a man that you just keep hoping that one day he's gonna love you and understand, but he just kept using you. This is the case of South Sudan that we are living in. South Sudan is never gonna acknowledge Equatorians. Equatorians need to know that South Sudan, there is something that is not even existing in the history of that country. It's just a new birth that is just been 17 years, and we've been through different models and different versions of this kind of South Sudan before, and I think we had enough of it. We have a lot of people that were, they were born, they were raised in this war, this conflict, they died, they have kids, their grandkids carried on, and, just life keep going on like this. But if we ask ourselves, living together in this country, which is never going to stabilize, everybody's coming in and say that I am the answer, I have the answer. But the truth is, there's not going to be a settlement in this country. There's never going to be a peace, because you're dealing with the same people, the same mentality. It's hard. And I think for me, the quicker people acknowledge that we have differences, we are different people, and we can able to respect each other's differences and accept each other's differences, and let go of these things that this thing that people forcing people by force, unity by force. The quicker the country will be, like each of the each of the regions will be in the right track. Actually, people will be in peace. Because before, when people were separate, there was really great peace. I don't know about the other places, but Equatoria was really in peace until just we joined in. That is just our regret, one regret, really. So if I could really have my input in, I would just say that really Equatorians need to know that an iron sharpens an iron. You have to come in, you have to debate with each other. Your knowledge, you have to, you have to sharpen each other in your ideas. There are times that you will disagree in ideas, There are times that you will agree in ideas. But the goal is one. And for us to achieve our peace, we cannot be scattered all around and say that we are all fighting for Equatoria. That's just not going to lead you there. You cannot say that today I'm going to, for example, I'm boarding a plane and I'm going to, for example, to America, and I bought a plane to Greece, and another one is boarding a plane going to, to England. How are we going to meet in America then? And one person is going to America. The one that is taking the plane to America is the one going to America, but the rest is they're going to end up somewhere else. So for us to stop this ongoing, generation of suffering and massacres and turmoils, we have to start thinking home, just like Mr. Freeman has said earlier. Joe Freeman said that, why do you leave your land? You came from far away. What do you want? These are the questions that we need to raise up as Equatorians and ask these people in their faces with no fear. What do you want? Why are you here? Why are you here actually? You guys claim that we are fighting the war against the Arab. Now the Arabs are not in South Sudan. Why are you here in Equatoria? What do you want in Equatoria? These are the questions that we need to ask. We need to tell them to get out of our land. Because you cannot manipulate people, generations for decades and decades and many decades. You cannot. There will be a generation that will raise up and will say that, no, something is wrong. This is not right, just. So I'll just say that if anybody's in here wanted to come up and say something, or anybody have anything to say?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can add on.
شكرا ديدي.
Yeah.
شكرا ديدي. يعني حاجة أنا أقدر نتكلم فيه إنه نحن إيكوتوريين لحد هسه بعد 17 ولا 16 سنة من اتفاقية السلام الشامل، مرورا باستفتاء جنوب السودان لاستقلال دولة جنوب السودان. دورنا كان في جريد إيكوتوريا كان واضح جدا جدا. دور بتاعنا واضح بالنسبة للجنوبين كله. نحن شاركنا في هذا الحرب. هسه نتائج بتاعه بقى ضدنا وضد أطفالنا وضد مرة في جريد إيكوتوريا. ده نحن شاركناه بكل مقاييس المفروض كان الإنسان بيشاركه كيف. يعني في خلال الحرب الموجودة يتركزوا في جريد إيكواتوريا، في مناطق جريد إيكواتوريا. ما زالت نحن كان قاعدين في، يعني كثيرين مننا قاعدين في كل مشاكل ده في جريد إيكواتوريا، الماتوا ولا الفضل حتى وقت التوقيع بتاع السلام الشامل في 2005. ده مشاركة فعالة بالنسبة للجنوبيين عشان يعرف إنه إذا اليوم الإكواتوريين بيطالبوا بالكوكورة عشان ما يكون حاجة كده يعني زي أغنية هم بيسمعوا من أبناء تجريد إكواتوريا، ولا ده حاجة هم بيقدر يقولوا إنه ما عندكم حق في المطالبة ده. ده المشاركة في تاني في حركة شعبية وفي مشاكل في جنوب السودان، ومنه 55 ده مشاركات بتاعنا بتاع جريد إكواتوريا للشعب بتاع جنوب السودان. طيب لو سؤال بيجي في كل مشاركات دي ليه أخواننا الجنوبيين ما قادر عشان يحترموا الشعب بتاع جريد إكواتوريا برغم إنه حاجات الأمم عملوا في حياة سياسية في جنوب السودان، ليه هم ما بيحترمنا ليه؟ ده بيقودنا إنه إذا نحن بنطالب بالانفصال لجريد إكواتوريا، نحن عندنا حق عشان نطالب بهذا الانفصال، لأنه اهتدى إنه نحن يا غلطانين، لأنه قتلنا أنفسنا على أساس نحن جنوبين، والجنوبين دي كله سوا، فهي حاجة بيعملوها خلينا نعمل كجنوبين، لأنه نحن كإكواتوريين في أخطاء مننا إنه نحن بننسى ابن الطريق بتاعنا، نحن بننسى ابن الطريق، ونسيان الطريق دائما بيجيب لك مشكلة، لأنه الطريق بتاعك لو كان أنت ما بنسيته أنت ما قادر تنساه، يعني أنت بتذكره للناس، يمكن بودي حذر لباقي من الناس لازم ينتهكوا هذا التاريخ بالنسبة لك أنت. ده من الأخطاء بتاعنا اللي نحن ارتكبناها في السنين كله من 800 من 700. اليوم نحن جريد إكواتوريا نحن بقى عندنا زي نحن عندنا أفكار متشتتة لكل تعب القال يحصل في جريد إكواتوريا. أفكار بتاعنا كتابنا في جريد إكواتوريا من ملاحظة بتاعنا، لأنه نحن بقى عندنا أفكار متشتتة. يعني كيف أفكار المشتتة ده؟ في بعض مننا بقولوا يا أخي طارق ده يا كويس بيحققوا لجريد إكواتوريا سلام، وفي تاني بيقولوا طارق ده يا بحققوا لجريد إكواتوريا سلام. بقى في طرق كتير وفي اقتراحات كتير من أبناء جريد إكواتوريا، وخلال الطرق المختلفة دي في وقت تاني بيستتوا أفكار بتاع أبناء جريد إكواتوريا القاعد يسمع، لأنه وجودكم في ميديا وحديثكم في قضية بتاع جريد إكواتوريا، أنتم اليوم بتمثلوا زي كذا بتاع جريد إكواتوريا. يعني ما تتوقع نحن في بعض مننا عنده 6 سنة 7 سنة في السوشيال ميديا، يعني ما في زول جديد اللي انتوا قاعد تشوفوا انه جاي جديد عشان يجي يضيفوا في اصوات بتاعكم عشان انتوا بيقول انه ياو عدد بتاعنا يزيدوا بتاع الناس اللي قاعد يتكلم في السوشيال ميديا عن قضيه. يبقى انتوا بنفوسكم انا بعتبر انه انتوا ياو ليدرز حاليا الموجودة بيتكلموا ومشكلة تجري إيكواتوريا. يبقى وين الفرق في النضال اللي نحن دايرينه نجيبه عشان نحققه عشان يكون في سلام في جرير إيكواتوريا، سواء كان سلام ده مع الجنوبيين كل مواطن جنوبي يكون في سلام، أو كل منطقة في جنوب السودان يكون في سلام، أو كل ولاية من الولايات بتاعنا كان 3 ولا 10 يكون في سلام في جنوب السودان. وين الفرق هنا؟ وين الثقة القريب؟ وإذا حققنا الثقة ده كان سلام ده إبن في كل الطرق نحن بنختلف فيه. إذا اخترنا واحد وحققناه وجبنا سلام لجنوب السودان، خلينا نمسك إنه نجيبه الفيدرالية. خلينا نتخيل إنه الجزء مننا نطالب بفيدرالية، إنه يكون في نظام الفيدرالي في جنوب السودان. والاستفادة إذا الفيدرال سيستم كثير ناس بيعرفوا، إبن الإيكواتوريين اللي بيطالبوا بالسفريشن هم بعارف الاستفادة بتاع الفيدرال. إذا الناس سنين بيشوفوا إنه ده الطريقة الأمثل عشان يقودوا شعب بتاع جنوب السودان ودولة بتاع جنوب السودان في السلام. أوكي، كنسلنا الفيدرال سيستم ده ومشينا عليه بتغيير بتاع حكومة بالوسائل اللي هم بيقولوا، مثلا الناس اللي بيطالبوا بالوسائل اللي هم بيعملوا بيشتغل فيه حتى تجيبوا السلام بطريقة بتاع الفيدرال سيستم. في جزء آخر اللي بيطالبوا بانفصال بتاع جنوب السودان بعرضوا هذا الطريقة. ليه هم بعرضوا الطريقة ده؟ أول فأول لو نظرنا للتركيب السياسي بعد انفصال بتاع جنوب السودان، أنا الليلة في جريد إيكواتوريا بيتخيل إنه كأنه حاجة يتغير مانيفستو بتاع حركة شعبية أن نحن جريد إيكواتوريا شاركنا فيه عشان جنوب السودان تنفصل من الظلم والتفرقة العنصرية والدينية. دي لقينا أنفسنا إنه هذا المانيفستو اليوم ما بيستقر في جنوب السودان، وهذا المانيفستو جاي جدا. لو نحن نظرنا كسفرتيس، نظرنا لبعض من الزوبس وحاجة الماشي في الأرض في جنوب السودان، ده بورينا على أساس القلب يمشي في جنوب السودان ده حاجة مناسب مدروسة من أجل تحقيق أهداف أخرى لبعض من القبائل في جنوب السودان، كده نسميه كده لبعض الناس في جنوب السودان. يعني بفكرة عامة كده نازل عنده برنامج ماشيين عليه. إذا أنا بطالب بفيدرال سيستم عشان يجيبوا كل جنوب السودان في جنوب السودان في السلام، ولا عشان يحفظوا خريطة في جنوب السودان، خريطة جغرافية، نازل عنده مبادئ بطريقة بتاع إنه يهيمن على مفاصل في الدولة، سواء كان اقتصاديا سواء كان عسكريا. كل ابن مؤسسات التعليم انتهت في جنوب السودان. ده كله ما في. ليه؟ لأنه الهدف اللي جاي فيه إنه هدف اللي جاي يمسك مو جنوب السودان وهيمنة في الدولة. والمثل معروف بالنسبة لنا إنه القاد يمشي في جنوب السودان ده طبقا الأصلي اللي حصل في شمال السودان، وكنا في شمال السودان ما شماليين. يعني المستعمر سلموا للحكومة لفئة معينة، وفئة ده هيجاك الحكومة لغاية يوم الليل. مظاهرات في خرطوم، عدم استقرار في شمال السودان، بالرغم خروج خريطة بتاع جنوب السودان لاتجاه الجنوب. يبقى من طريقة إنه نحن دايرين من نظرة بتاعي نحن دايرين السلام لأبنائنا في جريد إيكواتوريا بطريقة بتاع فيدرالية بتضرب مصالح هنا في محل ده. المصلحة إنه نحن دايرين سلام، والمصلحة بتاع زول اللي هسه ماسك زمام الأمور في جنوب السودان ضر حيمنة ده لنفسه بنفس الأسلوب الحيمنة ده اللي كان في السودان. يبقى الطريقة ده لو نحن مشينا كيف يعني كيف نلقى الطريقة زي نلقى في زي الطريقة دي نلقاه كيف؟ ناس بيتذكروا إنه كل حاجة بينتهي إلى محادثة. كله لو أنت شلت سيلة دقينا بعد في جنوب السودان، كل قبائلنا في جنوب السودان 64 فلاس دقوا بعد في جنوب السودان، أكيد في الوسيلة تجي بكرة إنه ده بكفي يقتل أنفسكم، ده بكفي أجيب المعركة، خلينا نجلس نشوف المشكلات شنو. هل نحن أبناء جريد إيكواتوريا حياة اللي شفناه في 83 وكرر نفسه في 2005 حتى 2022، هل نحن راضيين إنه نشيله هذه الطريقة بتاع وحدة البليمنا ما خريطة بتاع جنوب السودان كله؟ لا، لأنه الإنسان الأفريقي بيتعلم مرة واحدة، لكن في جريد إيكواتوريا يتكرر مرتين، وهذا المرة بقى أكأب من مرة بتاع 83. يبقى نحن جريد إيكواتوريا والأبناء بتاع بتاع جريد إيكواتوريا اللي بينادل بسفريشن بتاع جريد إيكواتوريا، يعني لو مهك عشان يكفي للسكة ده بدون شيء يعني إغناءات إنه خلينا نجرب ده وبكرة نجي في ده وبكرة نجي في ده. لا، السفاريتيز ده قطعوا طريقة واحد إنه لابد إنه ننفصل، لأنه الإنسان اللي هسه مسك الدولة في جنوب السودان ده، الإنسان ده جربناه في 83 وضيعنا فيه 17 سنة، 55 أجداد بتاعنا ماتوا فيه، جدوا بتاعنا ماتوا فيه، أبناء بتاع جريد إيكواتوريا في 55. الآن إنه الحرب في جنوب السودان في مدينة التوريت في جريد إيكواتوريا نحن فقدنا فيه 17 سنة عشان كلام إنه الإنسان ده ما قادر يعيش معنا. شوف ده هي ده برايس very expensive price. أنا بدلناه بشيء رخيص جدا جدا، إنه تروح 17 سنة مقابل قوقرة أو decentralization. المفروض ممكن هيجي الأوغر والحكام بتاع جنوب السودان يقول يا أخي لازم نحن دايرين نمشي في decentralization عشان التنمية والإدارات تتقسم. لكن شوف بالبساطة نحن بدلناه المود بتاع أبنائنا بتاع جريد إيكواتوريا. الآن الحرب تريد في 55 في أغسطس بدلناه بكوكورا. ده براو نحن كسفرتيس والأبناء بتاع جريد إيكواتوريا ده ما حاجة سهل، ده ما حاجة سهل أبدا. لو إيه واحد بتقول إنه ده حاجة سهل، ده ما سهل، ده ما حاجة ليب. نحن نذكر يوم من الأيام جريد إيكواتوريا ده يمشي في البيست، أنا ذكروا التاريخ ده تبديل كوكورا ما 17 سنة، التاريخ بتاع التمرر بتاع إيكواتوريين في 55. اليوم ما في ميديا، في محطات إذاعية إذن مرئية ولا غير مرئية، هذا الطريق قفلوا في جنوب السودان. يبقى الخط الوحيد، الخط الواحد بقدر ريحنا في جنوب السودان وخط بتاع الانفصال. نحن ما قلتانين، نحن عملنا اوفر في كل حاجات عشان كيف جنوب السودان تخرج من الاستعمار، من تفرق من التمييز العنصري اللي نحن عايشين فيه في جنوب السودان. نحن عملنا اوفر كثير ابن الارض الليله في جنوب السودان، يمكن كان بيقولوا بلغه ثانيه نحن صاحب الارض، لكن نحن بنقول نحن جنوبيين، نحن سود، نحن افارقه. الارض فيه 12 9 مليون تقريبا، بقدر يشيلوا اكل، بقدر اخلنا، لكن ما في زول في جنوب السودان اليوم بيقتنع بالحقائق بتاع جريد إيكواتوريا. ما في انسان في جنوب السودان بيقتنع بهذا الحقائق بتاع جريد إيكواتوريا. لذلك نحن ابناء بتاع جريد إيكواتوريا قدمنا ما فيه كفايه، وضيعنا ما فيه كفايه. الشيء الوحيد نحن فيه هذا الارض اجداد، هذا الارض بتاع اطفال، خلينا ما لعبوا فوقه زي نحن لعبنا في 17 سنه، وهذا 17 سنه هيكون جريمه بالنسبه لنا لابناء جريد إيكواتوريا في الجيل الحالي. لابد انه ذكروا تاريخ كويس، ذكروا التاريخ بتاع 17 سنه، ذكروا تمر بتاع 55، انتوا راجعوا التاريخ ده هناك. انا ما عندي كتير، خلينا نجي هنا ندي فرصه للناس. شكرا.
All right, thank you so much. Oh yeah, go ahead. Sorry, Mike Robert. Go ahead.
I was just trying to tell you that, brother, Uncle Silvio ended his speech.
Yeah, we're going to make conclusion at the moment. So I just want to say thank you, Uncle Silvio. I know we're going to have another topic on the same thing. Like again, I said, this is a great Equatorial perplexity. Our people are really, it's sad when I see our people, Equatorians, some of them, I just tell them to open their conscience or wake their conscience up. Because right now, it's no longer a time for us to entertain these abuses that coming from the other side, from the enemy. If you look at it, our people are bewildered. Bewildered by what? Bewildered by so many games and tactics, political games against our people, undermining them, disfranchising our people. These are, a symbolism of the Trojan horse. When they come up from all sides to make sure Equatorian cannot stand for themselves, is similar to what happened, like I said, the ancient Trojan conflict, when they suddenly disarmed themselves by believing that this Trojan horse is a offering for peace offering, and also an offering from the enemy. But what happened is the enemy actually had a sinister plan, and then later the people of Troy are woken up with the rude awakening, and it was the end of them. And today you could see Troy is just a myth, and also a history in a way, that there was a people, but they failed. And they failed because they let their guards down. And today Equatorians are going to the similar condition, because the time that we allowed the SPLM in the midst of us is the day that we actually opened the Pandora's box, where now everything is clear to us that we are not able to stand like we used to. But all in all, we have hope, because, and I appreciate Mr. J earlier, and also people like Brother Uncle Silvio, and also Brother Robert and Mr. CJ, and also Mr. James and Miss Didi, and all the others, and who are fighting for the sake of Equatoria. When we're talking about Equatoria here, we're not gaining anything from it. We're not getting paid. We're not looking for recognition, because the hell with recognition. For us, the matter is our people. We're not hypocrites that we come out and we cry about our people one day and then we forget about it. We know the pain of our people, and we communicate with them, and we do whatever it takes to help them. But what we want is our people to really have the courage and the charisma to stand for their own right instead of being manipulated and clowned around like those puppets. We have Waniga is enough. We want to be all of us Waniga, because Waniga have put us to shame. Him and Lomoro and others who have sold themselves cheap for the SPLM so they can just feed themselves and act like clowns, and it's just humiliation to all Equatorians. So if any Equatorian have the heart and the anger that our ancestors had before, that they come up with Anyanya, they need to act up right now and do the right thing. Because I know for me, I prefer to be radical for what is right than to be, lenient and moderate. Because I just wanted to be on the face that I am actually more civilized. Trust me, civilization ends when war starts. When they declared war on us, civilization ended. And I could tell you, even those so people called civilized, you could look at the Europeans. The barbarism of war has no definition of civilized and uncivilized. When a barbarian attacks you, you need to act like him not in the manner where he commit abuses, but in the manner that you would defend yourself, like a protective guard for your family and your people. Today, our people are vulnerable. Our Equatorian leaders, if they are in or out, they lack in it. Oh yeah, sorry, my network. I said they lack the capacity to speak for the people or even stand firm and say, this is our people. We don't have to worry about anybody else. Even with Riek Machar, and let me tell you this one thing is interesting about Riek Machar. I've noticed, like, by analyzing him, during the time when they killed his people, the Nuer, he actually defected and he went to his people and he made sure that he rallied his people for the sake of what happened in those houses that they killed the Nuer. And he evoked the spirit of Nuerism to the people to actually fight for their land, fight for their people, revenge for what happened. And they almost succeeded. But of course, Riek Machar later, he got involved with others to play a political game because he felt like he can beat two birds with one stone. But actually he messed up. If he stood in the side of his people, like what he used to do before, he would have gained some momentum there. But what happened, he actually tried to be the president. He had this ambition of being president, and that's why he lost himself. And then he began to rally Equatorian deceitfully by telling Equatorian, I'm going to make sure we're gonna achieve the federalism. I will force this regime to accept federalism, while he himself go into his people, talk about what happened 2013 is a crime against their people and they need to take action and revenge for it. But he betrayed them, and he betrayed even the Equatorian in a way, because what he did, the Equatorian were used. He betrayed his people, and that's why his people now, some of them are now calling for self-determination. And if you look at Riak, at least the one thing he did right is that he spoke to the people that our pain, our blood is not cheap, and nobody can take our people life and get away with it. But then he betrayed it when he got into the position of compromise. See, this is where he failed. But in other way, he did succeed to bring his people together. But when you look at our Equatorians, our Equatorian leaders want us to sing nationalism. They want us to sing SPLM. They want us to sing all these nonsense that have been destroying us day and night. Today, we have never seen any salvation, neither from South Sudan nor from the SPLM. The only thing we see is hell coming from those sides. Upper Nile, Bahar Ghazal, they are different in their territory. They have their own issues. They need to solve it themselves. We cannot be intermingled with them into their issues. You look at the issue of Upper Nile, it's not an issue that happened yesterday or 2013. This issue is longer than that. These people have been fighting each other. They need to figure out how to live in peace. Compared to us, Equatorians, we were aware of who was our real enemy, and we rallied the whole country before, and we fought for independence of South Sudan. But what happened? We got betrayed by the same person that we rallied because that's why the mistake of our ancestors, like I said earlier. But this is a past tense. Now what we need to do as generation today is we need to rally our people. And I say this again and again. Equatorians, you need to have the dignity and the honor to stand for yourself and say there is no shame when I speak of Equatoria. I know they will demonize you. They will call you tribalist, but the hell with those people who call you tribalist, because they are the tribalists. They don't want to see Equatoria rise. They don't want to see Equatoria speak on themselves. Our women are crying, for God's sake. They're calling to us, where are you? And then we have some clowns earlier here telling us, how did Equatoria got invaded? Equatorians are crying. Okay, you're talking the language of the enemy. And like earlier, our brother said, and I really disgusted of these people who try to kind of like talk like that and say, oh, how did you get invaded? Or you guys are crying. Because these people have no principle, And I could see such people, they're always going to be the traitors, because I've seen, traitors, when they betray their people, is easy. But imagine if we were like Palestinians or like those Arabs or like the others, even the Israelis, when they were fighting for revolution, if you betrayed them, you're not going to live anymore. That's how they put an end to you. And they put that nationalism in that matter. But we still didn't get to that level. But if we get to that level, trust me, there will be no more traitors in among ourselves. There will be no more cowards among ourselves, because we will be more tough than what is supposed to be. But we want people to reason with mind that when we're talking to you, wake up before too late, because the time when it comes, there will be no more talking. It will only be action. And there'll be a lot of blood that we don't want to see it happen when there is an opportunity. Now we are preaching to you, let us come together as a family to fight against our real enemies who are trying to demoralize and destroy our existence. Because Equatoria right now is really under existential threat, and we are continually in a war right now. Don't think that just because these things happen and now people are quiet, that means there is nothing happening. Every day there is people dying in Equatoria. Just because we have pictures getting sent to us and then everybody wanted to go and talk and cry and get angry, that's not enough. That's not the way how we're supposed to act. We're supposed to put our anger continually by speaking for our right. And when you're angry, you're not wrong. But do not commit sin. I mean, do not hate. I will say that because some people try to mix hate and anger together. Anger is different. Anger, you are really in a moment of rage that you want to end this problem. But hate is something you're going to put in your heart forever. But we're not going to hold hate against somebody who's foolish, because these people who are foolish, they never understood what unity means, what nation means. That's why you see them, they behave like wild animals, like barbarians. And they are barbarians because they never understood the meaning of nation. Look at the way they broke the whole, what do you call it? They break the social fabric in the community. Well, today we're divided. And let no one deceive you that we are united still. We're not. We're united only by mouth. In South Sudan today, there's nothing unity. Look at the people. Look at the groups. That you could see them. Even the intention. When they come out to you, they use us, because Equatorian, we're very simple and we're very kind. We want to be kinder to the enemy, but the enemy is always using us. And we can tell you today, our enemies are many, are everywhere. Our enemy is not one no more. Our enemy are many. Today, they are trying to persuade us to go and rally. Rally for what? For South Sudan? You guys do not even acknowledge that Equatoria is the victim in all this. And you guys have caused us to be victims. And you caused us with your political agenda. You caused us to be victims by your militia tribes, tribal militia. You caused us to be victims by deceiving us and you calling us that this country, you guys are the resource owner and we don't have anything. Today, because you feel like you lost all the capability to run this country in the correct way, now you want to use us. So, and they say the country belongs to everyone, so you cannot say the land belongs to one, to the community. And that's what they're calling. And they're making everyday excuses. They will try even to try to deceive us. They say, oh, we are all related. Yesterday, they said they are all related by themselves in Upper Nile. We're not related. Today, we are related, all of us, because we're Lua. What are you trying to tell me here? That's a deceitful word when you come to me and tell me that way. And this thing will make me angry to see that you are not trustworthy, and I cannot trust you with all my heart. I see you are an enemy, that you want to use me like what Garang did, like what Ayo did, and continually you want us to be on back at the bus, just to be just like a supporting cast, where you guys are the one who are going to lead and destroy us in the process of that leadership. So we're not going to accept any leader that does not respect Equatoria. And now it's time for Equatorian to take leadership by themselves, for themselves, not for South Sudan and not for. If they want, let us sit as three regions and sit down as equal. No one will try to cross the border of other, like the boundary of others, based on like, oh yeah, we are majority. If you're gonna talk majority, please stay away from us, because we are not for majority. We're here as regional people, and we are as Equatorian nationalists. I'm just gonna put my final point here. Nationalists, we are for separation because we see the only solution is separation. Because this thing have gone too far, have went to the point of there was a solution, but then there's no more solution. And that hope of solution was 2013, if they came together as community of the Upper Nile to sit down and negotiate this issue into how they can solve it. Now it's gone exceeded that. Now they begin to target Equatorians. They're targeting our land, our graves, our people. So I don't think there is any more unity can be possible. Plus the crime continually, and then they also try to deny that our people are not the one who are suffering. Is actually Dinka are suffering, all South Sudanese are suffering. I understand there is suffering, but there is a differences. We are the victims because we don't carry weapons to go and kill somebody. They're the one who are sending their weapons and their kids to kill us. So let them know that, and we are not going to apologize for anything we say, because the pain of our people matters more than South Sudan right now. So I'll leave it here. I'll give it to you, sir. Edie or Mr. CJ, with your final thoughts. Thank you.
Can I make a conclusion then, since nobody?
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Again, thank you again, Etika, and the rest of the members of the panel. Of course, I have spoke actually a lot before, but let me add something on the greater, Equatoria issue or confusion based on the topic. In other words, of course, the certain situation in Equatoria, and it is real that Equatoria are confused, or some Equatorians are confused based on what you are talking about, Etika, and many are actually in wolf skin. Let me give an example of deceptive, tactics that some of us used to do when we are milking cows, in which when a calf actually died, then you take the skin and try to deceive the mother, because the mother can still, I smell like, oh, this is my calf, then the mother can release milk, That's exactly what some Equatorians are going through. Let me put few points about Equatorians. And of course, we do understand South Sudan is currently, in chaos. And it is too late for the unity that some people are calling about. And I'm glad that, Brother Uncle Ladu stated it clearly, that you have been cheated several times. And of course, we can go back to music of Bob Marley, that, you cannot, you can fool me 2 times or something like that kind, then you cannot continue to fool me, So, what do Equatoria really want? It is a common understanding or common knowledge that, we Equatorians wanted to live in our ancestral land peacefully. We wanted to cultivate freely as productive citizens in our own country and land. We wanted to move freely in our land. I might be wrong, but looking deep into Equatorial leaders who are now muted, I drew a conclusion that no Equatorian wanted to be even the president of this chaotic country called South Sudan, chaotic and shameful country called South Sudan. Let those fighting for the highest officer in South Sudan fight among themselves in their own areas, not bringing their own ancestral conflicts and inhumane behaviors in Equatoria. I hope this is audible enough to the troublemakers. I'm not saying they should not actually come to Equatoria, but some, I mean, if they wanted to come there, they should actually come with a peaceful mind or a civil and law-abiding mind. But of course, they have actually, trashed all those things, human behaviors, and it started abusing the people of Equatoria. They have pushed us to the limit that prompted many of us to say, enough is enough. So self-determination and a potential separation will happen. Whether you like it or not, it will happen. To you fellow Equatorians, sessionists, let nobody who have never ever practiced international law or never one day even sat in judge's bench tell you that international community will not accept self-determination for Equatoria, or tell you that self-determination for Equatoria means war. You should ask them one question: who in his or her rightful mind, even in a pre-conscious mind, doesn't know that there will be a sacrifice? Who? Bottom line, what Equatoria gains her self-determination tomorrow or after centuries, it will be in the archives that some people spoke and fought for it. For those, let me put this clearly as a conclusion again. For those insulting fellow Equatorians, let me be clear to you that your insane behaviors will only define who you are, not Equatorians or any tribe in Great Equatoria. I cannot disown your Equatorianism, but we Equatorians will glance at you based on your own behaviors. And those who are still living in that inferiority complex, like they can only be defined as human beings if they attach themselves to anybody else. I wanted to say to those people, wake up. You were born as a human being, and nobody can tell you that, do that and that. No, it is you to take your own decisions. If you have a problem with other fellow Equatorians, let us talk. But you cannot just chicken out, then talk behind people. That is not the Equatoria that we are talking about. And that is not the heart of Equatoria. We're just saying we have reached to the limit, and we will continue talking about it. Whether it falls in deaf ears or on the ears of people who can hear it, our words will still go through and will not stop. And we, who are now clear as separatists, we also need to talk to those people. We need to address them face to face. If they run from this room, well, there are so many other rooms. We will get them there. Not because of hatred, or we don't want to create any hatred like the way you put it, Etika, but we'll open our minds and talk to them. Because we don't want people to be double dealers. George W. Bush one time said during 9/11 that, either you are with us or you're with the enemy. Period. We have talked about this issue several times. But when we leave the room, people still go after some people. So it has to stop. Because if some of us start actually saying, okay, you wanted us to go public, we will go for public. Then we will see who will be the victim. But Equatoria will remain as Equatoria. And thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Let me give a chance to Mr. James Dungular. James, are you there? So put your final thoughts, and then from there, Mr. CJ, Didi, and then we finalize. Thank you. Allah James Dungular موجود. Okay, Mr. CJ, are you there? Okay, I don't think he's there. So, Didi, you have your final thoughts, please, and then I'll put my final thoughts and we end.
Thank you. I was actually speaking while I haven't unmute myself. James, James Bait, come on, CJ. I just want to thank you guys for your time, for your patience, for being here, for everything that you've wrote down and you listen to us. Thank you very much. This is where we end, and we're actually glad that we sit here and we dissect the insight of what is happening in within South Sudan. That this politics of South Sudan is really a very dangerous one that has claimed so many lives, so much life, and yet people are playing the same solution, keep applying the same solution, as if when you applied something, a solution to, for example, to a wound, and then it's not healing, and then you just keep pouring again, and you just keep saying, let me apply it this way, let me apply it that way. You use the cotton, you used anything, it's not healing. So I think it's time we do things differently. We should not be afraid, to save our people. We should not be afraid, to try something that it's been left outside the box. We have tried this decentralization before, but it has never been given time. It was working in Equatoria fine, but it was not given a time. Quickly, SPLA was created to destroy everything, and has never given a lot of people to grow. Has never even, South Sudanese have never given a chance even to mature. You can see today people have been just dragged on, from politics to politics that are not really helping them. They cannot even make up their mind for themselves. They've been intimidated. I think this is even worse than the slavery that people claim to be suffering under the North Sudan. It's really worse. You can see the domination that has been projected over South Sudanese. Everybody wants to tell you that I am the way, I am the truth, I am the light. When they are not the light, they are not the way, they're not the truth. They usually elect themselves by themselves. They don't even allow South Sudanese to have their say. And when South Sudanese are having their say, they've been threatened. And that's when you know that this thing is wrong. Something that is right, you will have a say. and your say should be listened, your opinion should be respected. And this is where Equatorians draw the line here and say that we have put in a lot and we are losing so much. We lost so much that we couldn't even begin to count. And this is something that we shouldn't even be losing anything. We have already lost so much that we're put in SPLM. But then now our people are dying right in the middle of our land. They don't even have to lift their feet outside even the perimeters of Equatoria, but yet in that equator, they're dying. Their life has been taken off in that land. It's something that we want to put an end to it. We want Equatorians to have their rights. Nadarin Equatoria to carry on development and Humakan Fogu, the life that they have, the traditions that they know. We want them to live a life that they're supposed to live, a life that they're blessed to live. And we want them to continue to love each other and to continue to be who they are without even their demographic being changed, without somebody coming from far away, somebody that has nothing in common with you, has no connection with you, want to have a say in your life. So if you ask these people, what is not good in your land? What is not good about you that you want to come and be me? Why should this union be forced by force? Today, love and unity is not modeled by force. It's not modeled by blood. Yani Shino, today, if you force me to be with you, you think this is going to bring peace? You think I'm going to give up? No, I'm not going to give up. And the generation coming after me is not going to give up, because we're going to be continue to brainstorm our people. This is not going to end. Anything, it's like this. Like you see, I see these people, Kawaja Delda, in their country. They're always weeding out, the weeds, or I don't know what they call it, in their gardens, or, in the pathway where people walk, Figeshkidal is not good, it's poisonous, and they're not really good for the land, and they're not good for the crop. They're always weeding them out, they're removing them out. And this thing, we shall do it. We will do it in Equatoria. Right now we might look like we are weak, but we are not. And this thing that is keeping us fighting, burning within us like fire, that you don't even know when you're going to come out and talk, but you find yourself talking, whether you like it or not. This is the spirit of our ancestors. This is even God himself driving the spirit of our ancestors within us, convicting us within us, that we dare be quiet, that we should shine the light, because the light of God shines in the darkness, and the darkness will never understood the light. And this is how the freedom of Equatoria is going to be, in the mix of this darkness, in the mix of this turmoil that Equatoria is going through, this confusion that is being brought upon Equatoria. I had wished the people of South Sudan, after this secession, that everybody went to their home, begin to rebuild their home, carry on with their traumas in their own home. This would have been enough. But they say no. They will never rest until the end of the last of Equatoria is death and is finished. That's when South Sudanese will rest, when they're in the land of Equatoria by themselves alone. That's why the genocide is going on in Equatoria. The land occupation is going on in Equatoria. Imagine a war that is being vengeance against Equatoria, has even ended up claiming the life of other people in other regions. And what really bothers me is the fact that after today, people are still aligning themselves with that war, with that movement. People still quoting the most wicked and evil person, wicked man, John Garang, Dimabir, and say that the policies of John Garang, the dreams of John Garang is what is being implemented. And he has actually said it himself, that one of the things that pushed him way further to go on is the Kokora which is the decentralization, the equal power of governance. Decentralization, the equal power of governance. Imagine, and somebody would tell me that that man is smart. Somebody would tell me that those Jang Union was smart. You've been given a system of equal power, distributing the power from the central, that each region should have their power. And you go and rebel to your neighbor that is taking care of his home. Say, telling you that I don't want you in my home. Stop bringing your people in my home. Stop dominating my home. Go do the same thing in your home. I want to thrive in my home. I want to live in my home. And he said that this is the reason that he rebelled. And that's the very reason that motivates him to keep going. And the other one is the Addis Ababa peace agreement. Can you imagine? These are the reason SPLA went to Bush. Anybody that went to join SPLA has joined to massacre Equatoria. The war was waged against Equatoria. But then yet it's been complicated in a complex way that they're fighting against Arab. That's why that man's tongue was really just speaking out different languages to other different people. And today people caught him the most evil and wicked person of all. May he not rest in peace in his grave. May he and the Jang Union never rest in peace to this blood of Equatorians and the blood of other people that they have manipulated and killed them. They have manipulated people. And then yet, that wherever they go in those places, those provinces, those in each region, they will try to replace the demographic of these people by Jang people. And that's why you find the Jang people all over in Bahr al-Ghazal and other people destroying the people of Luo in the side of Bahr al-Ghazal and other places in Upper Nile. But this was actually a weapon that was created to destroy Equatoria. And then this weapon backfired other people because you have wickedly joined something that is to destroy Equatoria. And it backfired you, backfired your country, your people. And yet today you're still quoting this thing. You're still saying that this man has a plan. When the plan is to destroy you, to kill you. You're advancing a plan that to kill you, to destroy you. And you're never going to be no more. And you're still saying that, calling him a legend? Somebody that has enslaved you, has killed you, has raped you in the bush, has starved you in the bush to death, elevating his people, praising his people. Well, this is the destiny that where Equatoria has ended. We now know it very well. We know it very well right now that why was SPLA was created. For the reason of the decentralization. And the movement was to destroy Equatoria. And furthermore, I came to learn yesterday that Nuer was to be example for the rest of the tribe, but even furthermore for Equatoria, was to be a good lesson for Equatoria to shut up for good. But it is really sad. It is really sad. We could have lived life differently. We could have enjoyed life differently. Each person would have carried on differently, but yet the same. You would have been traveling to Equatoria, you would have been traveling to Upper Nile, to Bahr al-Ghazal so happily, without any grudges, without any hate. And we would have put everything behind us if we were given a chance, just chance. And right now we're asking, we just need a time to heal because trust is really so hard. Just like Freeman Gibel spoken, it's really hard. Even your own Equatorian, Zato Tanin, Equatorians, Tanin, to be trust is really hard. It's really hard. Can you imagine even somebody to call you right from, from within the SPLA, they are gonna, you know, the one that is working over there, Las Wanig and Las Munu. Can you trust them really? When they are silent, when our people are really falling, they are falling to sleep, and these people are silent. They never protest. They never say anything. They never done anything. Like Etika has just said, even Riek Machar even reacted when his people was killed. He reacted. At least he reacted. He even created IO. But what are our people doing after than chasing after people? ده بقول لك تعال بجاي تبتمشي تعال بينك تبتمشي تعال بجاي. لكن لو انت وقفت ذاته ما في زول بيجيف وراك. That's how you know. That's how you know Equatoria. You keep following people, or you give the girl, let these people follow you, they will never follow you. I just want to leave it here, and I just wanted to say that James, if you're ready, you can still have your last input, and CJ as well. Yeah, you can come in.
I think I don't know if they are not able to. We just can finalize our room for today. But we're going to talk about this topic again next time. But you know, be part two. But we're going to be extensive in some points. In particular, the Trojan horses. Like I said. Again,
yeah, indeed, it's really a very interesting topic that we will keep discussing on this topic. And like I said earlier, that an iron sharpen an iron. Like when we come out there and you find people like Jay Freeman comes in, you know, it makes so much difference. And this is what we're gonna keep, you know, doing. It's not about how many, you know, people want to listen to you, but it's about what you're gonna gain and what you're gonna say. And the important thing that is recording for our people to listen. You know, the things that we do is recordings for our people who are watching, because later on you see many of them coming, you know, to listen in their own time. Sorry for interrupting you there. Thank you.
I mean, no problem. Definitely. We are more like to be honest. I'm more concerned with the people down there than the people out in the Western countries or wherever they are, because apparently some of our people in the West, they have forgotten themselves. To be honest, if they didn't forget themselves, they would be concerned like us in the point. And I'm being blunt here. We're not saying we are better than anyone, but this is the thing. If you understand the pain of our people, we don't make it as an occasion. Be season بس كل ما يكون في قتلوا ناس طوال نيجي نكورك برا. إننا قاعدين نكورك every day about our people in our heart, and we're speaking on the issues اللي مفترض شعبنا يصحي ضميره. ضمير بتاع استوائين لازم يقوم، لأنه كأنتم ما قومتوا الضمير ده ما تتوقعوا حتكونوا أحرار. You will never be free unless your conscience is awake to fight. ما تقدر تكون دنب بتاع ناس تانيين. I feel like our people like to be the tail than to be the head. They enjoy being the tail, and I've seen it. And it's a proof to me. Every day, sometimes I see that, and I feel sad. I was like, maybe they would change, but you know, those are the outside. But for us, the people down there, we're not giving up. We will fight. And my message, my final message to our Equatorian اللي في أمريكا خاصة، كأنت مشيتوا في برنامج تاع مظاهرات ده تدقست دقسة كبيرة. Because مظاهرات ده برنامج مخطط, and we know exactly. We will talk about it. That's why I say البرنامج ده عنده سلبيات لإيكواتوريا أكثر من إيجابيات. الموضوع هم عاوزين يفشلوا أصوات استوائيين الانفصاليين، وعشان يفشلوها لازم هم يطلعوا كنسبة كبيرة من الجنوبيين وكان استوائيين فوق عشان يقدروا ياخدوا أصوات البسيطة إسرائيل يمثلوهم زي اللي عملوه في وانيجا. يجيبوك أنت تكون نائب رئيس لحد ما هم يضمنوا إنه الانترناشونال كوميونتي كله بيفولو what is going on. Then from there يلا بيجي بيكبوا وانيجا درجة 5 ولا درجة 4. So ده الجيمات ده كله تاع الحركة الشعبية، وده نفس الشجرة تاع الحركة الشعبية. So أنا ما عندي ثقة في أي ناس تابعين للحركة الشعبية. أنا بعتبرهم ديل كله أعداء لاستوائية، لأنه هم ما يوم أدوا فرصة للاستواء عشان يقدر يكون المكان اللي هو مفترض يكون فوقه. For Equatorian, it's time for us to take decision. ده ما كراهية ده حقيقة. We have to be tough. Israeli لما بنوا دولتهم, when Israelis have created their nation, they didn't wait. They didn't ما جاملوا مع باقي ناس اللي كانوا عاملين حالهم هم you know like في دول عربية, لأنه كان في فلسطينيين أو الأسد بيسموهم العرب الإسرائيليين. ديل كان بيحاولوا you know يقفوا مع إسرائيليين, لكن إسرائيل ما جا ليه بدور قال إنه أوه لا كلنا عيالتا إبراهيم, خلينا نكون نحن شعب واحد. They didn't say that. They are only fighting for their land. قال this is the land of Israel. انتوا عرب عندكم أراضي بتاعكم هناك, اقعدوا فوق واحنا نقعد في أراضينا. And that's how they did it. They established their land. احنا اليوم عندنا أرضنا, لأننا قاعدين نخاف كأننا شحادين من الناس ديل. نشحد منهم شنو حرية منهم, هم ما يحررون, احنا بنحرر حالنا. But then the funny thing, like Didi you mentioned earlier, the irony that these guys will say إنه قال يا أخي خواجة ما بيجيب لكم الحل, يلا في نفس الوقت هم مستعدين يمشوا من مظاهرات برا لمصلحة بتاع إنه قال يا أخي إنه قال يتكلم مع international community خليه يتدخل في موضوع جنوب السودان. فأنت بتشوف هنا الايروني بإتساف, يعني ده السخرية ذاته للعقلية اللي هم قاعدين يفكروا فوقه. فهدفنا هنا كإيكوتوريان nationalists we will fight for independence. هنا ما في ثاني شيء بيرجعنا عشان نكونوا جنوبيين. زي ما احنا طلعنا من الشمال عندنا الحق نطلع من الجنوب. ف God help our people of Equatoria and let them reason and wake up and let them be wise enough not to be deceived again. لأنه هنا ده آخر خط, يعني كان الخط ده قطع, there is no hope for Equatoria. I'll be honest with you, I feel sad when I see how Equatorian are easy to be persuaded by these people in any minute. هنا بقينا نطلع cheerleaders مصفقين ومحرجين لهم أكثر من نكونوا قادة نقدر نقود أنفسنا للتاريخ عشان نقدر نبني تاريخ جديد وممتاز لأبناء الجايين ورانا. فأنا بخلي هنا الموضوع until next time, وربنا يكون معنا ومع شعبنا الغلبان المسكين في استوائية.
If I can add before you concluded it, it's funny. It's the case of you know, when you build, you work hard, and this is what is happening to Equatoria and even like to what we're doing. Like you build something so hard, and somebody wants to come and kick you out of it. You see, somebody wants to come and tell you otherwise. I know better. Otherwise, I have the right. But they don't know what it took for Equatoria to be built in the sweat and blood. They don't know. And that these people doesn't even understood the capacity. The you know, like is something that everybody is people fighting for recognition and power. That's what they're doing, you know. But they don't understand the cost of what we are doing. You know, they don't get it at all. So when they tell people that, you know, ما في زول بيجي بيعمل لك كده, ما في كواجب, ما في international community, they actually picking up on the works. Most of the people picking up on the works that we've been doing. If you notice, we've been advocating this for 2 years plus. We've been telling people everything, telling people warnings, the things that people are crying now. People have hated us so badly. Remember, people would attack us even when we were on freeform on Facebook. People would attack us so badly, you know. Oh, you're hateful, you're mono, and
Not
stuff
to
like
forget,
that. But
sorry,
nothing, yeah, please go ahead.
not to forget الكلمة اللي هم كان يعني تخيل اليوم هو بقى بينقلوا ده قاعد يذكرني بالتلاميذ النقالين في مدرسة. You know, they begin to copy whatever it comes out, they will copy it, and then they will act like wallahi, you know, they look like I mean, it's funny, but let them do it because التاريخ بيجيف معنا. واحد حاجة بس أنا pretend to tell you as a prediction to what's going to happen. I see this thing coming, but I don't want this. I really have a hard time even to kind of like grasp it, but this is what I see is coming. The more these people are pressuring Equatorians, undermining Equatorians, South Sudan is going to be in a bloody war. والوار الجاي يحصل ما حيكون وار زي الناس اللي بيدخلوا في الغابات, ده حيكون وار جوا مدن. وانا باكد لكم إيكواتوريان انفصاليين حيكونوا اخطر ناس بعدين في تاريخ جنوب السودان. كان إيكواتوريان ما عندهم فرصه بتاعهم ان ياخذوا طريقهم. وانا قاعد ناكد لكم كلام ده. I will be the first person to even be part of that group اللي become up to be the radical one اللي بيجو كان وصلنا للviolence, let's do it. ما المهم في النهايه هو موت والحياه باطل زي ما بيقولوا, لكن to die for something. So if death is going to
Well,
be,
that's what's gonna be. Sorry, like that's what's gonna
yeah,
be. You see, even like I think Riek Machar or something, they're saying he withdraw his men. I don't know from the containment or where because they this now some Begulu Hakuma that the regime they started attacking, doing propaganda, attacking. You know, his. I don't know what these people can. Soldiers is a proper way to call them. I don't even know
Del
how to
militia
address
ما
these
في
people.
جيش ما
That's
عندنا
why I
جيش.
find it hard really to talk about this thing that is in the elephant in the room because I don't know
They're
how to address
militia.
them, these people.
Yeah, they're not
Because to
soldiers.
call them government is not proper. To call them shinu soldiers is not proper.
They are
So I find
warlords
it
and
so hard to address
militia.
these people.
Tribal
Exactly.
warlords and militia.
So
They're not
yeah,
military. They're not government. I see Mr. CJ blinking. Are you able to speak?
yeah. So this is what is happening. So it's like I will just leave it here. I will just say we in the
Yeah.
separation has fought hard, for almost I don't know how long we fought hard, and then people attack us. You guys are
Well, it's
regionists. You
good they
guys are
attack us,
mulo.
Didi. Don't worry about
But
it.
right
It's
now,
good they attack
even
us. The better
what we've
the
been
best you know
saying
your
has
enemy
been
now, then
testified
you know
now.
your enemy.
Yeah, because we've seen what is coming now. We've seen Equatoria has gone even to a very critical situation, and South Sudan is in the verge of very critical situation. And these are the warnings that we've been saying before. And you're right, lot of people been listen. You're right. All this life would have been saved. And they're worried about just, oh, you're gonna separate as if you're gonna build a giant wall, unless you're not gonna see each other. No, there's no separation. Let's just die. Commit suicide together. So thank you. Sorry for interrupting.
No, and the funny yeah, CJ, go ahead. And I want to tell that's the funny thing. They think like this separation ده حيكون بس كده زي كأنه miracle كده happen. It's a process like we said, and it's a work. Like in حاجة أنا قلت هم لو push us to the extent of becoming the radical اللي هم ما عاوزين يشوفوا في جنوب السودان, let them not try us because we are that close to that level. Because the more they become arrogant and disrespectful to the voices of the people who are suffering, احنا ما جايين نكورك زي باقي الناس بيكوركوا والله اهلنا قتلوا اليوم. احنا هنعمله فعليا, هنوري what we can do. But we are trying to give the chance for conscience to wake up and for those who have no respect to Equatoria to back up from disrespecting Equatoria عشان ما يكون بكره يقول احنا ما warned them. Because we said every option in the table and there is a lot of way we can do it, and I promise you this is not the end because we are there. ولو هم عاوزين يحصل البريدكشن اللي قاعد نقول ده, let them try it. وخاصة الناس اللي هسه قاعدين يرسلوا عيال بتاع الدينكا بتاعهم ده لجوا Equatoria, they are threatening our people. That by itself there is a consequence to it sooner or later. I'll leave it here. Mr. CJ, please put your thoughts and we can end the room after that. Mr. CJ, انت معنا؟ الظاهر ما معنا خلاص. All right, guys. Itama, mute yourself, Mr. CJ. I don't know what's wrong. You guys? I can't hear you, Mr. CJ. You need to get out and come back.
Hello?
Yeah, now I can. Yeah, I can.
Oh, great. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity one more time. Let me say hello to everyone again. Yeah, indeed, as you have said, it's actually ridiculous, a nearly broken heart, a totally broken heart. Hopefully, with all these contributions that our brothers have just spoken, hopefully some of us will listen to it and hear it. As it has been said, let those who have ears listen and hear and act. It's unfortunate. I wonder what Equatoria are thinking after all this siege of the Equatoria by the young and their allies from within, the enemy from within, which is, Tabur al-Khamis. That's also called Tabur al-Khamis. After all this, what are Equatorian waiting for? What is the suitable time to do Equatorian thing that they could come out in numbers and protect themselves from this terrible enemy, the conspirators who have been hiding among us during the civil war, Sudan civil war. To this day, it's almost 40 years when Equatoria have been in hardship of terrible death for Equatorian fallen children, says the others, without a school, were deprived of everything, even to farm, to have your own food, everything, nearly everything, guys. I wonder if we have Equatorians who could wake up and say it's enough to the trick. I even wonder, how could I explain the situations? Are we under siege? Or else we're in the finishing line? I could remember. As instructed, people were working as builders, constructions while constructing buildings. There is a final line which says finishing. When you reach that point, that means the structure of the building is almost to an end. It's unfortunate. You could see Equatorians seems to be playing with themselves, because it is we Equatorians who have caused all these issues. Now they are inside. Are we waiting for peacetime? Or do we need to act right now? Peacetime, we will have no chance to look back and say, which. Equatorians need to come to their sense and understand that, we're in horrible situations. We shouldn't be shifting left and right. As we kept on talking, we could see none of them turning up. But if we leave to our enemies in numbers, in great numbers, coming to encourage each other. So, for me, what I have to say to Equatoria, please wake up, guys. This is a time where each of us has to know what is really going on in that country. It is a war of what? A war that, of dignity. A war that, we have to defend our land, our dignity. And also to stand for our children so that they will have a chance rather than leaving them fallen as a victim of the enemies. It is a time for us, guys, to wake up and look around us. That there's nobody other than you, Equatorians, who will have to defend your line, yourselves. If indeed you love Equatoria, you don't need to sleep. Enough is enough. Let's just put it that way. It's no more time to look back, to look to anyone around us. So without that, if you didn't wake up, then it's over for us. So let's come together. Let's wake up to the task and work as a family members, rather than criticizing ourselves and going after each other for no reason, other than trying to side with the enemy. The enemy has already been there. They are playing. They are loving. None of us would know which each of us would know what is going on in the heart of the others and mine. None of us. So it's up to you guys. What we're doing is just only talking to you guys, try to bring you to our awareness that this is not a time where we have to sleep. It's a time that we have to wake up stand for our right. Because after all, you know, in all situations, in a failed state, we need to take courage and stand for our rights. Else, we're gone. So I don't have to prolong. We have spoken. It looks like there's no words. There are no any longer words to persuade those who are out there. I believe, you know, we'll be to the task. And I wish you guys all the best. Hopefully, you turn up and see and stand with your people wherever you are, if you're outside or inside the country, because that is how we can make a difference. But other than that, it is for us to choose our destiny, where the generations who have the opportunity to stand for ourselves. So those of Kir and Moshe, they are not to our sides, particularly Kir, they are not to our sides. They are now an open enemy, working to crush us down. So, Equatoria, please wake up and stand wherever you are. And I believe that, you know, there are voices who can hear us. There are people who can hear what we are talking about. There are those who will not ignore our calling. To this hand, I'll say thanks be to you guys for listening. And for those who are going to listen to this, the conclusion of this program, I say to them, please encourage each other, tell each other, pass the words. Remember that, you know, Equatoria have no access to the internet and to the media, but yet through you, you can be a help to our people. So thank you very much, Rika, and thanks everyone for turning up. So it's good to talk to you guys and wish you all the best. Thank you. Rika?
Okay, thank you, Mr. CJ. Just wanted to last word is like those who have ears, let them hear. Because at the end, it's up to you guys. Those who have the conscience and they love their homeland, let them act and decide. And right now, also, I want to say, Brother Hakim Dario, we want to work and help him out because we want to work in a team. I mean, I will announce it soon. He wanted some, we work together for assisting, donation, all that. So, you know, whatever you can contribute, that would be great. Go ahead, contribute in his page. You can talk to him directly if you're a Facebook friend with him. If you're not, we'll try to give the detail. I will host him in our clubhouse in Equatoria Free Forum. So it could be a couple of days from now, either Sunday or Saturday, one of the two. So at the end, I just say thank you, and those great Equatorian patriots continue fighting, and let no division come among us. If those people who believe they feel like there's a division, well, they need to wake up because our people are the one dying down there. We need to cut all these grudges and hatred and jealousy and all these things, and let's focus on our people right now. Our people need us much than we can imagine. So Allah يكون معكم وربنا مع الشعب استوائية الكبرى وأيضا مع المظلومين الباقين في أراضي الأخرى. You know, so thank you and God bless.
Thank you.
I'll end the room here, but the Facebook, I will end it with Didi over there. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Janice. Thank you, CJ. Thanks, Etika. That's really very productive. And thanks to everybody that has participated here.
Can I say something in Arabic, please?
Bisura, yeah, further. And we'll get that and if
If it is over, never mind. It's okay.
لا اتفضل كمل كلامك. Go ahead اتفضل.
أنا عاوز أقوله لكل الإخوة الإكواتوريين اللي قاعدين يسمعوا في العالم، وصفة خاصة في داخل الوطن، عارف كيف؟ في أرض بتاعت إكواتوريا. ما بالك الناس الواهمين for those who are dreaming أنه في حكومة، في نظام، وأنه علينا let's go and take off نزيح الحكومة وأي حاجة بيرجع لحاله، الوضع بيرجع لحاله، وأنه كل شيء حيكون كويس والقضية بتاعتنا بتنتهي. أنا قاعد أقول لك أنتوا واهمين. أي إنسان بينظر بهذه الكيفية وبيعتبر المثال واهم، أوكي، زي عنده وهم. لأنه صحيح كيف أنك تتوقع؟ انظر لشخص مثلا بيجي وبياخد السلطة وبيحاول يبني عمارات بتاعهم وبيبني قصور في دول الجوار أو الخارج، ويحاول يشيل أموال البلد كله، يحاول ينهبها، وكل الموارد بتاعت البلاد يحاول يبيعها، يحاول يتاجر فيه. أي حكومة في العالم، أي جزء من العالم فيه نوع من الحكومة دي، النظام الذي احنا قاعدين نشوفه ده، هذا نظام جائر، هذا نظام له مخططات، له أبعاد، بيمشي لشمال السودان إلى عهد شمال السودان. لليوم مثلا عندك الاس بي ال اي على سبيل المثال نازل SPLA، من المفترض أن ما يكون خلاص هذا النظام ده كانت هي كفاح، هي كانت تقدر تقول عليه شنو، كانت منظمة بتاعت الكفاح المسلح من أجل الوصول إلى الغاية. بعد ما وصلنا للغاية ألا وهو ما يسمى بجنوب السودان، احنا بنقول أنه إيكواتوريا. الليلة لما وصلنا للمرحلة دي تتوقع شنو تاني بعد ده فوق كله؟ هل تتوقع أنه لما وصلنا للمرحلة بتاعت إيكواتوريا ده، بتاعت هذه جنوب السودان دي، أن كل الأمور حيمشي على هواه في وجود عناصر أو زي ما لسه شايف إنه هم مهيمنين على السلطة العسكرية، مهيمنين على كل الوظائف الإدارية في البلد والعلاقات الخارجية وكل ده. وبدليل إحنا بنؤمن بأنه في نظام، في حكومة، والعالم الخارجي من خلال تقارير بتاعنا بيقول أنه هذه الدولة دولة فاشلة، وأنه لا أمل لهذا الرجاء ولا رجاء لهذه الدولة. يا ترى بالنسبة لإكواتوريين هناك في الخارج كيف نؤمن بأنه هذه هي اللي كنا متوقعينها؟ أحلامكم منشطرة، أطفالكم هسه في الشوارع ومجدعين في دول الجوار. فبأمانة الوقفة الأخيرة دي وقفة كانت الأخيرة، من الصعب أن نوصف هذا الوضع اللي احنا فيه حاليا. هل هو وضع بتاع تبتير؟ وضع بتاعنا، لأنه احنا مهدنا العدوى عشان يخش في الداخل. اليوم رافض أنه يطلع برا، رافض كل موقف، كل إنسان بيتكلم من إكواتوريا. ولذلك انتوا أصحوا وافعلوا ما فيكم من الممكن. ادعوا الهجج لأنه هنا ما عندنا كذا وما عندنا هذا، حياد الكل ما عاد عنده أهمية. عندكم وسطكم في ناس، مجموعات كثيرة جدا جدا، في ناس خدموا سواء كان مع الاس بي ال او حاجة بشكل ذي. انتوا خاطرين، عندكم المروءة والقوة، ما تفقدوا الأمل. انت اخذ أرضك وقول للزول الثاني زحم المحل بتاعي وأنا اخذ أرضك وبس. عارف كيف؟ فإحنا لازم نتكاتف مع بعض، ما نحاول نشتت أفكارنا ونقول أنه مثلا في حكومة وفي نظام، وأنه النظام ده حيعمل لنا كل شيء. كذاب ساكت. لما يجي النظام ده حيخط الأمور تحت النظام. مثلا النظام ده حيكون فيه مثلا، تفكر أنه حتكون لك موقع هناك إكواتوريا؟ أبدا، ما عندك أي موقع، ما عندك مكان هناك. أنت حتكون صوري زي ما حصل في 2015. إكواتوريا خدتوه من أصل 100 مواقع، خدتهم في 5 مواقع بس، يعني ادوهم نسبة 5% من أصل 100%. فإكواتوريا لا يجب أن نتلاعب بهذه الأرض اللي ربنا وهبنا إياه وأجدادنا تركوها لنا. كيف؟ إحنا يجب نقيف بالمرصاد أمام كل عدو. والحالة دي بتتكرر في القرن، يعني عدة مرات في القرون. اليوم الأمم المتحدة يمكن هي اللي جعلت الوضع شوية مستتب. عارف كيف؟ غير كده العالم زي ما قالوا انه احنا بناكل بعضنا زي اسماك، فآن الأوان أنه إحنا نقف كإكواتوريان في سبيل أنه نحمي أرضنا. حماية الأرض هي والكفاح من أجلها شيء مقدس. عارف كيف؟ إحنا لازم نكافح. We have to sacrifice for our land. Without that, we will have no any future. ما حنكون لنا أي مستقبل. وزي ما شفت في شمال السودان، نظام شمال السودان كيف مجموعة بسيطة just only a few people will take over the government. أخذوا كم؟ أخذوا يمكن ما يتراوح من 1956 من 56 لحد 2005 يمكن لحد يوم في القرن الماضي 2020. يبقى انه شنو ما نتلاعب. عارف كيف؟ وما تقول لي انه مثلا لا انا ما داير موقع دوله كذا. انت يجب ان تصر. لو انت شفت واحد غبي انت حاول تصرف بغباوه كمان في سبيل عشان توصل للهدف بتاعك. لو انت حاولت تلاطف دي في اللطف في الضعف. اللطف بيعتبر ضعف. عارف كيف؟ فيجب ان نكون ناس في موقع المسؤوليه. بقدر المسؤوليه يجب ان نتعامل والا هتروح حقنا. فإحنا آمالنا لكم لكل شاب، لكل امرأة، لكل لكل بنت. أي زول عنده دور بيلعب. ربنا وهبنا بكل الأدوار من سبيل إكواتوريا. يجب أن نضحي زي ما ضحى دول. مثلا عندك إريتريا واحد من الأمثلة. عندك دول كثيرة جدا جدا ساهمت في سبيل أنه تجيف. فهنا رجالا ونساء يجب أن نجيف. ما نحاول نستحتر نقول انه في المساله هي قضيه نفر. لا، ده قضيه جماعيه. قضيتنا قضيه جماعيه. ان قاعد يولع في بيتنا يجب ان نطلع الشخص اللي قاعد يولع نار في بيتنا بوضوح جدا جدا. بيقتلنا وبيزني وبيعمل. يجب ان نوقف هذه الاعمال. فاسجل لكم هذه المقطع باللغه العربيه في سبيل انكم علكم من شعله الصبع بالواقع دي والحقائق قدامكم انتم شايفينه. احنا اخوانكم. احنا هنعمل كمان ما في قدرنا بقدر من المستطاع في سبيل انه نساهم يدا بيد زي ما قال يد بيد بير ببعيد. لذلك يجب ان نكيف ويجب ان نكون ابناء بتاع إكواتوريا وابناء إكواتوريا اما وابا. يجب ان نقيف بهذا الموقف. اياكم وهذركم اياكم العناصر الخليط اللي قاعد الواحد يقول لك اوه انا ابوي كذا وامي كذا. هذا النوع من الناس يجب ان تتجنبهم. ابتعدوا عنهم لأنه هؤلاء الناس خطر عليكم وخطر على مستقبلكم. عارف كيف؟ شوفوا الإنسان اللي بيجيف وقع بتاعه واضح. ما تحاول تعاشر شخص بيحاول يتمثل أنه هو زول كويس. كذاب ساكت. ده ما زول كويس. فأشرار هم كثيرين. تأكدوا أنه أي إكواتوريان كمان بيتلاعب فيكم يبقى تجيفوا بالبساط ضده لأنه ما من مصلحتنا التجامل. ما تجاملوا. هذه الوقت وقت بتاع الخطر. كيف عانينا في زمن تجلابة اليوم احنا بنعاني وما قبليها ايضا احنا عانينا. لكن ربنا حيوفقنا. فلنا التوفيق ان شاء الله والنجاح. فالنصر لنا والنصر لإكواتوريا والنصر لأمهاتنا وأبانا وأطفالنا وكل واحد من الجيل بتاعنا اللاقين عايشين. Thank you guys. شكرا للاستماع وإلى اللقاء في وقت آخر. والرب يبارككم أوي. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So I'll end this room and then I'll be with you on the Facebook. All right, guys. Thank you so much for those who are here. I want to say we've been almost, 5 hours here exactly. So anyway, I did a message. So those people who من لهم أذنا فليسمعوا واللي ما عنده أذان خليه يشتري له أذان صناعي عشان يسمع الحقائق، واللي ما عنده conscience ربنا بيساعدهم، ما في أكتر من كده. I know طبعا أعدائنا كتار because الحقائق لما نقول لهم ما حيقبلوها، دايما بيقولوا ده إهانة، بيفكروا ده شتيمة. But it's all good because at the end الحقيقة مرة. It's better to be tell the truth than to let them live in a lie and false notion that هم جنوبيين وعايشين في أوهام. زي ما أنت شايف البلد ده ماشي لانهيار، already انهارت. So let's not waste our time with this nonsense of unity in the country. زي ما قلت, be careful of this so-called programs that الناس ده جاي قدام, because they are planning new programs. So I won't go far. I'll just end up here. Didi, are you there? Do you hear me? Are you in Facebook? Hello? Hello? Didi, you need to unmute yourself. Yeah, now
Yeah. Can you hear me here? I just wanted to thank you guys who have been on Facebook. I hope you can hear me. Etika, I hope you can hear me over there as well. Thank you guys. And the show has ended there in Clubhouse. Thanks for your support, those who have been here. I read something like somebody was saying earlier, writing that, we and Nas, we're done. So I think I replied to him saying that I think he's at the wrong address. We are not Nas, and we cannot speak for Nas. I think if you wanted to speak for Nas, there's a platform for Nas. You can go and say that to Nas over there. And we don't have any issues. And I don't think you're in a position to say stuff like that. Nas is done or we're done. You're not in a position. But I'm just saying, if we are done, then I don't see the reason why you're here, really. You should have not been here. Unless you take an Arab Inui, you're afraid. That's why you're here saying these things. And I know that a lot of people are shaking right now. That's why you see people going around, attacking, the separation, and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, separation must power must power on. It must channel on. It will stop at nothing. It will stop at nobody's emotional cause or expression, or according to any individual needs. This separation is especially to free Equatorians, to give Equatorians their dignity back. Somebody timely Equatorians to mourn their people who died. Also to heal themselves from the ongoing trauma that they have been going through, for decades and centuries. Equatorians have suffered enough. And these are conflicts that have not been started by Equatorians, have been brought in by other people. If you ask now today, why are people in the land of Equatoria, no one could give you a direct answer. Other than you here, girl, we are all South Sudanese. We are all South Sudanese. It does not mean that you have to be in the house of your neighbor or in the house of a stranger. You're totally stranger in South Sudan. You speak differently. Your language is different. Your culture is different. You're different in appearance. We're so different. Even the fact that even it's shameful that we were Equatorian, we were just a nation by ourselves. We're not part of South Sudan.
That should alone even give people, a clue that they should how to deal with us as Equatorians. And that's why we're totally different from South Sudan, because we were a nation of ourselves. And this question has been really burning me inside for many, many years, asking why are we different, Laki? The Equatorians are different from Nas Taninde. And to find out that we were a different nation, Nabelet, Dola, Equatoria de Dola Betulu, that has been destroyed. Yala Gumja Amolo joined South Sudan. It's really sad. I think kids are really different in behavior, in appearance. We are very generous, very kind, very, very patient. But patient has not cause. I care Hana Bori as well for too. We're skin tired of you, we don't want your colors. So I to my people and say thank you for listening. I know we have spoken for so long, but messages are later. I should go. Kita bikin mabaran kuis. Kita kon mas makalamata na salvija na din skal protest al munu ini gali ada mata kon sama haja tanaze. Kita kon arif wal haja tanas give wara parties shunu de tab da gije jawara ita kon nas giraha min mahal mahal. Nasmuni yagi katun nasmuni yagi repo. Nasmuni yabe kamu asade. That's the question you need to ask yourself very well. And then it make choices. Ita kun asuja, ita kun balad kebir futu bagi mahalat kaninde. Mata kun kafo minasal. Nazabao. Magrud badon. Anu mungkikatul badon kef. Magrud badon taman. Mata kun kafo piyaja. Kami bigger than these people. أنا بس بشكرك تكونين. أنا بشكرك تكون وأنا بشكر ربنا for the fact that even you're alive today and you listen to this message. I thank you so much. Edgar, are you here? Or?
Yeah, you hear me? All right. Thank you so much, Didi. And again, I appreciate our loyal listeners, supporters, and those patriots of Great
Equatoria. He has a network problem.
Yeah, you hear me now? Do you hear me? Hello? Do you hear me now? Do you hear me? Uh-oh. Hello?
Yeah, I think we're on about ending.
Hello? Do you hear me?
Jama, I think that will be in. That will be it. I think we'll just end here. Thank you, guys. You're back.
Well, I don't know. I hear you. Do you hear me?
Can you hear me? If you're talking, just in case I can't hear you, unless you're not
well, anyway, yeah. Okay, so I'm just gonna say thank you, Didi. And if anybody can hear me, that's great. If not, I'll just put the music on there, and then until next time, bye for now.
Anina Equatorian Nasawa Anina Equatorian Beled Wahid Anina Equatorian Anehna Anina Equatorian Oh yeah Kanita min yambio Kanita min tori Well, later in Juba, yeah. And in Equatoria, Keresia Samagesi Manina.
Oh shoot. I'm sorry. I don't know what happened.
All right, guys. Thank you.
I think the music stopped by accident for me here. Just give me a second.